Chapter 3:14. In the blink of an eye, dozens of lightning bolts struck down. As the power of the lightning bolts grew stronger, Zichun was finally injured. Cracks appeared on both of his fists. Dazzling golden light burst out as he coughed out blood. Atian, who was shocked, was worried because the power of the lightning bolts was getting more and more terrifying. Boom! The power of the lightning bolts was getting stronger and stronger. Zichun coughed out blood as he was severely injured. His body was charred black by the lightning bolts. In the end, a huge sea of lightning appeared in the sky. Each bolt of lightning was like a heaven and earth chain, piercing through heaven and earth, releasing a terrifying aura. Resplendent silver light illuminated the entire world. The destructive might of the lightning swept through the mountains and forests, causing hundreds of beasts to prostrate in fear. This was the fifth lightning tribulation, which was even more powerful. The destructive aura kept rippling, bringing the power of the lightning bolts down from the sky. Atian's face changed. He stepped back again, his face full of worry. The sea of lightning fell from the sky, and the destructive aura spread and raged. The mountain where he was standing before was also submerged by the sea of lightning. The mountain rocks were turned into dust, and the trees were turned into sawdust. This is too scary. There are dozens of lightning bolts. No wonder he has unparalleled combat strength. Every time he increases his strength, he has to go through the lightning tribulation. How can his combat strength not be strong? Atian was shocked. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that he could survive. The sea of lightning raged for a quarter of an hour, making Atian tremble and worried. Even though he was far away, he could feel the terrifying aura of the lightning bolts. When the sea of lightning dissipated, the area within a few thousand meters had become scorched earth. The mountain range had become a plain. The mountains, rocks, and ridges were all turned into dust and disappeared. The trees exploded and turned into sawdust, disappearing without a trace. Only in the middle was a charred figure standing there. Green smoke rose from his body, but he still didn't fall. Atian held his breath and did not say a word. Wong. With a tremble, a surge of vitality gushed out from the figure. Resplendent golden light spread out like a sun, dazzling and eye-catching. It was as if he had been reborn. The old black skin faded away, and new skin appeared. Zichun was like a war god in golden armor, standing between heaven and earth. Heavens! He really withstood the lightning tribulation. Atian was overwhelmed with shock, and then his face was filled with pleasant surprise. The lightning tribulation that made people tremble just by hearing its name was actually passed just like that. After experiencing the baptism of the lightning tribulation, Zichun's aura became even more terrifying. There seemed to be a kind of destructive energy surging in his every movement. Too terrifying. No wonder he has unparalleled combat strength. Just withstanding the bombardment of dozens of heavenly thunder is enough to be proud of. Atian was shocked. Are all Tian-level cultivators so terrifying? Hurry up and leave. Just as Atian was in shock, he heard Zichun's voice transmission. The commotion here is too big. It will attract experts. After he finished speaking, he turned into a beam of golden light and flew into the distance. Atian reacted and followed closely behind. After a while, a figure appeared in the sky above the mountain range. After seeing the scorched earth within a few thousand meters, the group of people in the sky changed their expressions. Lightning tribulation. It's the lightning tribulation again. He has successfully passed the lightning tribulation. Why are there so many experts undergoing the lightning tribulation recently? Could it be that the lightning tribulation has become weaker? The group of people in the sky were puzzled. After looking around and finding nothing, they turned and left one by one. Those who could pass the lightning tribulation were naturally unparalleled experts. They did not dare to disturb them. Too terrifying. Zichun, this is too terrifying. Could it be that your unparalleled combat strength is because of the lightning tribulation? Could it be that every time you break through, you have to undergo the lightning tribulation? Atian asked impatiently as soon as he returned to the inn. The shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. Something like that. Zichun nodded. His unparalleled combat strength seemed to be inseparable from the lightning tribulation. As for why he attracted the lightning tribulation, Zichun could not tell if it was because of the heavenly thunder reshaping technique or because of the perfect body. Your strength has broken through. Are we going to explore the ruins now? Ation was full of anticipation. With the array master Elder Hiroshi around, the two of them did not need to wait for the major forces. They could go on their own. There's no hurry. Let's see how much wealth is in the spirit ring that I risked my life to obtain last time. Zichun smiled mysteriously. After a month of hard work, his strength had broken through. Zichun was happy. During this month, Elder Hiroshi had also awakened. Moreover, his soul power was clearly much stronger. Elder Hiroshi. Following Zichun's call, Elder Hiroshi appeared beside Zichun. He was dressed in black, and his illusory soul body was much more solid. Elder Hiroshi, help me break the imprint on the ring. Zichun took out 2 spirit rings. All right. Elder Hiroshi nodded with a smile. You have gained quite a lot during this period. After that, a powerful aura surged out from Elder Hiroshi's body. This was a pure spiritual sense that directly rushed towards the spirit rings. With 2 popping sounds, it was as if a membrane had been broken open. The spirit rings emitted a brilliant light. Elder Hiroshi's powerful spiritual sense instantly broke through the imprint on the spirit rings. Fortunately, the owner of this spirit ring is not at the spirit origin realm. He is unable to truly refine this spirit ring and make it recognize him as its owner. Otherwise, I would have to kill them to make the spirit ring recognize me as its owner again. Elder Hiroshi rejoiced. Quick, take a look at how much wealth there is inside. Ation was beside him with a face full of excitement. He had already heard about Gung Li's wealth from Zichun back then. In Zichun's body, golden energy surged. 2 golden lights appeared and surged towards the 2 spirit rings. In the next moment, the spirit rings shone with a golden light and had already recognized him as their owner. Zichun also felt that the spirit rings were full of things. These 2 enormous spirit rings were more than 100 square meters in area. It was unknown how many times more advanced they were than the one in Zichun's hands. With a sweep of his mind, the spirit rings were filled with vitality stones, forming small hills. Yuan energy surged and piled up there like piles of garbage. Looking at these small hills, Zichun's mind was a little dazed. With so many vitality stones, how many vitality stones would these 2 spirit rings have when added together? 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, or even more. Zichun was stunned. He felt that his brain wasn't enough. How is it? It can't be empty, right? Seeing that Zichun was silent for a long time, Ation nervously asked, Haha, we're rich, we're completely rich. Zichun reacted and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, he had really struck it rich. There were so many vitality stones that Zichun couldn't count them all. He could only count them in piles. If a pile had 100,000 vitality stones, then the vitality stones that Zichun had obtained this time were worth more than 1,000,000. 1,000,000 vitality stones. Zichun was excited just thinking about it. In addition, there were also the things that the 2 of them had obtained from the auction. Among them, there were several blue spirit grass, and there were also pills that could recover spiritual thoughts. Other than that, there were also some other rare items. We're rich. This is simply too rich. The people from the 2 major forces will probably vomit blood. Zichun was extremely excited. When he had killed the 5 monstrous geniuses, the spirit rings they used were also small. Today, the spirit rings in his hand were hundreds of square meters. Obviously, the major forces had intentionally given them to him for the auction. The Gung clan and the Chu clan had indeed prepared a lot for this auction. When they heard that the spirit rings had been lost, they really vomited blood. A loss of 1,000,000 vitality stones, even a major force would feel heartache for a long time. How is it? How much do you have? Ation anxiously asked. At least 1,000,000 vitality stones. Zichun conservatively estimated. What? 1,000,000 vitality stones? Ation was dumbfounded. This was a huge sum. He had never even heard of it before. 1,000,000 vitality stones. Just thinking about it made him dumbfounded. Here, I'll give you one. Zichun felt very happy in his heart. The total value of the 2 spirit rings exceeded 2,000,000 spirit stones. This was a huge sum of money. Zichun took Chu Lai's spirit ring and handed it to Atian. He only took out the medicinal pills that could recover spiritual thoughts. He left this for old Imo. No, I can't take this. Atian's expression changed, and he quickly pushed the spirit ring back. This was something that Zichun had obtained by risking his life. He couldn't take it. Moreover, it was too precious. Atian felt that it was too hot. Take it. I have another one. Don't worry, there are a lot of vitality stones inside. Zichun insisted on giving it to Atian. I can't take it. You exchanged your life for it. If I take it, am I still human? I'm the unlucky Atian, but I'm not the greedy Atian. Atian said with a serious expression. Zichun persisted. In the end, he gave Atian 100,000 vitality stones. Originally, he wanted to give Atian 200,000, but Atian insisted on 100,000. In the end, Zichun gave Atian an empty spirit ring with a space of a few hundred square meters. You used too much resources to break through. 100,000 vitality stones can buy 10,000 spirit pills. It's enough for me to break through to the spirit origin realm. Atian smiled. He was very satisfied. Before he met Zichun, he used broken vitality stones to cultivate. Now, in just a few months, he used spirit pills. Old Imo, these are all for the recovery of the soul. Take them and use them when necessary. Zichun took out the blue spirit grass and spirit recovery pills. Yes, the place you mentioned is not simple. I need to make sure my soul is full. Old Imo nodded. Then, he waved his hand. Rays of light flashed and took away the herbs. After that, his body flashed and he entered the Taiji diagram to refine these things. We should go now. Yongqi City. After waiting for more than a month, the array master finally came. On this day, a terrifying aura surged in the sky. 3 figures flew towards Yongqi City. One of them was a martial ancestor, and the other was a martial ancestor of the Tsang family. In the middle, there was a martial ancestor of the Tsang family. However, he was standing side by side with the other two. It was an old man dressed in purple robes. His robes were embroidered with patterns that rippled like water. This was a defensive formation that was added to his robes. Clearly, this person's attainments in formations were very high. The old man's expression was cold. His eyes were like lightning. He stood in the middle of the 2 martial ancestors and flew towards Yongqi City. He was the famous array master of the southern region, Ma Yanqing. Chapter 3:15. When a sect master appeared, the surging aura was very scary, instantly attracting the gazes of countless people. Who is that? He is only a spiritual essence cultivator, yet he is with 2 sect masters. Indeed, to think that he is standing in the middle. He looks very incredible. Look at his clothes. They look like ripples on water, making me dizzy. Could he be a formation grandmaster? Sounds of discussion could be heard from below. 3 figures quickly headed for the Liu clan. Clearly, they were going to discuss the ancient remnant. Soon, the news of a formation grandmaster appearing in Yongqi City spread. This was also the first time the name formation grandmaster Ma Yanqing was heard by many loose cultivators. With the appearance of a formation grandmaster, the trip to the ancient remnant is just around the corner. That's right. After waiting for so long, we can finally enter the ancient remnant. However, I wonder what we will obtain this time. Everyone was filled with anticipation. On that day, the demonic geniuses who had not appeared for a long time all appeared. This time, they all appeared in a high-profile manner, radiating a boundless battle hunger. Aluo, if you dare to show yourself, I, Chu Lai, will kill you. Chu Lai appeared. The cold chi around him was even denser, and his aura surged even more. After more than a month of bitter cultivation, his strength had increased by another level. Aluo, how long have you been hiding? You are like a coward now. Do you dare to show yourself? Watch as I, Gung Lu, slap you to death with one palm strike. Gung Lu also appeared. He spoke in a high-profile manner, radiating a murderous intent. These 2 had their spirit rings stolen. They suffered the most, losing all their face. Hence, their hatred for Aluo deepened. Now that they appeared, their strength broke through, and their confidence soared. The demonic geniuses of the Tsang and Li clans, as well as the martial ancestor, all appeared as well. During this time, they had all been in closed-door cultivation to improve further and regain the face they lost back then. 5 against 1, and they were knocked out. This was simply a humiliation. As a large faction, they needed to wash away this humiliation. After 1 month of bitter cultivation, refining essence force pills every day, they finally broke through. Now, they were filled with confidence. They were all monstrous geniuses with the strongest battle strength and unparalleled battle techniques. Their strength had once again broken through. With a difference of 4 heavenly layers, they were not afraid of a mere 4th heavenly layer Jinyuan Luo at all. You only broke through the 1st layer, yet you dare to be so arrogant. You're not just putting on airs in front of others through the air. You're just courting death. The people from the Wang family came out and sneered when they heard the cries of these monsters. Back when Zichun was only at the 2nd celestial stage, he was able to fight against a 6th celestial stage freak. He was able to fight someone who was at the 4th celestial stage. These people were merely at the 8th celestial stage. Even if Zichun did not break through, he would still be able to suppress them. Over the past month, no one had been idle. Back then, Zichun had easily won 1 versus 5, which had given everyone a lot of pressure. During this period of time, everyone had been cultivating in seclusion, and their strength had also improved. Wang Qiong did not say a word, standing there. His whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of mysterious light, making people unable to see through him. He had never fought with others, and his strength had always been a mystery. However, as the #1 monster of Yunxia City, some people guessed that among all the monsters, Wang Qiong would be the first to enter the spirit origin realm. Wu Mo was wearing a loose robe, as if he had not woken up yet. He appeared together with Miao Kong, and when they saw the few people, they all greeted them. The Array Master is here. The trip to the ruins should be soon. It should be in the next few days. The atmosphere in Yongqi City suddenly became tense. Everyone was rubbing their hands, ready to enter the ruins. Everyone was full of expectations for the burial ground of Ren Tuesday Yongqi City, Liu family's hall. I have to choose one of the things that I get. In the Liu family's hall, a few master-level experts were sitting down, discussing the trip to the ruins. Ma Yanqing made her request. The inheritance is out of the question. Someone frowned. The inheritance was of great importance, and they could not let others choose first. I don't want the battle technique inheritance, but if it's the array inheritance, I have to get it. If I find something valuable, I have to choose one first. I can let you choose one thing, but you can't take the array inheritance. Our families have discussed, and once we find the array inheritance, we can only share it. That's fine. Ma Yanqing did not hesitate. Comprehending the array required comprehension. No matter how many people practiced it, it was useless if they did not have the comprehension. After that, a few major forces added some details, and both sides reached an agreement. On the same day, a shocking news was released. A day later, a few major forces joined forces to enter the ruins. The entire Yongqi city was in an uproar. Everyone was celebrating. The future was full of opportunities and dangers, and it was impossible to predict. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Tomorrow, countless people would gamble with their lives. After Zichun and Atian heard the news, they were completely dumbfounded. This was too much of a coincidence. Just as they were about to go, the Array Master came. Listening to Old Mo's suggestion, the two followed them and let them break the array outside. After they entered the ruins, they would act separately. Many major forces gathered and entered the ruins again. This time, the scale was larger, and there were more experts. In addition, the major forces also brought alchemy soldiers, ancestral masters, and array masters. They were fully prepared. Zichun and Atian were in the middle of the crowd. They are really arrogant. Have they forgotten how they were knocked out that day? Atian was very dissatisfied. Along the way, the 5 monstrous geniuses spoke freely without restraint. Each of them threatened to kill Aluo with a slap or a finger, which made Atian very angry. Ignore them, Zichun sneered, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. These people were shameless. They deserved to die. He did not dare to kill in Yongqi City, but it did not mean that he did not dare to do so here. It was not impossible to use the array to kill them. Boom! Waves of energy surged, and the outer array was gradually broken. One had to admit that there were some capable people in this array army. The speed of breaking the array was very fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had advanced 100 meters and broken several arrays without any casualties. It was not like the previous day, when they were relying on cannon fodder to explore the way. Buzz! The formation trembled, and ripples appeared. Terrifying auras surged, but soon, 7 or 8 people gathered their strength and attacked various parts of the formation. Pung! After a few breaths, the array exploded. Everyone was amazed. It was too easy. They broke the array with just a few waves of energy. One had to know that many major forces were surrounded by arrays before, and they had to use forbidden weapons to break the array. As expected of an array master, he can never be judged by strength. Just a few waves of energy can break an array that can kill Zue Kong. Everyone's gazes towards the array master had changed. They were now filled with fervor. They now had some understanding of the mysterious array master. The arrays were broken one by one. These people were very powerful. So wouldn't the array master be even more powerful? Everyone looked at Ma Yanqing with respect. There was a rumor that Ma Yanqing had used an array to kill a master. No one believed it before, but now it seemed that the rumor was true. There were many arrays outside, and the speed of breaking the array was slowing down. Ma Yanqing did not even look at them. Obviously, he did not care and let a group of juniors break the array. If the master doesn't take action, they won't be in any danger, right? Seeing the speed of breaking the array slowed down again, Zue Kong suddenly said, "These are the simplest arrays. They are not difficult. They are just a little slow, but there won't be a big problem." Ma Yanqing said confidently, "But last time, someone found a chain array, and many people died. This time, there won't be such an array, right?" Another person said, "Chain array? How is that possible? This array is very difficult. Once it is broken, it will disappear. It is already good that one appeared in the outer area. It is impossible for there to be a second one." Ma Yanqing was very confident. "It is better to be careful. You are thinking too much. Ren Tu has been dead for many years. He is an array master, and so am I. I may not be as good as him in terms of array inheritance, but in terms of array attainments, I don't think I will lose. There is no chain array here, I promise." Ma Yanqing was very confident, and there was displeasure on his face. "There should be a chain array here. We have to be careful." In the distance, Zichun looked at the people breaking the array and whispered, "Little guy, you know arrays too." Ma Yanqing turned his head and looked at Zichun. His eyes were very sharp. Zichun's whisper was heard by him, and he was unhappy. At this moment, he also attacked Zichun. "I don't know." Zichun shook his head and did not speak anymore. The path of array formation is as vast as the sea. Little kid, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense, and don't doubt others. Ma Yanqing's eyes were very unfriendly. "Little guy, where did you come from? There are so many strong people here. Do you have the right to speak? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you talk nonsense in front of an array master?" Seeing Ma Yanqing's displeasure, 1 or 2 people in the sky suddenly said coldly, "What an ignorant junior, to refute the master's words. That's right. What does a junior know about arrays? What nonsense." Another person in the sky said disdainfully. His eyes were full of sarcasm. "I don't know about arrays, but I can guess that there is a chain array here. Maybe there is a second one." Zichun wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but he did not expect the other party to be so aggressive. "Haha, what an arrogant kid." Ma Yanqing laughed disdainfully and stared at Zichun. "You little kid, how dare you talk about arrays in front of me? When I was studying arrays, I am afraid your grandfather was not even born. It's just a guess. Why don't you dare to say it?" Zichun stared. Ma Yanqing's face was cold. "Grandmaster, please calm down. He's just a junior. There's no need to be so serious. Besides, this is Butcher's burial ground. It's right to be vigilant." Some of the older generation figures did not speak. Only Yukong spoke. At this moment, Lu Mingyong said, "Obviously, He wanted to be the peacemaker. Brother Liu, you're wrong. This is not a matter of whether to argue or not. Master has been immersed in arrays for many years. How can a little guy be qualified to argue with him? That's right. Master said that there is no chain array here. Obviously, there is no chain array here. This little guy keeps saying that there is one. Obviously, he has bad intentions. He's insulting Grandmaster's name. He's simply harboring evil intentions. He definitely has an ulterior motive. Lu Mingyong's words fell. Obviously, he wanted to curry favor with Ma Yanqing and deliberately belittle Zichun. You're exaggerating. He's just a junior, so he's a bit more cautious. How can you say that he has ulterior motives? Could it be that he wants to kill a grandmaster? Wang Jinwei laughed lightly. The younger generation is speaking out of caution. Could it be that you want to kill him? Qi Qingqiu of the martial sect also spoke out. Chapter 316. Outside the ruins, the formation army was breaking the array, but the difficulty of the array was getting higher and higher, and the efficiency of breaking the array unscathed was greatly reduced. In the peripheral area, a group of people glanced coldly at Zichun, aggressive. The master doesn't care, but we can't just let him slander the master. Yes, the master's reputation is spread far and wide. How can we let a little guy ruin his reputation? Several people in the air said, unwilling to let it go. Zichun swept his gaze across the crowd. His face was expressionless, but he remembered these people, those forces, and those despicable faces. He's just a junior, Lu Mingyong said. What's wrong with a junior? Can a junior slander the master? Geng Jia said. The master has already said so, but he's talking nonsense here. He has ulterior motives, another person in the air said. When did I slander the master? I just felt that there was a chain array here, Zichun said. His voice was still calm. Hey, kid, do you have the right to speak here? A cold voice sounded. It was the Chu family's expert. Forget it. He's just a junior. Come and admit your mistake. Ma Yanqing waved his hand and said disdainfully, Kid, hurry up and thank the master. The master let you go. Quickly come and kowtow and admit your mistake. You're lucky that the master doesn't care about you. Several people in the air had a look of ridicule. Why should I apologize? I'm just saying that maybe I offended the master. Don't slander me, Zichun said. Hey, the master said that there is no chain array here, and you said that there should be one. If you're not questioning the master, what are you? You're refuting the master. Quickly come and admit your mistake. Ma Yanqing also snorted and said, Junior, I wanted to give you a chance, but you didn't take it. There is no chain array here at all, and you still say there is one. Is it intentional? Now, you don't even have the chance to apologize. I think you have ulterior motives. Ma Yanqing's eyes flashed coldly. At the same time, the other people in the air, their eyes were cold, and killing intent was looming. The older generation did not speak. Lu Mingyong and the others did not know what to say at this time. Buzz. Right at this moment, a trembling sound rang out. Streaks of energy surged in front of them. Radiance flickered brilliantly as one formation after another appeared. They overlapped and connected together. Chain formation. The formation army accidentally came into contact with a chain formation and instantly triggered it, causing the formation energy to surge. Furthermore, the formation was very powerful, and the energy surging was even more terrifying. The sudden change caused the formation army to be unable to react in time. They were all swept up by the formation and disappeared. Help! At the same time, miserable cries sounded, extremely mournful. The energy of the formation surged, the aura of destruction rippling out. The expressions of the rest of the formation army changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated with fear on their faces. This is a chain formation. Heavens, there really is a chain formation. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed. When the chain formation appeared, Ma Yanqing's expression instantly turned ugly. He had just announced that there was no chain formation here, but before he could finish his words, the chain formation appeared. His figure flashed, and he flew towards the chain formation. Immediately after, his fingers pointed out again and again, and a stream of energy appeared, hitting every corner of the chain formation. Before, Yukong's eyes were filled with killing intent, but at the moment, he was embarrassed. Without a word, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the chain formation, no longer looking at it coldly. There really is a chain formation. The formation master did not notice it. Could it be that this person's attainment in formation is stronger than the master? Some murmurs sounded. Although it was very soft, everyone could hear it clearly. The older generation looked at Zichan in surprise. Ah, help! Master, save me! In the chain formation, screams continued to sound. These people's attainment in formation was not high, and encountering a chain formation, their survival was not great. The formation was constantly operating, and a terrifying aura circulated, obliterating everything. Ma Yanqing was helpless. Light flashed in his hand, and a few large flags appeared. The flags were engraved with many patterns, and as soon as they appeared, they became several meters in size. These were formation flags, comparable to spirit weapons. After setting up a large formation, their power was stronger than primordial stones. With a move of his mind, the flags flew in all directions. Light flashed and fixed the formation eye. Obviously, he wanted to use the formation flags to forcibly break the formation. Boom! A surge of energy rolled, and the formation flags emitted a dazzling light. They began to forcibly break the formation. On each flag, a terrifying aura emerged. Several spirit weapons combined, and the power was far beyond a spirit weapon, comparable to a forbidden weapon. This chain formation is stronger than the last one. It is very strong, and it is hidden very well. Even the formation master did not notice it. But it was discovered by a little cultivator. Many people looked at Zichan in a different light. You also know formation. Wang Jinwei turned his head and looked at Zichan with a strange look in his eyes. I know a little. Zichan smiled. Oh, what do you mean by a little? Lu Mingyong's eyes lit up. Just a little, but it is not a problem to be able to see that there is a chain formation here. Zichan was not modest. The other Yukong's faces were very ugly. They had been mocking him before. It was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. That's right. He was not sure before, but now that he saw the chain formation appear, he put on a very confident look. Some Yukongs mocked, obviously trying to get back at him. Where did you come from, liar? How dare you talk nonsense here? You are so young, and yet you talk big. Pretending to be a formation master, you are courting death. The few monsters who had endured for a long time finally couldn't help but speak up for their Yukongs. Boom! The flag floated up and down, and rays of light flowed. As soon as the flag appeared, not only did the chain formation not break, but it was even stronger. Ma Yanqing's forehead was already sweating. This was the chain formation that Ma Yanqing had misjudged. It was very strong. As time went by, there were no more miserable cries coming from the formation. Clearly, the formation army had been wiped out. In that case, little friend, do you have a way to break the formation? Wang Jinwei asked when he saw that the chain formation could not be broken. What method does he have? He is just a brat. He was just lucky before. He is a liar. Wang Jinwei, do you really believe that he has a way? They mocked Zichan's Yukongs again. He is about the same age as us. Even if he started studying formations in his mother's womb, it would only be 20-odd years. He probably can't even get started. How can he compare to a formation master? That's right. I think that this person is a liar. He was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Gung Lu and Chu Lai spoke up for their Yukongs. After that, the other demonic geniuses spoke up as well. Formations are a competition of attainments and not age. It is just like how strength is always a competition of combat prowess and not cultivation realm. Zichan smiled coldly and said, it is just like how you all were beaten up like dogs despite your cultivation being higher than a Luo's. It is the same for formations. Brat, you are seeking death. You are reckless. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the demonic geniuses, and a murderous intent surged. Idiot. Your clan has already lost all face, and you still dare to be so arrogant here? Zichen showed some disdain in his eyes. Then, he ignored the demonic geniuses and looked at Wang Zhenwei. Senior, please make a move. Send out a beam of energy 1 meter to the left of the 4 flags. It is just a chain formation. There is no need to fear it. Wang Zhenwei felt stunned, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Then, he followed Zichen's instructions and pointed with his finger. 4 beams of energy instantly landed on the flags without missing a beat. Buzz. A strange scene happened. The moment the 4 beams of energy landed, the chain formation seemed to have its energy cut off. The light dimmed instantly. Furthermore, a hole appeared in the connection between the various formations. Boom. Immediately after that, the light on the flags flowed. Ma Yanqing seized the hole and a terrifying aura surged. The powerful chain formation was instantly broken. Inside the formation, there were corpses all over the ground. None of the people who were swept in earlier survived. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock. When they turned back again, they looked at Zichen with reverence. Clearly, the other party's attainments and formations were no weaker than those of a formation master. Grandmaster is indeed powerful. He broke the chain formation so easily, Gung Lu exclaimed when the chain formation was broken. Indeed, as expected of a grandmaster, such attainments and formations are worthy of my worship. A grandmaster is a grandmaster indeed. He is much better than those little liars. This is the real deal. He is much more useful than some people who just talk. The other demonic geniuses also spoke. However, Yukong did not speak. The demonic geniuses could be so shameless, but the group of Yukong obviously could not. Although they did not understand formations, they also knew that without the 4 beams of energy, Ma Yanqing wanted to break the formation quickly. It was simply a dream. Little kid, you really have good means. It seems that your attainments and formations are very deep. A sect master finally spoke with a faint smile on his face. The other sect masters looked at each other with a kind smile on their faces. It's just, Zichen was very humble. At this moment, Ma Yanqing walked back. His face was very ugly. Because of his carelessness, he caused the formation army to lose a lot of people and lost a lot of face. Say it. What do you want? Another sect master spoke. They were all old monsters. Their hearts were like a mirror. Nothing could be hidden from them. Zichen was so strong, and he spoke at this moment. Obviously, he had more to ask for. If there is something that I need, I want to be the first to choose one. Zichen spoke and did not decline. No. Ma Yanqing's face changed. He was the first to refuse. He said coldly, You really think that your attainments and formations are very deep? Kid, you just cut off the formation's energy. If you don't break the formation in a few breaths, the formation will become stronger again. You want to use this to get the biggest profit for you? It's simply a dream. Ma Yanqing's words made everyone's face change. Obviously, the latter also acknowledged Zichen's attainments and formations at this moment. Chapter 317. That day, Lu Mingyong had used his mace to force back 4 Yukongers and Ancestor Realm Masters. Zichen had a deep impression of him and wanted one even in his dreams. When the time came, he could chase after Yukongers and beat them back or even kill them. And this trip to the ruins was an opportunity to get a pill weapon. Pill weapon? You deserve a pill weapon? Giving you a spiritual weapon is already good enough. Ma Yanqing sneered. Being humiliated by a junior, he didn't like Zichen very much. Oh, then I don't know what Grandmaster's condition is. Could it be that Grandmaster's condition is also a spirit weapon? Zichen was not angry and instead asked, Himph, I'm a formation Grandmaster. What are you? How can you compare to me? Ma Yanqing said with disdain. Pfft, what bullsh asterisk T array formation master? If he could be called a master, the Wuji sect would have had more array formation masters than cow's hair and dog shit. What a boastful junior. He doesn't have the array formation attainments of a master, but he has the style of a master. Elder Hiroshi's disdainful voice sounded in Zichen's mind. If Grandmaster is referring to age, then I admit that I'm not a match for that kid. Zichen smiled indifferently. With Old Mo's command, he naturally wasn't afraid of the other party. Kid, You're questioning my skill. Ma Yanqing's face was ugly, and his eyes were unfriendly. Okay, we can agree to your condition, but you have to show us some ability. Just then, Ancestor Realm Master spoke. That's right, show us some ability. Isn't it just a pill weapon? If there isn't one in the ruins, my Lu family can give you one. The Lu family expert also said. This time, it showed the foundation of a big family. As a refining family, the Lu family gave away a pill weapon just like that. Thank you for your trust, Senior. I'll show you my incompetence. Zichun cupped his fists and bowed to the Lu family expert. He could already tell that the other party's voice was the same old voice that warned him for the first time in Yongqi City. That day, he had dealt with two monstrous geniuses. After that, the two forces didn't find trouble with him. It must have something to do with the old man. Go. The Lu family expert waved his hand. As for the others, they had mocking expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe that this brat had the ability to break through the formation. Zichun was startled and hesitated. What's wrong? Could it be that you forgot how to break the formation? A genius sneered. My strength is too weak, and it will take me a long time to break the formation. In order to speed up the process, can I borrow a few people to help me break the formation? Zichun ignored the others and looked at the expert from the Lu clan. Humph, Ma Yanqing snorted. Apart from him, anyone else is fine. The expert from the Lu clan pointed at Ma Yanqing, smiling in a very friendly manner. All right then, I'll have to trouble the three of you. Zichun had already thought of the candidates. They were Wang Zhenwei, Lu Mingyong, and Qi Qingqiu. Zichun had a good impression of these three people, and they had all saved him before. All right, then let's follow this young master to challenge the Butcher's Array formation, joked Wang Zhenwei. Little master, you have to do your best. The other two also walked out with faint smiles on their faces. Thank you. Zichun thanked them and strode forward, walking towards the array formation. Can he really do it? Can he really break the formation? Who knows? He shouldn't be too bad. He contributed a lot to breaking the chain formation just now. The crowd whispered as they looked at the young little grandmaster. Zichun stepped forward and looked at the array formation. He couldn't understand it at first, so Elder Hiroshi transmitted his spiritual sense to him, teaching him how to break the formation. 1 meter ahead, there's an array base. Destroy it directly. You have to use a lot of strength. 3 meters to the left, there's another one. Destroy it with a single blow. 15 meters ahead, in the center. Release a beam of energy, but don't explode. In his mind, Elder Hiroshi explained in detail, introducing every point. Zichun listened quietly and memorized it. What is he doing? Why isn't he breaking the formation? That's right. Isn't he very strong? Why is he standing there like a fool? Seeing that Zichun wasn't moving, the few monsters also spoke out in dissatisfaction. Are you idiots? Don't you know that you have to observe the formation first to break it? A sarcastic voice sounded. Wangshan, what do you mean? The few monsters glared at each other. What I mean is that you guys are already shameless. Don't make a fuss here, lest you embarrass yourselves. You don't even know basic common sense. You'll be laughed at if you say something like that. Wang Shan's words angered them, but they didn't say anything else because the eyes of their elders were obviously much colder. After Elder Hiroshi finished explaining in detail, Zichun also explained in detail to the three of them. The three of them nodded repeatedly with a faint smile on their faces. They were very cooperative. When I say start, the three of you will attack immediately, Zichun said. All right, little master, just say the word. In Zichun's hand, a bright light flashed and a spear appeared. It was an ordinary weapon, and in the next moment, Zichun threw it out. It was like a bolt of lightning, whistling through the air as it flew forward. Seeing Zichun's method of breaking the formation, Ma Yanqing sneered and heaved a sigh of relief. Idiot, how can you break the formation like that? Little master, I think you're a liar. Let's see how you'll die later. Bang! As the long spear fell to the ground, there was a loud sound. In the next moment, a formation appeared and rays of light rose from the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the first formation appeared, another formation followed closely behind. It flickered with brilliance and was tightly connected to the first formation. Energy surged and the aura was boundless. Then, the third formation appeared, and an even more violent fluctuation appeared. This is a chain formation. Another chain formation. Exclamations came from afar. One formation after another appeared, forming a chain formation. Ma Yanqing's face turned ugly again. The monstrous geniuses no longer spoke. Break the formation. At this moment, Zichen's indifferent voice sounded. Hum. The light trembled, and the three of them attacked with all their strength. The aura around them surged, and they attacked. Like sword chi, the attacks varied in strength and were scattered in various places. Some were full of destructive aura and exploded as soon as they fell. Some were very solid, but they were not released. Some were extremely sharp and directly pierced through the formation. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, a dazzling light appeared. Following that, a terrifying energy surged, filled with a tyrannical aura. Boom, boom. There was a sound of explosion. In the chain formation, the formations exploded one by one, and the energy was raging. After a few consecutive explosions, the entire formation was completely shattered, and the chain formation was broken. Everyone was stunned, and no one said anything. In just a few breaths of time, he broke a chain formation. Such means was simply much stronger than Ma Yanqing. Master. He's really a master. How old is he? His attainments in formations are so profound. He's a master of formations at such a young age. It's not an exaggeration to call him Little Master. Everyone was incomparably shocked as they witnessed a young great master. Ma Yanqing's face was gloomy to the extreme. He was still laughing at Yi Shiwen's method of breaking the formation. The geniuses remained silent too. Haha, you're really a little master. You didn't ask for much. If we get an elixir weapon, we can give you one. Not bad. It's not an exaggeration to call you little master. The ancestral masters laughed heartily. Obviously, they were very satisfied with Zichen's means. Seniors, you're flattering me. I hope you can keep your promise. Zichen said. Don't worry. It's just an elixir weapon. As long as we can go deeper. A ancestral master said. Then let's start breaking the formation. With two masters here, it'll be faster. After that, Zichen led the three of them to break the formation with Ma Yanqing. Ma Yanqing's attainments in formations were very good. The few flags were even more extraordinary. As they rolled, the formations exploded one by one. As long as it wasn't a chain formation, it was easy for Ma Yanqing to break it. Bang, bang. However, in comparison, Zichen's speed was faster and simpler. As soon as he finished speaking, the few of them just needed to release their energy. And every time, Zichen could accurately find the formation base, the weakest point of the formation, and break it directly. The outer array formation was quickly broken. The group entered the ruins. After more than a month, the formation here was restored again. The two of them needed to break it. The ancient giant was nowhere to be found. Bang, bang. The sound of the formation exploding was constantly heard, spreading throughout the ruins. The first level of the ruins was also broken by the two of them. Then, they entered the second level. There was nothing here. The few major forces had gained a lot last time, but at the last moment, they lured out an ancient giant. Bang, bang, roar. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. The rolling sound was like a sharp blade, stimulating the mind. With a tap of his foot, Zichen abruptly retreated backward. Boom! Just as he retreated, a terrifying energy fluctuation appeared from where he was standing. If Zichen was still there, he would definitely be crushed by the energy. Old thing. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at Ma Yanqing again and sneered. At the same time, he retreated quickly. With a roar, a huge monster appeared. It was the ancient giant, tall and full of beast hair. Boom! The moment the formation broke and the other party appeared, he raised his foot and stomped. Waves of energy surged, and a violent aura spread. Ha! Wang Zhenwei shouted. Red light flashed around his body like a burning flame. He was a member of the Wang family, but he didn't practice the Yunxia secret technique. Instead, he practiced another secret technique, which was very powerful. He threw a palm forward, and the red light flashed like a burning flame. Get lost. Qingqiu didn't dare to show weakness. Black light lingered around his body, and a huge, sharp blade appeared in front of him, cutting towards the giant. A big stick appeared in Lu Mingyong's hand. He swung it forward, and ripples appeared in the space. Roar! The ancient giant roared, and the aura around him became even more tyrannical. With a stomp of his foot, the void seemed to be about to shatter. With a loud bang, he stomped on Wang Xinwei's palm imprint. The powerful force of the palm imprint caused Wang Xinwei to stagger. Puff. Chapter 318. The club fell, causing the stone room to shake. It landed on the giant's body with a dull thud. The giant let out a roar and took a few steps back. Everyone around was shocked. This was the attack of 3 peak Zephyr Realm experts. It was powerful and terrifying, but the 3 of them together couldn't kill the ancient giant, only slightly injuring it. Roar! The giant roared. Its voice was like thunder, shaking people's souls. Many people covered their ears and fell to the ground. This was a terrifying existence. Its strength was strong, and its defense was also shocking. Pong! Pong! The 3 of them exchanged a glance and made their moves successively, striking out one powerful attack after another. The entire second floor was trembling, origin energy surging ceaselessly like landslides and tsunamis. Zichen hid in the distance and watched this scene in shock. The ancient giant was still very powerful. Every attack made the ground tremble. The terrifying energy filled the second floor. At the same time, he didn't let his guard down. When he was breaking the matrix, Ma Yanqing wanted to kill him several times. The last time, she even guided the energy in the matrix to charge at him. If it wasn't for Elder Hiroshi's timely warning, he would have died. Old thing. Zichun cursed in his heart. Ma Yanqing, on the other hand, was looking at Zichen with a provocative gaze. The giant was very strong. The more he fought, the braver he became. Every step he took made the ground tremble. His violent aura surged. His every attack was terrifying. Ordinary Zephyr Realm experts couldn't even take one attack. The 3 Zephyr Realm experts didn't want to be outdone. They kept using their killing moves. Brilliant light surged. Boundless energy filled the surroundings. More people retreated in shock. The aftermath of the energy here was enough to kill them. More and more wounds appeared on the giant's body. The 3 of them were very strong, but it was obviously impossible to kill it in a short time. Moreover, as the wounds on his body worsened, the giant became more violent. Every attack carried the sound of wind and thunder. Finish the battle quickly. Seeing that the battle was going to drag on indefinitely, the Lu clan expert suddenly spoke. Okay. Lu Mingyong nodded. His aura changed again. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He shouted, "Step back." Wang Xinwei and Qingqiu immediately retreated. Without the slightest hesitation, they unleashed an attack that repelled the giant and left the battle. Then, black light surged in Lu Mingyong's hand. It was like a demonic aura lingering around it. A ferocious wolf fang weapon appeared, exuding a powerful aura. Pill weapon. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even some of the sect leaders were shaken by what they saw. This was the work that the Lu family was most satisfied with in the past 1,000 years. It was very powerful. Back then, Lu Mingyong had used the mace to force back the martial ancestor. Zichen's eyes blazed. It was this spiked club that had given him the idea of obtaining a pill weapon. If he had such a Dan weapon, which Yukong expert would be able to hunt him down. Whenever he met them, he would beat them to death. Roar! As soon as the pill weapon appeared, the giant seemed to sense danger. It let out a low roar, and its crimson eyes became even crazier, as if it had lost all reason. Amidst the trembling sounds, he rushed towards Lu Mingyong. With a stomp of his large foot, heaven and earth trembled. A tyrannical aura circulated as he unleashed a crazy attack. Die! Lu Mingyong took a step forward with the wolf fang weapon in his hand. The wolf fang mace in his hand flickered with black light as he ruthlessly smashed it forward. Black light scattered, as if a black dragon was born. A tyrannical aura surged, tearing the space apart as a powerful aura erupted. Bang! The powerful attack landed on the giant's body. The crisp sound of bones breaking instantly rang out, and a large amount of blood splattered. A surge of energy flooded the second floor, and such a huge force caused the giant to retreat continuously. It let out a roar. Rumble. The terrifying energy spread, and the second floor began to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the walls, spreading like a spider web. But then, rays of light appeared, dispersing that huge force. The cracks slowly disappeared. The entire historical remnant was a grand formation. At this moment, the formation had been activated. The ancient giant coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Its chest had caved in, and its hands were deformed. Its crimson eyes were filled with madness. It had completely lost all reason. Roar! It let out another roar and charged at Lu Mingyong, unleashing its most powerful attack. Tyrannical energy swept forward like a stormy sea. At the same time, the mace in Lu Mingyong's hand was raised once more. A pitch-black light appeared, and he ruthlessly struck out. Pooh! Pong! Two loud sounds rang out. Under the mace, a black dragon appeared. Its aura was terrifying, and it smashed the giant's head in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, and the giant collapsed to the ground, its life force fading away. A one-hit kill. Lu Mingyong's mace almost slipped out of his hand. The web between his thumb and forefinger was split, and traces of blood flowed out. He retreated 7 or 8 steps, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His face was deathly pale. The giant's final attack was extremely terrifying. If he didn't have a pill weapon, the one to die would definitely be him. Everyone's expression changed. Even Lu Mingyong, who possessed a pill weapon, was injured. This ancient giant's strength really couldn't be underestimated. Everyone's hearts seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow. The second floor already had such a terrifying giant. Then what about the next floor? Continue breaking the formation. The ancestral master-level expert furrowed his brows, but he remained calm. Zichun and Ma Yanqing continued to break the formations. The latter's eyes flickered coldly. She was warning them. This time, Zichun was much more cautious. He stayed far away from the formations and only commanded from a distance. Lu Mingyong was injured, so he temporarily retreated. 3 meters to the left, release a beam of energy. 2 meters to the right, don't explode. Zichun commanded from a distance. He didn't know anything about formations, so he couldn't use them to counterattack. The only thing he could do was dodge. Elder Imo could, but he couldn't do it himself. He had to tell Zichun. If Zichun told the two of them, they would definitely be on guard. Rumble. Rumbling sounds rang out as one formation after another was broken. The two of them were extremely fast, displaying the style of grandmasters. As expected of grandmasters, their formation breaking speed is actually so fast. It seems the formations are about to be broken. It's hard to imagine that such a small place would have so many grand formations. The two of them had already broken through dozens of formations consecutively. During this period, Ma Yanqing had wanted to do something else several times, but the two of them were standing in front of Zichun. Dozens of formations were broken, but the passageway to the third level still did not appear. Everyone was shocked. The more formations there were, the harder it was to break through. That filled everyone with anticipation. If the second floor already had a spirit weapon, then what would the third floor have? A pill weapon? Quite a few people's eyes were already blazing with desire. Bang! Bang! The formations exploded, and energy surged. After another dozen formations had been broken, the passage to the third floor finally appeared in front of them. It's open, it's open! Everyone cried out and rushed forward. They were extremely excited, as if they had already seen a pill weapon. When the passageway appeared, Ma Yanqing swept a cold glance at Zichun, then turned and entered the passageway. Qi Qingqiu and Wang Junwei also entered, followed by Zichun. After the three of them, the others entered one after another. They were all very anxious. The third floor wasn't like the stone rooms on the second floor. It was spacious, like an empty space. There were no stone rooms at all. Walking through the passage, they felt a chilling, killing intent that made their hearts tremble. How can this be? Ma Yanqing was the first to enter. Seeing all this, her expression changed instantly. Qi Qingqiu and Wang Junwei followed closely. When they saw the third floor, they were also stunned. They looked ahead in confusion. Zichun quickly appeared. As he looked, he saw stone statues. They were all emitting chilling killing intent. They were lined up neatly, like a well-trained army that had been baptized by the flames of war. The killing intent surging around them made people's hearts tremble. But other than that, there was nothing else. The entire third floor was filled with stone statues. Row after row, pairs after pairs, countless of them. Why is it like this? Looking at these stone statues, Ma Yanqing's face was filled with disbelief. She was very shocked, but more than that, there was a pained expression in her eyes. It was as if her most precious thing had been stolen away. There are so many stone statues here. They don't look ordinary. Other than stone statues, there's nothing else. Why is it like this? What about pill weapons? Even if there aren't any pill weapons, spiritual weapons would be fine. Why are there so many useless stone statues? Everyone came in one after another. After seeing all this, they all exclaimed in disappointment. These stone statues are strange. Only the master-level cultivators frowned. They could tell that these stone statues weren't simple. Damn it. Why is it like this? Just then, Ma Yanqing let out a hysterical roar. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Master, what's going on? Is there something wrong with these stone statues? Someone asked in the air. Stone statues? How are these stone statues? These are huge treasures. Ma Yanqing lost control of her emotions. Treasures? Everyone was startled. No matter how they looked, they were just stone statues. What did they have to do with treasures? Many people looked towards Zichun, but the latter was also startled. Clearly, he didn't know what the stone statues had to do with treasures. Little master, are these stone statues really treasures? Someone asked. Obviously, they thought that Zichun was easier to talk to than Ma Yanqing. Zichun was startled. He was also asking Oldemo. The latter hadn't told him yet. He doesn't know shit. Ma Yanqing sneered. She still looked pained. This is the biggest treasure I've found so far. But unfortunately, no one can take it away without mastering the soul lock. Soul lock? Everyone was startled. Obviously, they didn't know what it was. Yes, this is a very powerful formation with incredible power. It can seal the divine soul of an expert and petrify him, as if he has fallen into a deep sleep. He is immortal and indestructible, Ma Yanqing said. She was still very excited. What? It can seal the soul? You mean, these stone statues are all made of living people? At this moment, even the master-level cultivators couldn't stay calm. If these stone statues were all experts when they were alive, then they could take these stone statues away and use them as a foundation. And if every one of them was an expert, then how many experts were there in front of them? There were hundreds or thousands of them. Chapter 319. Swoosh. A figure flashed and rushed towards the statue. Swoosh. Swoosh. Immediately after, another two figures appeared. They were extremely fast, and their target was the statue. Don't attack! Ma Yanqing exclaimed, but it was obviously too late. The one who attacked was Yukong, and his speed was extremely fast. He arrived in front of the statue in the blink of an eye. He reached out his hand to grab the statue. Light flashed, and he was about to put it away. But in the next moment, the statue started to change. The petrified skin slowly disappeared, as if a powerful warrior had suddenly awakened. The ancient spear in his hand flashed and pierced towards Yukong's chest like a poisonous dragon. Puff. Yukong sensed the danger and immediately retreated. At the same time, he shot out a light beam. With a light sound, the light beam was pierced through by the spear. Blood splashed out as the spear pierced through one of Yukong's palms, leaving a bloody hole. The three of them retreated, and their faces changed drastically. One of them was injured, and the other two were also embarrassed by the sudden attack of the statue. The statue turned into a man, and a powerful aura surged around his body. His hollow eyes were as dark as the abyss, and his face was expressionless. The long spear in his hand shone with a cold light, emitting an ancient aura. The statue turned into a living person, which made everyone's face change. They felt that it was unbelievable. Moreover, it pierced through Yukong's palms in one strike. These statues were all powerful warriors when they were alive, and they were sealed with the soul lock technique. They are immortal and have great battle power. We can't underestimate them. If we don't know the soul lock technique, we won't be able to take them away. Once we get close, they will wake up. Ma Yanqing said, full of regret and disappointment. Actually, he didn't need to say it. Everyone had already felt it. Moreover, the ancient spear in the statue's hand was actually an ancient weapon, which made everyone even more surprised. Soul lock technique, it really is the soul lock technique. If we know this technique, we can take these warriors away. This is equivalent to an army. Inside the Tai Chi diagram, Oldemo also let out a low sigh. Oldemo, even you don't know the soul lock technique? Zichen asked. In his heart, Oldemo was omnipotent. I know a little bit about it. Using my powerful soul force, I can also collect a statue for you. However, I clearly can't do anything right now. A flaw has appeared in the divine forbidden soul lock, causing them to lose a lot of soul force. It seems like my previous guess wasn't wrong. Someone has arrived here before us. Soul power loss. Could it be that this isn't their greatest strength? Zichen asked. That's right. They lost a lot of their soul power. Elder Emo said, if they didn't lose their soul power, their strength should be at the spirit origin realm. What? Spirit origin realm? That means these are all flying. Zichen's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Then, like Ma Yanqing, he looked extremely distressed. There were so many of them that they seemed to form an army. Furthermore, they were all flying in the air. It was simply unbelievable. If he could control such an army, who would dare to provoke him in the southern region? A true energy realm army is gone just like that. Everyone sighed and felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also many rogue cultivators who were gloating. They would never be able to obtain such a thing. It was better to lose it. At this moment, what they cared about was the ancient weapons in the hands of these statues. Those were weapons that were comparable to spiritual weapons and were most suitable for close combat. What true energy realm? When they were alive, their strength was at the spirit origin realm. Every one of them was flying in the air. It's just that they lost their soul power that lowered their cultivation. Ma Yanqing said, what? Every one of them was flying in the air? At this moment, even the sovereign-level experts' faces changed drastically. If every one of them was flying, then with so many experts, they would be able to slaughter a large force. No wonder Ma Yanqing said that this was a huge treasure. Once all of them were collected, they could be used as a foundation. That's right. A complete soul lock won't lose soul power. There should be someone who came here first and activated the array here. Ma Yanqing said another important piece of news. Someone came here first. The crowd seemed to have exploded. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. There were layers of arrays here and danger lurked everywhere. Someone could actually come here first. The sect masters' faces changed again. It was the same as the Liu family's guess. Someone came here with the correct route. These statues can't be used by us anymore. We have to destroy them. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Ma Yanqing said and retreated. At this moment, the statues changed. The petrified skin disappeared and was replaced by experts. They were well-trained and held ancient weapons in their hands. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. The moment they appeared, they didn't attack the crowd. Instead, they held their ancient weapons and charged at the crowd. Their long spears moved forward and killing intent filled the air. At this moment, everyone seemed to have merged into one. There were no flaws. Damn it, this is a joint attack array. Let's end this quickly. Ma Yanqing's face changed and retreated even further. They seemed to have turned into a long spear. Their killing intent surged as they rushed forward. Their eyes were empty, but every step was in sync. They were well-trained. When their steps landed, the ground shook. It was like a long spear was moving. Their killing intent was bone-chilling. Kill. One of them rushed forward. His aura filled the air. He rose into the air, wanting to jump behind the crowd and kill them. But the long spear twisted in the air, and a strange force appeared. It was as if the air was restricted. Umidare's body fell and met with several ancient weapons. Pooh! Pooh! In an instant, At least 7 to 8 sounds were heard. Several ancient weapons pierced through Umadere's body. The latter's eyes were filled with shock as his body fell backward. In a single exchange, Yukong died. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and their hearts trembled. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, when the joint attack array is fully activated, no one will be able to survive. Zichen also shouted and retreated further. This was what Oldemo said. Such a joint attack array was extraordinary. Kill, the array master said. Naturally, it wouldn't be fake. Shouts and murderous intent surged. Beautiful attacks soared into the sky. Everyone rushed towards the stone statues. The joint attack array was very terrifying. These true energy boundary stone statues wielding ancient weapons charged forward. They were like sharp spears that cut through everything. In an instant, it was unknown how many people's hearts were pierced. Their eyes were empty as they charged forward. They were invincible. If a human blocked their path, they would kill a god. Miserable screams rang out. No one could block the stone statue's charge. The scene was completely one-sided. Broken limbs, blood, and bones were everywhere. It was like a tragedy. The long spear twisted in the air, causing space to twist. A strange force spread out. One after another, Umadere descended and met the ancient weapons. The ancient weapons suddenly trembled, sending out some kind of vibration. In an instant, the spirit weapons collapsed. Then, the ancient weapons pierced through Umadere's body. Not only did they know a joint attack array, they also knew a terrifying spear art. With several of them working together, even Umadere would die. Use force to break force. Don't hold back. Attack head-on. Don't use tricks. Zichen shouted and retreated further. He couldn't interfere in this kind of battle. He would most likely be pierced by the long spear in one move. Wong. With a light tremble, a wolf-tooth club soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Black light lingered around it, like a black dragon had been born. It ruthlessly smashed towards the stone statues below. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the entire space of the third floor trembled. The ferocious wolf-fang weapon was extremely powerful. The moment it fell, it shattered the joint attack. Then, the big cudgel fell and smashed 5 stone statues. Pong! Pong! They had already transformed into human form, but their bodies were like stone statues. They instantly exploded and turned into dust, dissipating into thin air. At the same time, their ancient weapons also turned into dust. Pooh! A spirit weapon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Like a bolt of lightning, it chopped off the head of a stone statue expert. In the next moment, the stone statue also dissipated, turning into dust. Even the ancient weapon in its hand disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was understandable that the stone statue turned into dust, but the ancient weapon was a weapon. How could it disappear with it? After the baptism of time and the erosion of the soul lock, these ancient weapons can survive as long as their masters. Ma Yanqing explained, the spear will exist if the master is alive. If the master is dead, the spear will be destroyed. This was a bitter battle. The stone statues were revived and turned into experts. They knew how to use joint attack formations and powerful spear techniques. Their power was peerless, and in a single exchange, even Yukong would fall. The moment the battle started, it was a one-sided battle. Fortunately, the major forces came this time and made ample preparations. The moment the wolf-tooth weapon appeared, another alchemy weapon soared into the sky, descending with a terrifying aura. In the battle, there were cultivators dying at every moment. Everyone blushed with shame. These were stone statues that had lost their soul power. If they didn't lose their soul power, they would only be waiting for destruction. Wong. The void trembled again, and another alchemy weapon appeared. It was like a fire dragon surging, rushing into the stone statues. Several alchemy weapons appeared, but they couldn't suppress these stone statues. There were too many of them. With several of them working together, they could even kill Yukong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of silver light flashed as Ma Yanqing threw out a few more huge flags. They danced in the air, floating up and down, forming a destructive formation that swept away a wave of stone statues. Afterward, a destructive energy surged out from the formation, turning the stone statues into ashes one after another, and the ancient weapons disappeared. This was a terrifying scene. More than 10 stone statue experts had been killed. Ma Yanqing had shown the world the power of a formation master. Ma Yanqing snorted and glanced at Zichun disdainfully. The flags rolled up again, and he controlled them with his mind from afar. The others also looked at Zichun. He was a little master, and his attainment in formations was not much weaker than Ma Yanqing. Everyone hoped that he could show some tricks. Chapter 320. Waves of killing intent gushed forth. Over 10 stone statues formed a joint attack formation that was extremely powerful. Their spear light fused together, transforming into a gigantic spear that shone with resplendent light as it pierced forward, exuding boundless might, capable of destroying everything. Wherever it passed, cultivators fell to the ground. Among them, 2 of Yukong's experts had died. But in the next moment, a dazzling light appeared. Streaks of energy attacks advanced according to Zichen's command, landing on the 3 stone statues. The energy was berserk. Boom! The energy exploded, causing the 3 stone statue experts to suddenly slow down. They were powerless to continue, and the light of their spears dimmed. It was as if their life gate had been struck. The combined attack was instantly broken, and the sharp spear was powerless to continue. Its light dimmed, and then it dissipated. At the same time, the combined attack of the stone statue experts was also broken. Without the combined attack formation, without the harmonious aura, these stone statues were just ordinary true energy boundary martial artists with spear arts battle skills. They could be easily killed by true energy boundary martial artists. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged, and a spirit weapon appeared. It was over 10 meters long and emitted a dazzling light. Under Yukong's control, it flew forward like a bolt of lightning. Like cutting melons and cutting grass, everything became simple. Above the spirit weapon, there was boundless power. More than 10 stone statues had their heads chopped off in an instant. At this moment, Yukong displayed the power of a true energy boundary expert, instantly slaughtering a wave of stone statue experts. Such a scene shocked everyone. Compared to Ma Yanqing's slaughter, Zichun was clearly more powerful. He directly broke through the formation, and it was very easy. His speed was even faster than Ma Yanqing's. 1st, 6th, 15th. Zichun shouted. With a thought, he commanded the others to attack. This time, a wave of over 20 stone statue experts charged forward. A dazzling light appeared once more, striking a specific location. Energy surged, and another combined attack was broken. Then Yukong attacked, his spirit weapon annihilating everything. Both man and weapon were destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded. In just a few breaths of time, Zichun had broken through 2 joint attacks. His efficiency was too high. Everyone looked at Zichun with admiration. As expected of a Grandmaster Array Master, he actually had such means. Boom! Compared to Zichun, Ma Yanqing was a bit weak. Although the formation formed by the flag was very terrifying and could destroy a dozen statues at a time, the efficiency was too slow. In an instant, Zichun stole the limelight. Brat, don't be complacent. I'll think of a way to kill you later. Ma Yanqing's face was gloomy. Cold light flashed in his eyes. Some evil thoughts were brewing in his heart. He already had the intention to kill. Continue breaking the formation, Zichun shouted. Beside him, there were many true energy realm cultivators and a few zephyrs. True energy realm cultivators were in charge of breaking the formation, while zephyrs were in charge of killing them. Zichun hid behind them and commanded them. The division of labor was clear. Pooh, pooh. There were so many statues that it was like an army. At this moment, a fierce battle broke out. All the statues moved, and a black mass rolled forward, reaping one life after another. They were expressionless and didn't feel pain. They pressed forward and killed all those who blocked their way. Zichun could only pay attention to one direction. There were more statues rushing toward the crowd and toward the major forces. Buzz, buzz. Light flashed and the void trembled. At this moment, another alchemy weapon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, Spirit weapons soared into the sky, displaying infinite power. The stone statues were collapsing, and the man weapons disappeared, turning into ashes. At the same time, human cultivators were also pierced. The casualties continued to appear, and the blood had already gathered into a small river. Boom! In the end, even the Grandmasters made a move. A huge hand appeared, destroying everything, emitting a terrifying aura. The stone statues displayed an unparalleled joint attack technique. A mere true energy realm cultivator was able to suppress so many spirit origin realm cultivators. If the major powers hadn't been prepared and brought alchemy weapons, there would have been even more casualties. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours. The entire stone statue army was destroyed, turning into dust. Many human corpses were lying on the ground, with broken limbs and blood flowing like rivers. Among them, there were even more rogue cultivators who died. It was simply a scene of hell on earth, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There was nothing else on the 3rd floor, only these stone statues. They were the greatest treasures on this floor, but unfortunately, no one knew how to seal the soul, so they could only destroy these stone statues. There was no restriction here, nor was there anything else. After destroying the stone statues, the group carefully entered the 4th floor. The 4th floor's space was a bit smaller than the 3rd floor, but the air contained an austere killing intent that was almost tangible. When the group entered, the first thing they saw were 8 simple stone statues. They were very tall, and they were lined up in a row, surrounded by austere killing intent. If the previous stone statues formed an army, then the 8 stone statues in front of them were the generals of the army. 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues. Seeing the 8 stone statues, Ma Yanqing's face turned even uglier, and his heart ached even more. What? These are 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues? When the others heard this, their faces changed drastically, and their hearts trembled. Even some of the Grandmasters were the same. Sigh, what a pity. I've lost a lot of my soul power, and my cultivation level has dropped. It's like flying now. Ma Yanqing shook his head, his eyes filled with regret. Look, there's a stone door behind the stone statues. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. Everyone looked up and saw a stone door behind the 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues. The stone door was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, and it was tightly shut. The Grandmaster-level stone statues were like guards, standing in a row outside the stone door. Oh my God! 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues guarding the door. What a grand scene. Could it be that the butcher's inheritance is behind the stone door? The crowd cried out in surprise. Everyone's gaze became fervent. After entering the 4th floor, they finally saw the stone door. Moreover, it was a Grandmaster-level stone statue guarding the door, which inevitably made people daydream. It's very possible. At this moment, Ma Yanqing's expression could not remain calm. Even if there was no butcher's inheritance behind the stone door, there must be something extremely valuable. Everyone was tempted. But before that, they had to deal with these stone statues. Sigh, what a pity. If there's no one here, we can take a stone statue. Old Emo sighed. Zichen also felt that it was a pity. These were 8 Grandmaster-level stone statues. Even if they transformed into flying, they were still a powerful force, and could be used as a trump card. At this moment, one of them attacked from afar, intending to shatter the stone statue. Clang! But when the attack hit the stone statue, it caused sparks to fly. The stone statue was indestructible, and the spiritual weapon could not break it. It's useless. This is the Divine Seal Soul Lock technique. Even an elixir weapon cannot break it. Ma Yanqing reminded. The spiritual weapon's attack triggered the array, and the stone statue lit up with rays of light. The stone statue's petrified skin disappeared, and the stone statue was revived. They were all Grandmasters when they were alive. Their soul power had been lost, and their combat power was equivalent to flying. But the weapons in their hands were real elixir weapons, and they emitted a terrifying aura that stirred up the space. Elixir weapons, that's an elixir weapon. The faces of the experts changed. 8 Grandmasters with elixir weapons were extremely terrifying. If they mastered the art of joint attack, they would be invincible. The people from the major forces all retreated subconsciously, leaving the battlefield to the sect masters of the major forces. Now, it was time for them to act. Only they were capable of destroying these stone statues. Buzz. A tall and mighty old man walked out. His eyes were like cold lightning, and a terrifying aura surged around him. He took a step forward, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. His aura surged, and it was as if the mountains were collapsing. The fourth level began to tremble violently as a terrifying might swept out. The Grandmaster level aura swept out, filling the sky. No one could withstand the terrifying pressure, and everyone retreated in fear. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook, and an unparalleled energy circulated, forming a sky-covering palm print. It was as black as ink, and a destructive aura surged. It appeared in the air and fell down. Clang. The elixir weapon let out a dragon's roar, and it was like a dragon coming out of the sea, bringing with it endless waves. The long spear rose up like a dragon, shining with silver light, and rushed towards the palm print. Rumble. The stone statue was a grandmaster when he was alive, and he had incredible strength. His eyes were empty, but his combat power was still terrifying. The long spear collided with the palm print, causing a huge tremor. The destructive aura burst out, and the palm print was destroyed. A ray of silver light returned from the sky, turning into a long spear. It was shining with silver light and was grabbed by the stone statue. Swish. At this moment, another stone statue moved. It was like a ray of light, holding a long sword in its hand, and piercing towards the Grandmaster level, showing the power of man and sword as one. A large flame appeared, causing the void to collapse. This was fire, and it burned everything. It filled the sky and attacked the stone statue. The Grandmasters of the Li family had made their move. At this moment, all the stone statues moved, showing their fierce attacks. At the same time, the Grandmasters also made their moves. They were powerful, and they represented the strongest combat power in the southern region. Once they attacked, no one could stop them. Destructive aura surged, and explosions sounded. The whole space seemed to be shattered, and the situation was like the sky was falling. Everyone, including Zichen, was dumbstruck. An ancestor-level cultivator was indeed terrifying. Even with a pill weapon, they might not be able to suppress him. Rumble. Boundlessly fire surged, and instantly swallowed the stone statue holding the sword. The terrifyingly fire burned everything, and the stone statue only lasted for a few breaths before dissipating. Everyone was shocked. The Li family's fire was indeed terrifying. At the same time, the other Grandmasters also used their terrifying combat skills to destroy the stone statues, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The 8 stone statues were destroyed one after another, and they disappeared into dust. The elixir weapon also turned into dust. Just as the destructive energy dissipated, many figures suddenly rushed out, like rays of light, and flew towards the stone gate. Buzz! But before they reached the stone gate, there was a flash of light, and a huge array suddenly appeared, directly sweeping them away. Without a sound, without even a scream, the group disappeared without a trace. There's an array in front of the stone gate. Someone cried out in alarm, and many people flew back with lingering fear in their hearts. Chapter 321. The stone statue was killed and turned into ashes, leaving behind an empty stone gate. Many rogue cultivators turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. But then, a large array appeared and flashed, sucking those rogue cultivators into it. Silently, without even having the time to scream, they all died. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Ma Yanqing sneered, and the disdain in his eyes became stronger. Zichen, on the other hand, was expressionless. These rogue cultivators were too impatient. Even if there was something behind the stone door, it was not something they could get their hands on. The faster they ran, the less likely they would gain. Idiot, you only know how to fight. You deserve to die. The experts of the major forces sneered with disdain. Masters, please break the array. Someone stepped forward and said respectfully. Along the way, regardless of whether it was Zichen or Ma Yanqing, They both displayed extremely great attainments in array formations, making people admire them. It's just an array formation. Watch me. Ma Yanqing snorted arrogantly. I can break the array, but Zichun hesitated and said, it's just a promise. Haha, little master, don't worry. If there are any elixir weapons, you can be the first to pick one. If there aren't any, the Liu family is willing to give you one. The lord of the Liu family smiled and said, little master, please do it. His joking words caused a burst of chuckles. So far, everyone was in a relaxed mood. Zichun stepped forward and looked at the open space in front of the stone gate. He frowned slightly. Elder Imo hadn't said anything yet. Obviously, he hadn't thought of a way to break the array. Zichun didn't say anything, and no one dared to refute. As for some monsters, they didn't even dare to speak. They were monsters, but compared to an array master, they were nothing. Humph, you're dumbfounded. Ma Yanqing snorted coldly. Light flickered around his body, and 4 large flags appeared. Light flickered and fixed the 4 directions. Buzz. The array that had just disappeared appeared again. It rolled up a wave of energy and spread in all directions, colliding with the flags. Boom. It was like the collision of heavenly thunder, making a deafening sound. Terrifying energy surged and boundless chi raged. Ma Yanqing's face instantly paled. Her expression kept changing, and then she coughed up blood. The radiance of the 4 flags in the air also dimmed, and they kept trembling as if they were about to be swept away by the array. Everyone's expression changed. The array formation grandmaster coughed up blood in a single exchange. Clearly, the power of this array formation was extraordinary. Freeze. Ma Yanqing's expression was very ugly. Just now, he had boasted that it would be a piece of cake, but now, he was seriously injured. He felt like he couldn't keep his face. He let out a roar, and the light around him flickered again. Another 4 formation flags appeared, stabilizing the surroundings. Zichun didn't move because Elder Hiroshi didn't give him any instructions. He just pretended to look at the array formation and revealed a contemplative expression. Buzz. The formation trembled and circulated with terrifying energy. It was like a large millstone, crushing in all directions. Every time it came into contact with the formation, it would release a rumbling sound and ripple with a terrifying aura. Pooh! The powerful might of the formation caused Ma Yanqing to vomit blood again, and his face became even uglier. The array formation grandmaster coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and everyone was worried. This array formation was very terrifying, and Ma Yanqing couldn't do it alone. Looking at the little grandmaster again, he didn't intend to make a move. Use force to break force. Ma Yanqing shouted, and his spiritual sense activated the array flag. The dim array flag lit up again, and the brilliance was dazzling. At the same time, a destructive aura emerged from the array flag and rushed toward the array. The 2 energies collided constantly, making a rumbling sound. Pooh! Ma Yanqing coughed up blood for the 3rd time, and his figure couldn't help but retreat. The power of the array formation was too terrifying, and he couldn't resist it. In all directions, the formation flags were trembling, and they could be swept away by the array at any time. Ma Yanqing resisted with all his strength. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't know how to help. Little Grandmaster, quickly make a move. Yes, with 2 Grandmasters working together, the chance of winning is greater. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that Zichun was unwilling to make a move. Zichun shook his head, frowned, and said nothing. His eyes stared at the array formation, but his heart was very anxious, and he kept calling Old Imo. For a long time, Zichun didn't move, and Ma Yanqing was almost unable to hold on. Humph, he hasn't made a move for a long time. It seems that there is no way. Finally, he's exhausted. He's not a grandmaster. He's been pretending to be one. He can break ordinary small arrays, but he can't do it in the face of such a big array. What a bullshit grandmaster. The monsters who had been holding back all the way finally seized the opportunity to ridicule. Shut up. But what they got in return was the cold scolding of their elders. The other monsters sneered, and there was contempt in their eyes. Obviously, these people spoke at the wrong time. I don't believe it. Open for me. After holding on for a long time, Ma Yanqing shouted again. This time, he took the initiative to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was essence blood, and it condensed in the air without dissipating. His hands moved, and a complicated seal appeared. After that, the blood split into 8 parts and flew toward the 8 flags. After absorbing the essence blood, the dim flags suddenly turned blood red. A murderous intent filled the air. The flags fluttered in the wind, surging with a terrifying aura. Heaven and earth, listen to my command. Break for me. Then, blood-red lightning appeared on the blood-red flags, and with a terrifying aura, it shrouded the array. The powerful attack made everyone's expression change. The 8 blood-red lightning formed a complicated array pattern, which was very mysterious and powerful. Boom! There was a loud sound, and many people lost their hearing. Then, the array began to tremble, and a complicated seal appeared one after another. The surging aura flowed, and a few blood-red lightning were shattered. Ma Yanqing coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered a backlash, and his face was pale. It's useless. Breaking the array like this will only make it stronger. At this moment, Zichun, who had been watching for a long time, finally spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Break the array if you have the ability. Ma Yanqing was angry. He had worked hard to break the array, and was coughing out blood, but Yi Fuyan was watching the show, and even said some sarcastic words. At this moment, he couldn't wait to give up the array flags and slap Zichen to death. Can I borrow a spiritual weapon? Zichen turned his head and looked at the crowd in the air. Take out your spiritual weapons, a master said decisively. Little master, there are many spiritual weapons. Use them as you wish. Rays of light flickered, and in the next moment, there were at least 20 to 30 spirit weapons floating in front of Zichun, flickering with light as they floated up and down. Okay, please listen to my command. Zichun turned his head and looked at the array again, and said in a deep voice. At this moment, he seemed to have become a real master, and there was a kind of imposing aura around him. The little master is going to make a move. Everyone was full of anticipation. 3 meters ahead, 1 meter to the left, 1 meter to the height. You go. Zichun raised his hand and shot out a ray of energy, which landed on a long sword. The long sword trembled, and in the next moment, it was controlled by Yukong's mind and landed in the designated direction. This array is extraordinary. You must be precise. Elder Hiroshi transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Zichen opened his mouth and said in an indifferent voice, You must be at the place I specified. Be precise. There must not be the slightest deviation. 10 meters ahead, 5 meters to the right, 1 meter to the height. You go. With that, Zichun pointed at a long sword again. 5 meters ahead, 1 meter to the left, 1 meter to the height. 1 meter to the height, 1 meter to the height. There were a total of 8 spirit weapons, and all of them were long swords. They floated at a height of 1 meter, and under Yukong's powerful spiritual thoughts, they did not move at all. After that, there were 8 sabers of the same color. They pierced into the ground, forming a complicated pattern. Everyone in the field widened their eyes and quietly watched the little master break the array. No one spoke. 10 meters ahead, 5 meters to the left, 3 meters to the height. 3 meters to the height. In the flash of light, another 8 spirit weapons appeared and floated at a height of 3 meters. Then, there was a height of 5 meters. A total of 32 spirit weapons were used. They flashed and stood in the middle of the array, not moving at all. This was a very strange scene. The array and the array flags collided, revealing a terrifying energy that shocked everyone. However, this energy turned a blind eye to these spirit weapons. None of the 32 spirit weapons were affected by the energy. Okay, you can break the array. Elder Hiroshi transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Zichun heaved a sigh of relief and then retreated about 50 meters. Master, why did you retreat? Someone asked doubtfully. The next step is to break the array. It will produce a very strong energy fluctuation. Master, do you want to avoid it first? Zichen looked at Ma Yanqing and asked kindly. No need. Ma Yanqing's voice was cold. These array flags cost him an endless amount of materials and took him decades to refine. It was equivalent to half of his life. If he retreated now, the array flags would definitely be destroyed by the array. He could not retreat at all. Moreover, without the array flags, his attainments in array formations would be greatly reduced. It was like Yukong not having a spirit weapon in his hand. It will be very dangerous at that time. You should retreat. If the array flags are gone, you can refine more. Zichun said again. He was very kind. Ma Yanqing was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How could the array flags that took him decades to refine be gone just like that? You don't have to be hypocritical. You should break the array first. Don't boast that you can't even break the array after that. All right then. There was a smile in Zichun's eyes. He turned to the front and said in a deep voice, 60 meters ahead, 2 meters above the ground. Stop the pill weapon and disperse the energy. Zichun's voice made many people stunned. Obviously, no one expected to use a pill weapon. First a spirit weapon and then a pill weapon. What an idiot. You think you can break the array with these things? Ma Yanqing sneered. He did not believe that Zichun could break the array at all. Swoosh. At this time, a wolf fang weapon appeared. Under Lu Mingyong's control, it accurately flew to a place 60 meters in front of Zichun. Then, the energy of the pill weapon dispersed and swept the surrounding space. Boom. Like a fuse, the moment this energy appeared, the entire formation became frantic. Immediately after, this energy spread out and connected with the 32 spirit weapons. In the next moment, the spirit weapons trembled with resplendent brilliance and rippled with powerful auras. Boom. Chapter 322. The two arrays appeared, constantly clashing and colliding, making a series of explosions. A powerful aura rippled out in all directions. Everyone's expression changed. This energy was very terrifying. Even if one was in the air, they would be smashed into pieces. Buzz. Ma Yanqing's face was extremely ugly. Such a scene was far beyond his expectations. His attainments in arrays were very deep, but he had never seen such a broken array. The destructive aura hit him, and his body lit up with rays of light. This was a defensive array. The brilliance flowed, blocking the destructive energy impact for him. Boom. Within the loud explosion, the formation exploded. The aura of destruction rippled out, and the 32 spirit armaments were sent flying in all directions by the shockwave, as if they were bolts of cold lightning. At the same time, Ma Yanqing's 8 formation flags were also sent flying by the shockwave of energy. At the same time, the flagpole that was filled with inscriptions emitted cracking sounds as cracks appeared. Puff. Under the impact of the powerful energy, the defensive array around Ma Yanqing's body was instantly shattered. At the same time, he was also sent flying, coughing out blood. He flew for dozens of meters and finally landed awkwardly. The array was broken, and the stone door appeared again, but there were no corpses left. The rogue cultivators before had obviously been killed by the array. It's broken. The array is finally broken, as expected of the little master. He can even break such an array. There were exclamations all around. Everyone looked at Zichun again. Obviously, the other party's attainments in arrays were far beyond Ma Yanqing's. The array was broken, but no one stepped forward. Everyone still had some lingering fear in their hearts. Moreover, there was an array here, and maybe there was another one. No one wanted to die inexplicably. Brat, you did it on purpose. Ma Yanqing climbed up from the ground. He was very embarrassed. His defensive array was broken, and his clothes were tattered. He glanced at Zichun, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The 8 array flags had flown back, but there were cracks all over them. The luster was dim. This was something that he had spent a lot of money to refine. It was equivalent to half of his life. At this moment, seeing the cracks on it, Ma Yanqing's heart was bleeding. Grandmaster, you're wrong. I did remind you before, but you insisted on not retreating. Zichun chuckled. With the formation broken, the group of sect masters looked at him with much friendlier eyes. At this moment, he was not afraid that Ma Yanqing would suddenly attack. Brat, consider yourself ruthless. Ma Yanqing, will remember what happened today. There will be a day when you will regret it. Ma Yanqing coldly said, "It's my honor to be remembered by a formation grandmaster." Zichun smiled faintly. "All right, both grandmasters, let's not quarrel anymore. What's important is to enter the depths. I wonder if there are still any formations here." Someone in the air spoke up. Clearly, this was the instruction of the grandmaster level. "Humph, ask him." Ma Yanqing snorted. Helpless, Yukong could only look at Zichun. "Of course." Zichun nodded and said confidently, "And more than one." The crowd was in an uproar, but even more people were rejoicing. Fortunately, they hadn't been greedy. Otherwise, they would have died for nothing. However, these formations aren't very powerful. They're just the peripheral ones. Once the main formation is broken, these will be broken quickly, said Zichun. Then I'll have to trouble you, young Grandmaster. Then, Zichun, under Elder Mo's spiritual will, commanded Yukong to break the remaining formations. Just as Zichun had said, the remaining formations were much easier. They only needed to use a few spirit items to break them. Young Grandmaster is so young, but he already has such attainments in formations. In the future, his name will definitely spread throughout the southern region. What do you mean by spread throughout the southern region? Spread throughout the Martial Heaven continent. During this time, Zichun heard many compliments, but he remained unmoved. That was because he knew nothing about formations. It was all Elder Mo's credit. Elder Mo repeatedly sighed at the mysteries of the formations, while Zichun didn't understand the slightest. Bang! With a loud bang, another formation was broken. All right, a total of 9 formations have been broken. We can go in now. Zichun sighed with relief. Previously, Ma Yanqing hadn't said a single word. She had only looked at him coldly. Are you sure there are no more formations here? But just as Zichun finished speaking, Ma Yanqing suddenly asked, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Ma Yanqing's question caused those people who were preparing to enter the formations to stop. They looked at Zichun in confusion. What do you mean? Zichun looked at her. I said, are you sure there are no more formations here? This place is safe. Ma Yanqing sneered at Zichun. Of course I'm sure, Zichun said. He was very confident. Humph, as expected of a child. Ma Yanqing sneered inside, but her expression didn't change. Since you're so sure, why don't you go in yourself? Why do you want others to go in first? What do you mean? Zichun stared at Ma Yanqing. I mean, since you're the one who broke the formations, you should go in first. The two of them had a conflict again, but at this moment, no one stopped them. Those experts who had stepped forward also retreated. Their expressions changed, and they didn't dare to step forward again. Are you questioning my attainments and formations? Asked Zichun. Of course not. I just hope that you can go in first. Ma Yanqing sneered. Humph, I'll go in. Zichun snorted, but he didn't move. His eyes looked forward as if he wanted to see through everything. Boy, aren't you very confident in your attainments and formations? This is the formation you broke. Why don't you dare to go in? Who says I don't dare? If you dare, then go in. I'll go in. Zichun still didn't move, staring at the stone gate in front of him. Ma Yanqing was so angry that his nose was crooked. He said angrily, boy, if you still have a little bit of dignity, go in yourself. I'll go in. Zichun still didn't move, staring at the gate in front of him, trying to see what was going on. Ma Yanqing was furious. This junior was really shameless. Little master, since everyone calls you master, obviously they recognize your attainments and formations. Since you think there's no problem with the formation, why don't you go in yourself? Yeah, could it be that the master deliberately left a formation to harm people? Or is there something wrong with the formation, and the little master's attainments and formations are not enough to see it? Seeing that Zichun didn't move, the few geniuses sneered. This time, no one stopped them. Obviously, they could see that Zichun didn't have enough confidence. Zichun turned his head and said with a faint smile, I'm confident in my attainments and formations. I can conclude that there's no formation here. If that's the case, then go in, Gung Lu said with a mocking face. The other geniuses also joined in. As for Ma Yanqing, he obviously didn't want to bother with Lin Fan. He was too shameless. He didn't dare to make a judgment, so he wouldn't go in. Haha, very well, then I'll go in and let you see. But don't regret it when I get something. Zichun had a strange smile on his face. Haha, the master is indeed a master. If that's the case, then please. Ma Yanqing also said in a low voice, yes, since the little master is so sure, then please. It was the first time he called Zichun the little master, but looking at his expression, he didn't look happy. Well, don't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun turned around and strode towards the stone gate. He was very decisive. Some of the grandmasters frowned and felt that something was wrong. They wanted to stop him. If he really got the treasure, it would be bad. But before they could say anything, Zichun arrived in front of the stone gate and stepped on a formation. With a flash, a large formation appeared and swallowed Zichun in an instant. Without a sound, without even a scream, Zichun's figure disappeared. Haha, idiot. Seeing Zichun disappear, Ma Yanqing laughed out loud. He can't even see the hidden formation. What kind of master is he? Everyone's expression changed. The little master disappeared just like that. Haha, a master killed by a formation. It's really funny. What kind of formation master is this? He can't even see if there's a formation. The other geniuses also laughed. They had been suppressed along the way, and now they could finally hold their heads high. How could this be? The little master's previous performance proves that his attainments in formations are very high. Why can't he see that there's a formation here? Even more people were puzzled. On the surface, there are 9 great formations connected together. If you use force to break them, it will trigger the other great formations, making the formation even stronger. However, other than the 9 great formations, there is also a hidden formation. If I had not read similar ancient books, I am afraid I would have overlooked it. He deserved to die. Ma Yanqing laughed loudly, very carefree. He had finally killed the other party. Sigh. Sighs rang out from the crowd. They all felt that it wasn't worth it for the little master. This hidden formation isn't very strong. It's easy to break, but if you're sucked into it, you'll definitely die. The cracked flag once more began to spin, emitting rays of light. Then, a powerful aura surged, and the formation exploded. The formation disappeared. As expected, there was no one inside. The little master was dead. Disappointment spread. Everyone felt that it was a pity. A formation master whose name would resound throughout the continent had died so carelessly. Only the previous geniuses felt very happy. All right, there are no more formations here. We can go in and search for treasures. The inheritance is very likely inside. This time, Ma Yanqing was very confident. Several geniuses flew up and pushed open the stone gate. Crack, crack. The stone door was pushed open, producing a sound. Just as the stone door was pushed open a crack, an austere aura surged out. The terrifying murderous aura made people tremble. Everyone's expression changed. They were very vigilant. This murderous intent was much more terrifying than the previous 2 levels. The stone gate was completely pushed open, causing a huge tremor. Boom! At the same time, a surge of murderous intent surged out. It seemed to materialize, causing the geniuses who had pushed open the gate to retreat rapidly. The murderous intent filled the air, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with shock. Inside the stone door, there were many stone statues that emitted a terrifying aura. Moreover, the moment the stone door was pushed open, the soul lock of the divine seal was activated. All the stone statues' petrified skin disappeared, and they turned into experts. They were holding ancient weapons or pill weapons. Their empty eyes were filled with boundless murderous intent. Clang. Chapter 323. This was an army of stone statues. After the stone door opened, they rushed out of the stone door with ancient and alchemy weapons, heading towards the group of cultivators. Clang. Killing intent pervaded the air as the joint attack technique appeared once more. A gigantic spear more than 10 meters long shot out from the stone statues. It would slay any god it encountered, slay any human it encountered. Puff, puff. Red light flashed, and blood splattered. Yukong, who had pushed open the door, was instantly pierced by the spear. At the same time, he flew back with the spear, bringing a large amount of blood with him. The slaughter began in an instant. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly retreated. Clang, clang. At the same time, more spear lights appeared, carrying the momentum of a joint attack. The power was terrifying, and it could kill everything. At this moment, the spear lights illuminated the sky, and the light was dazzling. The stone statues began their first wave of slaughter, and almost no one could stop them. Screams and cries for help rang out continuously. Broken fingers and arms flew in the sky. All the forces were stunned at the first moment. This was close to a massacre. Wong. With a trembling sound, a wolf fang weapon soared into the sky, surging with a terrifying aura. In the end, it suddenly fell down like a black dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Pong! The spear light shattered like tofu, and the energy exploded. At the same time, the black dragon rushed down quickly, sweeping over a dozen stone statues below. The destructive energy shattered the stone statues and spirit weapons. To resist the stone statue army, only alchemy weapons could be used. Swoosh! A sharp sword light soared into the sky. It was dazzling, and its power was terrifying. It rushed toward the stone statues at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Puff! Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed. The stone statues collapsed, turning into dust. The spirit weapons also dissipated. This time, the major forces came prepared. Each of them took out their alchemy weapons, and the strongest Yukong controlled them to launch a destructive attack. In Wang Xinwei's hand was a sword of fire. The blazing flames caused the space around it to distort unceasingly. With a single strike, the sword of fire flashed with a bright red light, as though a fire dragon was born. The scarlet light dyed the sky red, and large amounts of stone statues crumbled apart. Qi Qingqiu was a martial ancestor. He was extremely powerful and belonged to the same faction as Miao Kong. He held a heaven-art halberd that surged with a terrifying aura as he destroyed the stone statue experts one after another. Dazzling attacks continued to appear. After the pill weapon, it was the spirit weapon that was controlled in the air. Only when the experts of the major forces intervened did they stop the stone statue's one-sided massacre. Pooh! Suddenly, a spear light shot out from the stone statue and pierced through Yukong's chest. After that, the light on the spear light surged and Yukong's body exploded. A stone statue that was at the ancestor level when he was alive made his move. His attack was very sharp, and he almost instantly killed Zephyr. The pill weapon in his hand was even more indestructible. Oomph! With a cold snort, the ground suddenly shook, and an old man walked out. He was tall and mighty, and his eyes were like lightning. His entire body was filled with an aura that caused people to tremble. Overflowing energy surged as he struck out with a terrifying attack. Even the void was stirred up. Overflowing energy formed a powerful battle technique that descended, causing the heaven and earth to tremble as it blasted towards the stone statue. Qi in the stone statue expert's hand, the long spear danced. Silver light flashed as his entire body rose into the air, becoming one with the spear as he struck out with a powerful attack. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded in the air, and a terrifying aura surged. Many stone statues below were shattered, and at the same time, many human cultivators were killed. At this moment, no one held back. Everyone moved. The group of monsters also joined forces and struck out with powerful attacks. Among them, Wang Qiong and Wu Imo were the strongest. The two of them could almost fight a stone statue expert alone. There were too many stone statues. At this moment, they pressed forward, and the battle was very intense. Every moment, there were cultivators dying. Moreover, even if there were ancestor-level experts, the human side was still at a disadvantage. Pill weapon. The Liu family expert stood in the air, his robes fluttering. He suddenly shouted, "Go!" Liu Mingyong's hand shook, and the mace in his hand flew towards the Liu family expert. The latter caught it in his hand. An ancestor-level expert with a pill weapon was very terrifying. The moment the Liu family expert held the pill weapon, the aura around him completely changed. His entire body seemed to have suddenly grown taller, becoming abnormally tall. His eyes flashed, and a powerful aura surrounded him. At this moment, the mace in his hand also trembled. Boom! With the injection of energy, the entire mace went berserk. The surrounding space silently exploded, and a black hole appeared. It was like the mouth of the netherworld, and the Liu family expert stood in the middle of it. The terrifying pressure made people tremble. At this moment, the Liu family expert was filled with a dangerous aura. Boom! The pill weapon moved, and suddenly smashed down. Streaks of black light lingered, and everywhere it passed, the space would constantly shatter. It was like a spreading black hole, smashing towards the stone statue expert below. Pong! The sky and earth trembled. The mace's power was unparalleled. The stone statue expert and his pill weapon turned into ashes in one hit. Moreover, the powerful energy made the ancestor-level experts' faces change. It is indeed the strongest pill weapon. Their eyes flashed, and their expressions changed. At this moment, the Liu family expert held the pill weapon and turned into a beam of light, rushing towards the stone gate. Wherever he passed, he waved his mace, and the stone statues were shattered one by one. Let's go! Seeing the Liu family expert disappear, the other ancestor-level experts' faces changed. Their hands shook, and one pill weapon after another appeared. Then, they rushed towards the stone gate with the pill weapons in their hands. Damn it! Ma Yanqing's face was full of resentment, and he kept cursing in his heart. Helplessly, he could only grit his teeth and move forward. The 8 array flags revolved around him, forming a defensive array. He was in the middle of the array, rushing towards the stone gate. At the same time, powerful auras appeared, and several ancestor-level experts flashed in. At this moment, they abandoned the main group and rushed through the stone gate alone. Zichun stepped into the hidden array, and his body was swallowed by the array, and he disappeared. However, he was not killed. Instead, he was brought to another place. This was a strange space. It was empty, and at a glance, it was gray. As I expected, this is the core of the ruins. That hidden array is a teleportation array. In a flash, Elder Mo's figure appeared. The core of the ruins. Zichun was stunned. That's right. In the entire array, this is the core of the ruins. If there is an inheritance, it is very likely to be here. Elder Mo said, Inheritance? Elder Mo, didn't you say that there is no inheritance here? No, there must be an inheritance here. It's just that someone came here first and should have obtained the inheritance, and this is the place where the inheritance is obtained. Oldemo was very certain. That junior thinks he's infallible. He thought this transmission array was an ordinary concealment array and deliberately let you enter. Presumably, that array has already been destroyed. They should have entered through the stone door. Then what is behind the stone gate? I don't know, but it is definitely not an inheritance. In this open area, Zichun didn't move at all. Around Elder Mo, his spiritual sense spread out to investigate the array. This is the core of the ruins, and also the core of the array. The array is very powerful. One wrong step, and you will be doomed eternally. Zichun did not say a word, and quietly waited for Elder Mo's method of breaking the array. It is indeed terrifying. It is the 10-directional Nirvana array. After a long time, Elder Mo's exclamation was heard. Is the 10-directional Nirvana array very powerful? Zichun asked doubtfully. Of course it is. It is second only to the ancient array. Its power is terrifying. If you barge in without the correct path, even a master with an elixir weapon will be killed. Elder Mo said. So terrifying. Zichun gasped and asked worriedly, Can Elder Mo break the array? Elder Hiroshi stared ahead and said, Of course we can't break the formation, but finding a way out is not a problem. Now, listen to my command. Don't take a wrong step. Okay. Zichun nodded. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud tremor, and the space trembled. Zichun's body swayed, and he almost fell. What a strong fluctuation. Zichun frowned. Boom. The tremor sounded again, and the entire space began to tremble violently. What's going on? Is this place going to collapse? Elder Emo shook his head and said, "There should be a great battle. I'm afraid there is an even stronger existence behind the stone door. That hidden array leads to the core area. There is naturally no inheritance behind the stone door. It is normal for there to be great danger." After that, under Elder Mo's command, Zichun began to walk through the array. He walked very cautiously and carefully. Before each step, Elder Emo would warn him repeatedly, afraid that he would make a wrong step. One wrong step in the 10-directional Nirvana array, and you will be doomed eternally. Not to mention you, even a master would not be left with a corpse. You must be careful. Elder Emo warned again. During this time, the rumbling sounds continued. The entire space of the 4th floor, as well as the stone door, was in complete chaos. Whether it was the rogue cultivators or the major forces, they were all attacked by the stone statue powerhouses and suffered heavy casualties. Only a few masters and some powerful ones entered the stone door. The rest were fighting fiercely with the stone statue on the 4th floor. At the core of the array, Zichun carefully moved forward under Elder Mo's command. Sometimes he would advance, sometimes he would retreat. After 2 hours, he finally passed through the array safely. Phew! Zichun breathed a sigh of relief. His previous caution had made him break out in a cold sweat. The gray space disappeared, and in its place was a stone room. At the entrance of the stone room, a stone statue stood quietly, guarding it. That is. Zichun's heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. This stone statue was more than 2 meters tall. It was very tall, and although there was no murderous intent around it, it gave Zichun a very dangerous feeling. And after seeing its petrified eyes, this feeling intensified. Zichun could not help but take a step back. What a strong stone statue, and its soul power did not dissipate at all. Elder Emo sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes were filled with shock. If this stone statue is released, it will definitely slaughter everyone. So strong. Of course, it can even slaughter those masters. Chapter 324. Looking at the stone statue in front of him, Zichun was extremely excited. This was a stone statue that could kill a master-level expert. Once he succeeded in subduing it, he would have a powerful trump card and would be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. If any forces dared to provoke him, he would just throw the stone statue there and activate the array. Then, he would let the stone statue kill them. Elder Hiroshi frowned and looked at the stone statue from afar. After a long time, he said, "I can give it a try. I have a 50% chance. If I subdue it, I will lose a lot of soul power and the stone statue's strength will be greatly reduced. However, it won't be any weaker than Zukong." That's great. Zichun was excited. Even if it was Zukong, it would be enough to sweep through everything. With this trump card, Zichun would not be afraid of being hunted down by Zukong. Ever since he came out from the Nimbus martial ancestor, he had been hunted down by Zukong. He was very concerned about Zukong. "Elder Emo, hurry up and seal this stone statue." "I'll protect you," Zichun said. He seemed to be in a hurry. "All right then." Elder Hiroshi nodded. Then, he moved his fingers and shot out soul power. It was like a silk thread that extended towards the stone statue. On the stone statue, light flickered. The soul power activated the array. Then, the stone statue's soul power dissipated and began to dissipate. A ruthless killing intent filled the stone room. Zichun felt a chill in his heart. It was just a trace of aura, but it was so terrifying. At the same time, the stone statue's petrified skin gradually turned into a real body. "Not good, Elder Hiroshi. He's about to wake up." Zichun was startled and quickly exclaimed. Once this kind of existence awakened, it would be incomparably terrifying. Elder Hiroshi's hands were forming seals. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. At this moment, Zichun could no longer see Elder Hiroshi's hands. What he saw were mysterious patterns. These were array diagrams. They appeared from between his fingers and pressed towards the stone statue. Buzz. The space trembled as the array diagrams landed. They were shining brightly and surging with soul power, sealing the stone statue. Boom! Around the stone statue, a large amount of soul power leaked out, emitting endless killing intent. The array diagram was instantly dispersed. Murderous intent filled the stone chamber. Zichun felt like he was in an ice cellar. His whole body shivered and his movements became sluggish. The stone statue's petrified skin changed once again. This time, its entire lower body turned into a true body. Zichun's heart was in his throat. Once the Lord was resurrected, no one would be able to leave this place alive. Buzz. Elder Mo's expression didn't change. He was very calm. Light flashed in his hand, and another formation appeared. The formation marks intersected, and it was even more profound. Soul power surged in the formation, and it pressed down on the stone statue, sealing it again. Boom! It was at this point that the entire stone chamber began to tremble. The shock waves from the battle outside were transmitted into the chamber, and the formation diagram began to shake. The seal landed on the stone statue, and the soul power rushed out from the loosened array diagram. It dispersed the soul power and failed again. This time, a monstrous killing intent surged, and the stone statue lost even more soul power. Puffed! The killing intent penetrated the bones and attacked one's soul. Zichun coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and Elder Mo's soul became blurry. Damn it! Zichun cursed, flustered and exasperated. It was all because of the battle outside that this seal was broken. The stone statue's true body had already spread to its chest. If it wasn't for the formation diagram's suppression, it would have awakened long ago. But from the current situation, it seemed that the formation diagram would soon be unable to suppress it. Buzz. The formation diagram appeared for the third time. This time, it was even more profound. The formation marks intersected and spread densely like a spider web. Soul power circulated, and the formation diagram pressed down, enveloping the stone statue and releasing endless soul power. Succeed! You must succeed! Zichun roared in his heart. Boom! The stone statue's killing intent seemed to have solidified, completely berserk, and filled the small stone chamber. Zichun was the first to be hit, and he was sent flying. His body flickered with golden light, and fine droplets of blood rolled down. Even the perfect body that had withstood the heavenly thunder couldn't block this solidified killing intent. Zichun was injured. Elder Mo's soul was also impacted by the killing intent, causing it to tremble. His soul power was very weak, and his solid body was much dimmer. Elder Mo, are you okay? Zichun was shocked, and his eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, the stone statue's true body had already reached its neck. Once the true body completely appeared, the two of them would undoubtedly die. And at this moment, the two of them couldn't retreat. Once Elder Mo withdrew his soul power, the stone statue would awaken. No worries. Elder Mo's expression was indifferent, and his voice was calm and steady. The formation diagram appeared for the fourth time. It was profound and complex, and it used up most of Elder Mo's soul power to fall on the stone statue. Buzz. The formation diagram fell, and there was a trembling sound. Soul power constantly surged around the stone statue, and killing intent filled the air, wanting to break the formation diagram. Rays of light fell from the formation diagram, and the soul lock began to take effect. The stone statue's true body slowly showed signs of petrification, as if it was being sealed again, and it continued to spread downwards. It's done. Zichun breathed a sigh of relief, and he was extremely excited. After successfully sealing, he would have a powerful trump card, and he wouldn't be afraid of flying anymore. Swoosh. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent appeared, and Zichun felt a sense of danger. A cold light shot in from the door, heading straight for Zichun's forehead. Someone's ambushing. Zichun's expression changed. Light flashed under his feet, and like a bolt of lightning, he dodged to the side. 9 bolts of lightning passed. It was like a real light. Swoosh. The cold light followed closely, and its killing intent was boundless. Its speed wasn't much slower than Zichun's. This was a spirit weapon, and it was only the size of a palm. It was resplendent, and the cold light flickered, making Zichun feel that it was very dangerous. In the small stone room, golden light shone brightly. Zichun turned into a ray of light and dodged, and the cold light followed closely behind. Beside him, Elder Imo was sealing the stone statue. At this critical moment, he didn't have time to help. Swoosh. He dodged rapidly, and at the same time, Zichen tapped forward with both hands. Golden sword beams appeared and collided with the spirit weapon. However, it was to no avail. The sword beams were instantly shattered by the spirit weapon. While dodging, Zichen finally seized an opportunity and punched out. Golden light flashed, dyeing the entire stone room golden. The perfect body's powerful strike appeared. Pong! With a loud boom, the stone room trembled. The spirit weapon trembled in the air and rapidly retreated. At the same time, Zichen felt a strong force assault him. He retreated abruptly, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain on his fist. A bloody mark had appeared. What a terrifying spirit weapon! Zichen's expression changed. His perfect body was injured again. This was a physique that had withstood 5 lightning tribulations. Typical spirit weapons could withstand it, but today, it was repeatedly injured. Zichen was shocked, but little did he know that outside the stone room, the person controlling the spirit weapon was even more shocked. His eyeballs nearly popped out. In this world, there was actually someone who could use their body to block a spirit weapon strike. This was unbelievable. Swoosh. The spirit weapon retreated out of the stone room, but it quickly flew back at an even faster speed. A cold intent surged around it as killing intent filled the air. In the stone room, the golden light became even more intense. A small sword appeared and floated in the air. The moment it appeared, it became a meter long. A terrifying aura surged as it charged towards the spirit weapon that was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Clang. The 2 spirit weapons collided in the air, giving off a clanging sound as rays of golden light rippled out. Zichen's intent was clearly much stronger than the one in the dark. With a single strike, the opponent's spirit weapon began to tremble as though it had been injured and was forced to retreat. "Where do you think you're going?" Zichen roared. With a thought, a golden light flashed and blocked the spirit weapon first. Clang, clang. In the stone room, golden light scattered. The golden spirit weapon completely held the advantage as it constantly suppressed the spirit weapon. After several attacks, the light on the other spirit weapon grew dimmer and dimmer. In the end, it was no match and fell to the ground, losing all its spirit energy. At the same time, a groan sounded outside the stone room. The owner had been severely injured. "Who is it? Come out." Zichen roared as he looked at the door of the stone room. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as killing intent surged. "LV Pong, help. This is a tough nut to crack." At this moment, an exclamation sounded. Immediately following that, killing intent surged in the stone room once again as a cold beam shot towards Zichen. Die. This time, it was no longer a spirit weapon, but an ancient weapon. Its killing intent was bone-chilling as it charged towards Zichen with the momentum of being one with the sword. Scram! Zichen roared as he punched. Golden light surged as his perfect body provided endless energy. Pong! With a single strike, it was like a thunderclap. The entire stone room trembled as the attacker and the ancient weapon were sent flying by Zichen. "LV Pong, quickly come and help. This is a tough nut to crack." He came out of the 10-directional Nirvana formation alive. The loud shout sounded again, sounding somewhat anxious. It was the same voice from before. Zichen found it very familiar. "LV Pong." The furious Zichen was suddenly stunned as he recalled something. His expression changed as disbelief filled his face. Swoosh! At this moment, light flashed as a few small flags flew in from outside the stone room. They circled above Zichen's head, forming an array formation. With a thought from Zichen, the golden sword flew up and slashed at the small flags. A terrifying energy aura surged. Boom! Light surged on the array flags as they struck out with a terrifying strike. It was like a thunderclap with peerless power. Zichen's spirit weapon actually trembled from the strike. The golden light on the spirit weapon flourished once again. With a thought from Zichen, it transformed into a large sword and slashed at the array flags. The might of the spirit weapon was completely displayed at this moment. Plang. The array flags trembled. Zichen's thought was too powerful. The might of the spirit weapon had already been displayed. Plang. Clang. Golden light flashed as a terrifying aura emanated from the large sword. The array flags that formed the array formation trembled continuously at this moment. Before the destructive aura could appear, it was beaten back by the spirit weapon. Take my 10-directional nirvana formation. Another shout came from the dark. In the next moment, the array diagram changed in the air, forming a large array that froze the surroundings. At the same time, a terrifying energy appeared on each array flag, like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. Putting away the spirit weapon, Zichen swung his fist. Golden light flashed as he struck out 4 times. In the midst of a dull sound, the 4 energy beams were shattered. At the same time, Zichen's figure exploded as he swung his fists at the 4 array flags. In the next moment, the array flags were sent flying. Chapter 325. Hearing the voice in the dark, Zichen wanted to laugh out loud. When the two disappeared, it was said that they were looking for treasures. There had been no news of them for several years. Who would have thought that they would come here? To Butcher's burial ground. The spirit weapons and formation flags all flew out. There was a brief silence in the stone chamber. It was also at this time that Elder Hiroshi completed the seal. The stone statue was petrified again. Okay, it's completely sealed. It's just that a lot of soul power has been lost. Its combat power is around the late stage of the Zephyr Realm or Master Realm, Elder Hiroshi said. So strong. Zichen was very surprised. Then, he said gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Hiroshi. No need to be so polite with me. Go and take it. I need to recover my soul power." After saying that, Elder Hiroshi's figure flashed and entered the Taiji diagram to refine the blue spirit grass. As for the sneak attack, Elder Hiroshi did not ask at all. After seeing the smile on Zichen's face, there was no need to ask. Zichen was very happy. He walked step by step toward the stone statue. He finally had a trump card. "Stop. If you dare to take another step, believe it or not, I'll kill you." A cold voice sounded. It was Zhang Haoyan. He was as cold as before. "I don't believe it." Zichen chuckled and strode forward. "Kid, you're courting death." Lu Peng also shouted. However, the two seemed to be afraid of Zichen and did not enter the stone chamber. "Kid, you don't seem to be that old." Zichen laughed and walked in front of the stone statue. "I'll warn you again. Back off if you don't want to die." The cold voice sounded again, and a murderous intent locked onto Zichen. "Hee, you guys are very boring. If you have the ability, come in. What's the point of shouting outside? Besides, this is not unlike your style." Zichen chuckled. Light flashed in his hand, and he took the stone statue. The latter was in his spirit ring. Zichen had a trump card. "You." Lu Peng was anxious. With a thought, he controlled the formation flags and flew in from outside the stone chamber. At the same time, Zhang Haoyan also wielded his ancient weapon. He turned into a beam of light and pierced towards Zichen's forehead. Zichen had a faint smile on his face. Facing the attacks of the two, he did not dodge. Instead, golden light surged around his body and he returned to his original appearance. Plang. The long sword emitted a cold light, carrying a terrifying killing intent. However, it stopped in front of Zichen's forehead, as if it had been fixed in place. At the same time, the array flags that were constantly crisscrossing in midair had just released a destructive aura, but in the next moment, the aura receded like the tide. At the same time, LV Peng himself rushed in with a face full of disbelief. "The two of you, long time no see. Is this how you treat your guests?" Zichen smiled as he looked at the two stunned people in front of him. You are." Zhang Haoyan's cold expression disappeared completely. His mouth was wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. "You are Zichen." Lu Peng couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes with both hands. "Hee, what do you think?" Zichen said with a smile. "We haven't seen each other for many years. You two are really good friends. It's really you, Zichen. You're not dead." Zhang Haoyan reacted and shouted. He put away the ancient weapon and gave Zichen a bear hug. Haha, of course I'm not dead. Zichen laughed loudly, very excited. I knew it. How could there be someone in this world who could catch a spirit weapon barehanded? So it's you, a freak. Zhang Haoyan was also very excited. At this moment, LV Peng also stepped forward, and the two of them gave each other a bear hug. Then, the three of them looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter resounded throughout the stone room, emitting a buzzing sound. Why are you here? You even passed the 10-directional nirvana formation. After laughing, LV Peng's face was full of disbelief. Also, you know the divine forbidden soul lock. You actually took a stone statue. It's a long story. What about you two? Didn't you come out to search for treasures long ago? Why are you still here? Could it be that you haven't obtained the inheritance? We've been waiting here for treasures, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to break the formation for several years. LV Peng was very depressed. Then what about the inheritance? Did you guys get it? Zichen asked. Zhang Haoyan nodded and said, Yes, I got the inheritance of battle skills, and he got the inheritance of formations. As expected, Zichen nodded. A few years ago, LV Peng obtained a map by chance, so he brought Zhang Haoyan and the other disciples to search for treasures. Originally, he was going to call Zichen, but something happened to the Nimbus martial ancestor. At that time, Zichen was being hunted down, and the two of them couldn't find him even if they wanted to. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of dangers. At that time, their strength was low, and there were many casualties. After entering here, because of carelessness, some people walked into the wrong formation and were killed. When they successfully arrived here, only the two of them were left alive. Moreover, the two of them never thought that they would find an inheritance while just searching for treasures. Moreover, it was an extraordinary inheritance. Those stone statues were a huge treasure trove. Apart from that, there were other treasures. Therefore, after obtaining the inheritance, the two of them cultivated here. Fortunately, this place was spacious enough, and there were enough fasting pills and some cultivation pills. After cultivating for a few years, the two of them had their current strength. LV Peng was at the 7th firmament of true essence. He had obtained Butcher's Array Formation Inheritance, including the 10-directional Nirvana Array and the Divine Seal Soul Lock. However, his Array Formation attainments were still lacking. Zhang Haoyan had obtained Butcher's Battle Skill Inheritance, the Slaughtering Sword Art. He was very strong, and his combat strength was comparable to a monster's. However, when he encountered Zichen, a Heaven Realm martial artist with a perfect body, his combat strength was suppressed. After that, the two of them asked Zichen how he had survived all these years. Zichen told them about his experiences, and the two of them were amazed. Their eyes flashed. They never expected that Zichen had experienced so many things over the years. Ao Baichuan. So that's Master's name. Butcher. Ao Baichuan. He was the strongest person in the southern region back then. Master is indeed domineering. This was the first time the two of them had heard of their master's name. When they heard of Butcher's deeds, they were very excited, and their eyes were filled with admiration. By the way, what's the treasure you mentioned? Asked Zichen. It's a treasure left behind by Master. It's very powerful, but unfortunately, my array formation attainments are too weak. I can't obtain it, said LV Peng dejectedly. Zhang Haoyan also had a look of disappointment. Rumble. At this moment, the entire stone chamber trembled. They are about to reach the treasure. LV Peng's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with indignation. What's going on? Asked Zichen. The two of them looked at each other. Finally, Zhang Haoyan said, Back then, there were only two ways to obtain the treasure left behind by Master. The first was to obtain the inheritance. Once one had deep attainments in array formations, one could pass through the 10-directional Nirvana array and take the treasure. Unfortunately, we have been here for several years, but we still can't crack the array formation. We still haven't obtained the treasure. The second method is to use powerful martial arts to fight our way in and obtain the final treasure. Now that they are about to fight their way into the depths, we should leave. The two of them were very dejected. Clearly, they already knew the powerful means of the major forces. At that moment, leaving was the only thing they could do. Otherwise, if the treasure was taken away by the major forces, they would turn around and snatch their inheritance. The gains would not make up for the losses. What's the treasure? Can you bring me to see it? Asked Zichun. We haven't seen it either. With the array formation blocking us, we can't see it at all, said LV Peng. Then bring me to see the array. Are you crazy? They are about to kill us. We have to leave. LV Peng glared. No, I have too many enemies. I have to obtain something that can suppress flying. Otherwise, I will still be hunted down. Zichun shook his head resolutely. Seeing Zichun's resolute expression, the two of them were helpless and could only point the way for Zichun. It was another gray space. It was a single 10-directional nirvana array. It was very powerful. It's here. If we can successfully pass through here, we will be able to obtain the treasure, said LV Peng. Elder Hiroshi appeared in a flash. Looking at the gray space, he frowned. Elder Hiroshi, how is it? Asked Zichun. Elder Hiroshi's attainments in array formations were his only and greatest reliance. After staring at the array formation for a moment, Elder Hiroshi shook his head and said, the array formation can't be cracked. It won't be easy to pass through it. This is a single array formation, and it's much stronger than the previous one. Elder Hiroshi, I have a way to crack the array formation. However, my attainments are too shallow and I can't fully comprehend it. At this moment, LV Peng spoke, I still have some array flags that might come in handy. After knowing that Elder Hiroshi was an array formation master, LV Peng took out all the flags. There were 64 of them, and they shone brightly. They were obtained together with the inheritance and were also necessary for array formation masters. The flags haven't been refined, so their power will be reduced by a few levels. However, it shouldn't be a problem to pass through it smoothly. Elder Hiroshi nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 64 array flags rose into the air. Be careful. We will wait for you here. LV Peng used his mind to transmit the method to Elder Hiroshi. Don't force yourself. Even if you can't get the treasure, don't you still have the stone statue? If you really can't do it, just retreat. We will wait for you here. With so many experts here, the two didn't want Zichun to take the risk. I know. Zichun nodded. Then, he entered the gray space with Elder Hiroshi. As soon as they entered the array, 64 array flags surrounded Zichun, forming a defensive array formation that shone brightly. Boom! In the gray space, there was a clap of thunder. The array formation was in operation, and a terrifying killing intent emerged. As soon as they entered, the all-directional Nirvana array began to operate. Streams of terrifying energy flowed, forming a huge killing array. Elder Hiroshi's eyes flashed as he stared at the operating array. He had been deducing. The destructive energy flowed. If he took a wrong step, he would fall into eternal damnation. Plang! A flag trembled and flew out into the air. It stopped 3 meters away and landed on the ground. Terrifying energy flowed, wreaking havoc. However, after the flag fell, the energy was like a tide, splitting into 2 sides. Plang! Another array flag flew out. It shone brightly and landed 5 meters away. As if it touched the array foundation, the energy flowed back. Plang! Plang! More array flags flew out. They were densely packed and landed more than 10 meters away, shining brightly. In the end, all the array flags flew out and formed an all-directional Nirvana array. It restrained the original array, and the entire array stopped operating. There's not much time. Let's go. Elder Hiroshi urged. Chapter 326. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the stone chamber trembled. The alchemy weapon emitted a powerful aura as it unleashed terrifying attacks. In the hands of a grandmaster, the alchemy weapon's power was fully displayed. This time, each of the major forces had sent a grandmaster. Each of them had an alchemy weapon with destructive power. Among them, the Liu clan's expert was the most powerful. The Wolfang weapon in his hand was the strongest alchemy weapon. Every time it attacked, a black dragon would appear, destroying the space and devouring everything. Wherever it passed, it would kill everything. He directly rushed to the last floor. Boom! A Grandmaster stone statue was sent flying and exploded in midair, turning into dust. Even the alchemy weapon disappeared. Boom! The black dragon rushed down quickly, and the destructive aura around it shrouded many stone statues. In the next moment, many stone statues exploded. This was the most important treasure in the ruins, but unfortunately, no one knew the soul lock, so they couldn't take it away. The expert from the Liu clan continued to charge forward ferociously, breaking through layer after layer of space. Behind him, the other ancestor-level experts were not to be outdone either. Wielding their pill weapons, they unleashed powerful attacks and caught up. At the back was a group of powerful Zycone cultivators. After breaking through layer by layer, they spent a lot of time and finally reached the 9th floor. Boom! The huge stone door instantly shattered under the attack of the ferocious Wolf Fong weapon. Debris flew everywhere as the experts of the Liu clan entered in a flash. This was the last floor, and there was no danger. There was only a huge stone platform in front of them, and 3 items were placed on it. The first item emitted a destructive aura, and the space around it shattered silently as if they were in a black hole. It was a sword that shone with a resplendent silver light. The oppressive aura it exuded made even those at the ancestral master realm tremble in fear. The second item was a heavy hammer, and it was only the size of a palm. It was surrounded by lightning, and it looked like a dancing lightning snake. The lightning snake danced wildly, and the space shattered. Compared to the first 2 items, the third item was much more ordinary. It was a gourd, and it emitted a purple gold light. There were runes engraved on it, and it shone brightly. Although there was a surging aura around it, it didn't shatter the space. Compared to the first 2 items, it was obviously lacking. Of course, it was also extraordinary to be placed here, but its grade was much lower. As soon as the Liu clan's expert entered, he saw the 3 items, and his eyes flashed with red light. He was very excited. This is the foundation. He let out a cry of surprise. The terrifying aura from the weapon was not much different from the family's foundation. In other words, there were 2 things here that could be used as a foundation. Light flashed, and in the next moment, he rushed forward. "Brother Liu, are you trying to monopolize everything?" At that moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Immediately after, a figure rushed over quickly, behind the cultivators of the Liu clan, and grabbed at the resources ahead. "This is the foundation. There are actually 2 of them." Swish, swish. These people were all sect masters, and their strength was not too different from each other. In less than a breath's time, they had already rushed in. Their expressions changed instantly, and they all grabbed at the treasures. Numerous energy palm prints filled the entire stone room. The surging aura caused the stone room to shake once again. At this moment, several giant hands of energy were grabbing at the 2 treasures, ignoring the purple gold gourd. Buzz. With a slight buzz, the 2 weapons suddenly emitted rays of light, forming a resplendent light barrier in front of Lin Fan. Bang! All of the giant hands were blocked by the light shield. The defensive power of the light shield was astonishing. Damn it! The group of sect masters was furious. They waved their weapons and smashed down. The space was torn apart, and the stone room was about to collapse. Boom! The weapons hit the light shield, causing it to shake, but the light shield did not move at all. Instead, the weapons were pushed back. Do it! At the same time, several weapons appeared, emitting a violent aura, and attacked the light shield. Many cracks appeared around the stone room, spreading rapidly like a spider web. The attack of a sect master was too terrifying, and the stone room could not withstand it. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, causing the entire ruins to shake. The powerful light shield also began to distort violently. When Zichun walked out of the formation, the sect masters had already arrived. The 2 treasures were supporting a huge light shield, but it could not hold on for much longer. Zichun's eyes widened as he stared at the 2 weapons. From the auras of the 2 weapons, Zichun could sense an aura that was even more terrifying than that of a pill weapon. In other words, these 2 treasures were stronger than the pill weapons. Boom! A loud sound rang out once again. The light barrier trembled, and Zichun almost fainted from the shock. Swoosh! Zichun reacted and turned into a ray of light, grabbing the 2 treasures. He was very excited. These treasures were stronger than the pill weapons. Once he got them, he would not be afraid of flying in the future. Damn it, why is there someone here? Suddenly, the roar of an overlord came from outside the light barrier. Someone saw Zi-chan inside the light barrier. It's him. It's him. At the same time, someone recognized Zi-chan. Stop, if you dare to take these treasures, there will be no place for you in the entire southern region. If you dare to touch those treasures, my Zhu family will kill you even if you go to heaven or hell. The sect master's cold voice sounded. These two treasures were too precious, and even sect masters like them lost their composure. Zi-chan curled his lips and ignored the sect master. He directly grabbed the two treasures. His target was clear. Don't touch those two treasures. Take the purple golden gourd. Suddenly, a spiritual thought sounded in Zi-chen's mind. It was Oldemo. He reminded him in time. Zi-chan was stunned. Quick, take the gourd and leave. Oldemo urged. Swoosh. Along the way, Oldemo had helped Zi-chan a lot. At this moment, he did not hesitate and chose to trust him unconditionally. He grabbed the purple golden gourd and turned to leave. As soon as Zi-chan stepped into the array, he heard a loud explosion. The light shield shattered, and several sect masters rushed in. Zi-chan did not take the two treasures. He only took the purple golden gourd. The sect masters did not have time to care about him and directly grabbed the treasures. Boom. At the same time, a series of explosions sounded. As they rushed to the treasures, they kept attacking to prevent others from touching them. You guys, go after Zi-chan. You must get the purple golden gourd back for me, the sect master of the Li family said as he fought. Zi-chan did not change his appearance. The other party recognized him at a glance. What? Zi-chan? He's Zi-chan. The others were startled. They did not expect that Zi-chan, who was the talk of the town, was that brat. Go. The sect master of the Tsang family also shouted. Swoosh. Swoosh. This was a battle between sect masters. Just the aftermath was very scary. If one was not careful, they would be killed by the energy. No one hesitated. They turned and chased in the direction Zi-chan escaped. There were a total of sect masters in the air. The leader was Ma Yanqing. Around him, array flags were spinning, forming a defensive array. He rushed in. Then, the others followed. Oldemo, just as he entered the array, Zi-chan yelled out. Fear still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, Oldemo reminded him in time. Otherwise, he would be killed by the sect masters before he could even get the gourd. Plang. Oldemo appeared beside Zi-chan. He sent out waves of soul power. Then, an array flag flew and landed beside Zi-chan. Behind Zi-chan, the space became gray again. Clang. Clang. Zi-chan escaped quickly, returning to the original path. Behind him, the sound of clanging continued. Array flags flew up, no longer suppressing the ten-directional Nirvana array. The space became gray again. The power of the ten-directional Nirvana array began to show. Boom. Then, a strong aura surged from behind. A powerful spiritual sense wreaked havoc. The sect masters did not have time to care about Zi-chan. They chased after him. Plang. At this moment, Zi-chan rushed out of the array. Oldemo took away all the array flags. The entire space was dusky. A group of people entered through the air, and the ten-directional Nirvana formation was activated. A destructive aura rippled out, and waves of terrifying energy swept out. After that, boundless killing intent pressed down on the people below. The killing array was activated, killing everything. Damn it, this is the ten-directional Nirvana array. As soon as Ma Yanqing rushed in, he faced the activated killing array. His face changed drastically, and there was no trace of blood in his eyes. Boom. The array activated and shot out a beam of light, instantly shattering the defensive array around Ma Yanqing. The latter looked horrified. He turned around and retreated. At the same time, he moved his spiritual sense again, controlling the array flags to form a defensive array. Pong. Pong. The array activated, obliterating life. In an instant, 3 sect masters were crushed by the array. Blood splattered, and there was no corpse left. Bang! At the same time, the defensive array that Ma Yanqing had just set up was instantly broken. Even the array flags were shattered by the array. When the obliterating beam of light fell, Ma Yanqing rushed out. At this moment, his body was covered in blood. After coming out, he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Beside him, Wang Jinwei, Lu Mingyong, and Qi Qingqiu were also pale. They were seriously injured in the array. There were at least 8 sect masters who rushed in, but in just 3 breaths, only 4 of them came out alive. The others were all dead, and these 3 were the last to enter. They almost didn't come into contact with the array before they were blasted out by the array's energy. So scary. The 3 of them were pale. After coming out, they quickly retreated. The battle here was even more intense, and the aftermath of the energy was also terrifying. Damn it! Ma Yanqing let out an unwilling roar. He was furious. He didn't get anything this time. Instead, his array flags were shattered. He couldn't break the 10-directional Nirvana array at all. Boom! The surging energy swept over, and Ma Yanqing was directly blasted out. He coughed out blood. He was really unlucky today. The battle between the sect masters was fierce. Pill soldiers appeared frequently. At this moment, for the sake of their foundation, they didn't hold back anymore. Boom! The entire stone room was trembling, and cracks appeared. Although there was an array flashing on the surface, it still couldn't stop the destructive power. Chapter 327. The path that the 2 of them took to escape with Zichun wasn't the original path, but another path. The stone chamber was very large, like a maze. There was a chill in the air that made Zichun feel very uncomfortable. Furthermore, there was a sense of danger everywhere. "Where are we going?" Zichun asked. In his hand, he held the purple-gold calabash that shone resplendently and emitted a strange fluctuation. "There's a teleportation array outside Master's burial ground. We'll leave from there," said LV Peng. "Butcher's burial ground? He's really dead." Zichun was alarmed. He had always thought that this was a ruin that Butcher had left behind to leave behind his legacy. After all, according to legend, Butcher was extremely powerful and was the #1 person in the southern region. How could such a person die? Who in this world can avoid death? Even if one is peerless, in the end, they are just a pile of skeletons. Master's lifespan was up, but he didn't defy the heavens. When Butcher was mentioned, other than reverence, the 2 of them didn't have any other expressions. This was because the 2 of them knew very little about Butcher. They didn't even know what realm he was at. As the few of them advanced, Zichun felt the chill grow stronger. His hair stood on end as he sensed the dangerous aura of death. These are the treasures Master left behind? They don't look like much. LV Peng turned his head and asked. He was very relaxed, as though he had long gotten used to the chill in the air. "There are a total of 3. This is the worst. The other 2 are very strong, even more terrifying than alchemy weapons. A group of sect masters are fighting over them," Zichun said. He wasn't disappointed that he didn't obtain the strongest treasure. Instead, he was glad. If he had really taken those 2 items, he would definitely have died. When the 2 of them heard this, they gasped and shook their heads. They felt that it was a pity that such treasures had brushed past them. However, the 2 of them were still in a good mood. They were very satisfied with obtaining the legacy because this was the true treasure. Back then, Butcher had used an array formation to kill many experts. With his combat skills, he had destroyed a Heaven Realm expert. The 2 of them were very confident. "Are you sure there's no problem?" The coldness in Zichun's heart intensified as he couldn't help but shiver. At that moment, his perfect body felt a stabbing pain. It was as though a sharp blade was glaring at him from the side, ready to slice at any moment. The coldness was oppressive. "Don't worry, we've been here for years. There's no problem at all. You're just not used to it." The 2 of them were very relaxed. Zichun saw Butcher's burial ground from afar. It was a pitch-black ancient castle made of unknown materials. Misty chi flowed around it like sharp blades, wreaking havoc in the air, forming an inescapable net without any openings. Every single strand of chi was like a strand of sword chi, able to tear apart the void. Their power was terrifying. At this moment, they were densely packed, no less than several hundred to several tens of thousands of strands surrounding the ancient castle. The killing intent here overflowed into the heavens. It was like a great ominous land, making people feel reverence and not dare to approach. That's a fully activated 10-directional nirvana formation. Once one steps into it, death is certain. The only way to break it open is with great force. Aside from that, there's no other way to break it. Zichun was shocked when he heard this. Such a large formation was second only to ancient formations. Who could break it with great force? Even a Grandmaster-level expert wouldn't be able to do so with great force even if they had two powerful weapons. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, and the entire burial ground trembled. The battle between Grandmasters was too terrifying. This side of the world was about to collapse. However, Zichun found that the ancient castle seemed to be outside of the void. No matter how the world trembled, it didn't move at all. It was as if it was fixed in place. The inheritance and treasures are gone. The burial grounds formation will operate on its own. The ancient castle will enter the depths of the earth. Let's go now. I haven't been out for a few years, and I've forgotten what the outside air smells like. The three of them came to a stone room. There was a complicated formation engraved in the stone room. As LV Peng released a strand of energy, the formation lit up and flickered with brilliant light. This was a teleportation formation, a high-end formation that was difficult for ordinary people to set up. Even Elder Emo couldn't do it. Let's go. LV Peng took the lead and stepped on the formation. The formation circulated and surrounded LV Peng. In the next moment, LV Peng's figure disappeared. Why did you keep holding it in your hand? Before leaving, Zhang Haoyan finally asked the question in his heart. He had been looking at it repeatedly before, but was too embarrassed to ask. Zichun smiled bitterly. Holding the purple gold gourd, he shrugged and said, "It's very special. I can't put it in a spatial ring." Swish. Light flickered, and the two's figures were enveloped by the formation. Then, they disappeared. Stepping into the transmission array again, Zichun still had a strange feeling. It was as if he had entered the void and traveled for an eternity. When he reappeared in the next moment, the three of them were already outside the ruins, standing in the huge square. Phew, finally out. LV Peng let out a long breath. After being here for several years, he finally came out today. The sky was blue, clear, and sunny. Even the air seemed to have a trace of sweetness. LV Peng felt very comfortable. Zhang Haoyan also let out a long breath. He stretched his arms and gave the sky a hug. But in the next moment, his figure froze. LV Peng was also dumbfounded. Looking around, Zichun was also stunned. Surprise and vigilance appeared in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the purple gold gourd. The crowd was densely packed. There were at least a few hundred people, and all of them were looking at them. They were the cultivators who had entered the ruins before. Because of the ancestor-level battle, they were forced to escape. But they didn't expect that as soon as they appeared, they would see three people appear out of thin air in the center of the square. Many people's eyes were glowing with a green light, like hungry wolves that had seen a delicious meal. The three were surrounded. What's going on? Looking at those green eyes, the three of them trembled. They had no idea what was going on. That was especially true of Zichun. Those green eyes were all looking at the purple gold gourd in his hand. That naked greed was not concealed at all. "Zichun, you're Zichun." Just at this moment, startled cries rang out. Someone recognized Zichun. Yes, it's him. He's Zichun. I saw him in Songli City back then. Didn't he leave the southern region with Su Long to join the Martial Heaven Alliance? Why is he here? At this moment, even more people let out startled cries. They clearly recognized Zichun. What's that in his hand? A precious treasure? Why are they here? Could it be that they were the first to enter the ruins and obtain the inheritance and precious treasure? Discussions rang out. Everyone's gazes toward the three of them became unfriendly. Their greed was not concealed at all. "Zichun, it's you. You're Aluo, right?" Suddenly, a voice filled with dense killing intent rang out. It was Gunglu. Gunglu had always been brooding over what had happened back then. He had always felt that Aluo was very familiar, but he couldn't remember him. Now that he saw Zichun, he came to a sudden realization. What do you think? Zichun turned and gave Gung Lu a strange smile. It's you. Damn it, I should have guessed. Killing intent flashed in Gung Li's eyes, and his eighth heaven stage aura surged out. It's actually you. At the same time, Chu Lai and the others also walked out. Cold light flashed in their eyes, and killing intent surged out of them. Haha, so you're all here. What? Didn't I beat you into submission back then? Sneered Zichun. The purple gold gourd in his hand was dazzling, drawing everyone's attention. What are you doing? Are you ganging up on us? Just at this moment, Miao Kong stepped forward, blocking Gung Lu. Are you comparing numbers? Lu Bo also appeared. His eyes were filled with ridicule, and a strong aura surged around his body as he stood side by side with Miao Kong. Sigh, every time you appear, you cause such a huge commotion. Wang Shan was dragged out unwillingly by Wang Xian'er. He said unhappily, What's wrong with you all? Can you be more shameless? You get slapped in the face every time, and you still want to find trouble. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I find it annoying. Naturally, Wang Shan would not find it annoying to see others getting slapped in the face. However, when he saw Zichun in the limelight, he felt extremely displeased. What did you say? Chu Lai's expression was unfriendly. The cold qi around him intensified, and the already low temperature in the air dropped even further. He said that you all are very annoying, always finding trouble for no reason, Wang Xian'er said. She was very protective of Zichun, every time. You knew his identity long ago. No wonder your family helped him that day. Gung Lu gritted his teeth so hard that they cracked. He was so angry that he couldn't take it. What? Aluo is Zichun? No wonder he can fight against 5 alone. It turns out that he is Zichun, that heaven stage cultivator. Everyone exclaimed. All the inconceivable things were attributed to a heaven stage cultivator. Rumble. The great tremors continued in the ancient remnant. The entire ancient remnant trembled. Clearly, the outcome of the sovereign level battle had not been decided yet. Furthermore, the appearance of the demonic geniuses formed a hostile faction. This caused the people in the air beside them to show unfriendly expressions. The experts of the clans were fighting in the ancient remnant, not holding back at all. Furthermore, there was no need to exercise restraint here. Aside from the neutral factions, all the people in the air were eyeing each other covetously. Zichun, Atian had already walked over and stood beside Zichun. Move aside. This is a grudge between me and Zichun, Gung Lu said coldly. Ba, don't flatter yourself. We didn't block your path at all. If you have a grudge, go and settle it yourself. Wang Shan's words were not polite at all. Indeed, they didn't block Gung Lu. They only blocked the others. You. Gung Lu was so angry that he could not say anything. All of you, move aside. See if I don't kill Zichun today, Chu Lai said coldly. Very well. Go and fight one-on-one, Wang Shan said disdainfully, curling his lips. Chu Lai was also unable to say a single word. Zichun, come out if you have the ability. Don't stand behind a woman. What kind of ability is that? Gung Lu roared. He purposely ignored Wang Shan and the others and said that he stood behind Wang Xian'er. That's right. You are a heaven stage cultivator. Why don't you have any sense of shame? The other demonic geniuses snorted with sarcasm. Chapter 328. Kill. Leave no one alive. At this moment, Zichun's killing intent was triggered. His eyes flashed coldly, and the cold killing intent made people's hearts tremble. Was he going to kill someone? Everyone couldn't help but be startled. Back in Songli City, Zichun had killed 5 monstrous geniuses in one day, causing a sensation. However, that was a battle on the battle stage, and there were several major forces protecting Zichun. The stronger Zichun was, the more forces would protect him. Those monstrous geniuses had died in vain. It was understandable that Zichun would kill monstrous geniuses in order to survive. But today, Zichun took the initiative to say that he would kill the monstrous geniuses. This made people speculate that the conflict between Zichun and the major forces was irreconcilable. It seemed like they were going to be enemies until the end. You guys get out of the way first. Since they want to die, I'll fulfill their wishes, Zichun said coldly. He walked forward step by step, and the killing intent around him chilled people's hearts. Be careful. Miao Kong and the others retreated after hearing this. They transmitted their voices to their own Zukis, in case the other Zukis suddenly attacked. Wang Shan turned and left, feeling unhappy. Obviously, Zichun was going to slap other people's faces and steal the limelight again. Swoosh. Zichun turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Gung Lu. Gung Lu had been noisy before, and Zichun was very disgusted with him. Now, he was going to kill him first. However, at this moment, another figure flew over. Leave him to me. I'll kill him. It was Atian. His eyes flashed coldly. He had an irreconcilable hatred with the Gung family. Today, he would kill Gung Lu to collect some interest. I'm looking forward to fighting the monstrous geniuses of the major forces. I'll take care of one too. Zhang Haoyan stepped forward with a cold expression. He had entered battle mode. LV Peng didn't say anything. His body flashed with light, and 4 array flags rose into the air, circling in the air and forming a huge array, covering the monstrous geniuses of the Tsang family. Then, energy surged from the array flags. Shameless boasting. Kill them. At this moment, the 5 monstrous geniuses also moved. Their strength broke through again, and the aura of the 8th celestial layer surged, giving them some confidence. After that, they charged towards Zichun and the others. A great battle was about to break out. Powerful battle techniques appeared one after another. The moment they exchanged blows, they were all killing moves. There was no intention of probing at all. Everyone was shocked. Zichun's friends were not ordinary either. Their strength was not any weaker than the freaks. Only one of them was at the 7th celestial layer, but he was the most mysterious array master. Strength would never represent their battle prowess. Die. Chu Lai's body was surrounded by a cold aura. He wielded an ancient weapon in his hand. It was a sword that shone with a resplendent light. Under the activation of his Yuan force, it was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Zichun. Frozen world. It was another one of the Chu clan's killing techniques. The light of bewilderment appeared, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of white. An ice-cold aura surged, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. It was as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg was releasing cold air, and the chill was extremely oppressive. Swoosh. A sword light flashed and arrived before Zichun. The surging cold intent made Zichun's movement slow. Chu Lai smiled sinisterly. Boom. Golden light surged around Zichun's body. Blazing energy was emitted, and the cold intent was blocked outside. He held the purple gold gourd in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He punched towards the sword light. The fist light was resplendent and emitted a golden light. It carried a heavy aura like a mountain. A fist appeared, and it was blazing with extreme yang energy. Clang! The fist collided with the sword light, and there was a sonorous sound. The blazing energy rushed out, carrying with it the destructive aura unique to thunder and lightning. It scattered a large patch of golden light as extreme energy surged. The powerful force made Chu Lai retreat a few steps. His face was pale, and the ancient weapon in his hand almost slipped out. He lowered his head and saw that there was blood on his palm. It had been shattered by Zichun's punch. He looked at Zichun again. He caught the ancient weapon with his bare hands, and his hand was unscathed. His powerful physique made people's hearts tremble. Such an attack made everyone's expression change. They were secretly impressed by Zichun. He was able to injure Chu Lai with a single attack, but he was unscathed. Boom! The sky shook, and black light lingered. Boundless pressure emerged. The evildoer martial ancestor made his move. A giant black palm print appeared in the sky, surging with black essence force. It shook the air and struck towards Zichun. Annihilation Palm, martial ancestor's offensive combat skill. Knowing how powerful Zichun was, the two evildoers chose to team up against him at this moment. Dong! Zichun clenched his fist and flew up into the sky. His body was surrounded by golden light, and his blood was boiling. He shattered the palm print with a single attack. It caused the sky to shake, and the sky was filled with golden light. Frozen world. The difference of one word was huge. Chu Lai's body emitted an icy aura. It was white and could even freeze the air. A wave of cold and tint rose and froze the surroundings. The icy aura was like an ice dragon, rushing towards Zichan. Not only could it freeze the body, but it could also freeze the soul spirit. It was the Chu clan's killer move. Boom! Zichan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He swung his fist. Golden light lingered around his fist, and the endless icy aura was blocked by his boiling blood, unable to move forward. At the same time, the golden fist landed and shattered the ice dragon. In the sky, energy exploded, and the aura surged. However, before Zichan could move forward, another pitch-black blade streaked across the sky and rushed towards Zichan. The two evildoers teamed up and launched powerful attacks, each stronger than the previous one. They were all offensive attacks, and did not give Zichan any time to counterattack. Bang! Zichan swung his fist again, and a large amount of golden light burst out. The moment the blade touched his fist, it was shattered and dissipated into the energy of heaven and earth. Boom! The surging energy continued to surge. Just as he broke the martial ancestor's attack, Chu Lai's attack arrived. The icy aura filled the sky and covered the sky. The two of them communicated with their minds. They had already thought of how to fight. They just wanted to stall for time and wait for the experts to return before killing Zichan. However, they did not know that the strongest expert of their clan, Yukong, had already died in the 10-direction Nirvana formation. As for the master-level experts, they were busy fighting. They had even given up on the purple golden gourd, let alone Zichan. Looking at the incoming attacks, Zichan's face turned gloomy. He was getting impatient. It was better to end this battle quickly. If it dragged on for too long, unforeseen events might occur. Whoosh! Golden light flickered around his body, and his eyes were overflowing with cold light. At this moment, Zichan turned into an illusory light. His body was like an illusion, and it was very blurry. He left behind afterimages on the spot, and dodged Chu Lai's attack in an instant. At the same time, he stepped on the 9 lightning flash, and appeared in front of Chu Lai at an extreme speed. His body flashed, and he was like a golden light, arriving in front of Chu Lai. He threw out a heavy punch, and the terrifying strength caused the air to explode. Chu Lai's face changed. This punch was too fast, and he could not dodge it. He could only take it head-on. He gritted his teeth, and the essence force in his body surged. He held the shining ancient weapon and threw it towards Zichan's fist. He was going to meet force with force. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, causing the entire plaza to shake violently. A wave of golden chi spread out in all directions. Chu Lai let out a muffled groan as his body flew backwards. While he was in midair, his expression changed drastically as he coughed up large amounts of blood. Chu Lai was not a match for Zhang Lushi at all. He was injured in one strike. A chill appeared from the side. The martial ancestor seized the opportunity to attack, and he threw out a powerful attack. Rolling essence force surged crazily, and boundless killing intent filled the entire plaza. Zichan turned his head, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Golden light surrounded him, and he threw out a punch. Under the perfect body, everything would be shattered. PFFF. At the same time, under the heavens reappeared. Zichan rushed forward and threw out a powerful punch. Boundless golden light engulfed the martial ancestor. The latter was defeated, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The battle had just started, and the two demon-level geniuses were already coughing out blood. Furthermore, it was 2 against 1. Zichan's combat power was shocking. He held the purple gold gourd in his left hand, and his right hand was clenched into a fist. His body was covered in golden light, and 2 extreme energies were changing. One was hot, and the other was cold. However, no matter what kind of aura it was filled with destructive power. Under the perfect body, there was nothing that could not be destroyed with a single punch. The killing techniques of the major factions were like a joke in front of him. Bang! The 2 of them were sent flying again. They coughed out blood, and their faces were pale. I will send you on your way now. Zichan's body surged with killing intent. His voice was cold and emotionless. He took a big step forward, and he turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Chu Lai at an extremely fast speed. Golden essence force surged in his hand. For the first time, he switched from a fist to a finger, and a golden sword aura shot out. It was unusually sharp. PFFF, Chu Lai's eyes were filled with shock. He hurriedly dodged, but his chest was still pierced by the sword aura. A bloody hole appeared, and fresh blood flowed out. He quickly retreated. His hair was disheveled, and his body was stained with blood. His expression was ferocious and miserable. Swish. The martial ancestor was not much better. He was slashed by the golden sword aura, and his head was almost chopped off. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. However, a piece of his hair was still chopped off. He felt a chill on his neck, and a red mark appeared. Zichun was expressionless. There was only killing intent in his eyes. The ground was trembling even more violently. It seemed like a master-level expert was about to appear. He did not have much time left. His fingertips were shining with golden light. He formed a seal with one hand, and it was like a jumping sprite. The next moment, a chilling aura emerged. Extreme Een. A glaring golden brilliance surged, bringing with it a torrential killing intent. The extreme Een that Zichun saw back then could even shatter the sky and destroy the world. Although he could not produce such an attack now, it was obviously enough to deal with these demon-level geniuses. PFFF. The golden light flashed and went straight to Chu Lai's chest, wanting to split him into two. Chu Lai's expression changed. His eyes were filled with fear. He used all of his origin energy and dodged to the side. Blood splattered everywhere. The golden light rushed past, and one of Chu Lai's arms flew up. It was chopped off by the golden light. Chu Lai covered his severed arm with one hand and could not help but scream. His voice was mournful. Stop. All of this happened too quickly. It was so fast that the Chu clan's shout was a step too late. The Chu clan appeared in the air and rushed towards Zichun with extreme speed. Naturally, he would not allow Zichun to kill Chu Lai. Swish. However, at this moment, another silhouette blocked his path. It was Yukong from Yunxia City. Boom. The two palms collided. Torrential energy surged, and both of them retreated. It was a draw. What is the meaning of this? Yukong asked coldly. This is a matter between the younger generation. Let the younger generation settle it themselves. Yukong was very indifferent. Bullshit. Yukong was furious. Chapter 329. Many of the 5 great clans appeared in the sky, wanting to kill Zichun. The genius of the Lu clan, Lu Chun, the chubby young man with an honest look, frowned slightly as he transmitted his voice. Martial ancestor Miao Kong also sent out a thought to protect Zichun. Wang Qiong, under Wang Xian's pleading gaze, unwillingly sent out a thought. At the same time, he stood in front of them. Wang Qiong was a powerful demon, known as the #1 demon in Yunxia City. Many people guessed that he had the strength to fight against Yukong. At this moment, he stepped forward and blocked Yukong's path, which made many people pale. Following that, 3 forces appeared in the sky and blocked these people. In the previous battle, many forces suffered casualties in the sky, but in comparison, the 3 forces suffered less losses. What is the meaning of this? When the 2 sides met, the atmosphere was tense. Below the ground, the ancestral masters of their clans were also engaged in a fierce battle. The ground trembled continuously. Let the younger generation solve their own problems. If they are not strong enough, they will die in vain. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. 3 powerful auras appeared. It was Wang Zhenwei, Lu Mingyong, and Qi Qingqiu. They had just come out of the ground and saw this scene. Naturally, they wanted to protect Zichun. Behind the 3 of them, Ma Yanqing's face was filled with hatred. He had really lost today. He didn't get anything, and even his array flag was destroyed. But when he saw the purple gold gourd in Zichun's hand, his eyes lit up. His expression kept changing. That's an array flag. Then, he saw the array flag controlled by LV Peng. He let out a low cry, and his pupils shrank. He could tell that the array flag was not ordinary. Wang Zhenwei, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to go against our Chu clan? Aren't you afraid that our ancestral masters will come out and kill you? A Yukong stared at Wang Xinwei and snorted. Worry about yourselves. Whether he can come out or not is another thing. Wang Xinwei sneered and stood in front of them. Everyone blocked Zichen's path. Without any worries, Zichen's attacks were even fiercer. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as golden light flickered. The martial ancestor's severed arm flew into the air. His killing blow was dodged by his opponent. The latter let out a miserable shriek, extremely mournful. This was a one-sided battle. The two of them had no chance of winning against Zichen. In front of Zichen's world speed, they couldn't even run. Chu Lai screamed miserably. He no longer had his arrogance. His other arm was also chopped off by Zichen. If you dare to kill me, you will regret it. Chu Lai roared, his eyes filled with hatred. After losing both his arms, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Extreme Yang, Zichen shouted coldly. His face was expressionless as he formed a seal with one hand. Golden light surged, and as the light flashed, a blazing golden light appeared. It brought with it a destructive aura as it slashed through Chu Lai's body. Pooh! A golden light flashed, and Chu Lai's body was split into two. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness as he fell to the sides. His internal organs were all over the ground, and the scene was very bloody. A monstrous genius was killed. The monstrous genius of the Chu clan was killed just like that. What? Everyone's expression changed, and their hearts trembled. He really killed a monstrous genius. He was so decisive and merciless. This was too fierce. The grudge between Zichen and the major powers could not be resolved. Chu Lai's tragic death gave the martial ancestor a fright. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. He still had one arm, so he wasn't considered a cripple. You want to leave? Zichen used his extreme speed and turned into a beam of light. In the midst of the golden light, he punched his opponent back. The martial ancestor coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with despair. The difference in strength between the two of them was too big. In front of the extreme energy, he didn't even have the chance to fight back. After that, he saw a silver light flash out. It was like a silver dragon, piercing through his heart. Pooh! Time seemed to have stopped. The silver dragon turned into a silver spear. The martial ancestor looked at the spear that pierced through his heart in disbelief. His vitality slowly dissipated. Another monstrous genius had died. Zhang Haoyan had inherited Butcher's battle skill inheritance, the slaughtering sword art. This was a battle skill that was born for slaughter. Coupled with his innate cold temperament, it was even more powerful now. It suppressed the Li clan's monstrous genius. Swoosh! His attacks came and went like a ghost, making it hard for others to predict. However, every attack was powerful and terrifying. The angles of his attacks were tricky and strange. The Li clan's monstrous genius's body was surging with red yuan force. It was like a burning flame. Every attack he made was scorching hot. However, it was a pity that he didn't comprehend Li fire. His attacks didn't have the destructive aura of Li fire. Against the Butcher's battle skill, the Li clan's monstrous genius was in a sorry state. He was already injured. Boom! LV Peng stood at a distance, controlling the array flags to attack. The methods of an array master could never be judged by their strength. At this moment, not only did he suppress the Tsang clan's monstrous genius, he seemed to be doing it more easily than Zhang Haoyan. Beams of energy fell from the array flags like heavenly lightning. The Tsang clan's monstrous genius didn't have the slightest bit of temper. His skin was charred black and black smoke rose from his head. Obviously, he was heavily injured. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen was strong. After all, he was a Sky Realm expert. Why were his friends also so terrifying and monstrous? Bang! Compared to the two's easy suppression, the battle between Atian and Gung Lu was much more tragic. Before Atian met Zichen, he had always been unlucky. It was already very difficult for him to be able to keep up with the monstrous genius. As for offensive battle skills, he didn't even have one. All his attacks were at the risk of his life. You're Tian. Zichen saved you. Gung Lu clenched his teeth. There was a deep wound on his chest. It was left by Tian. After fighting, he recognized Tian. Nie Tian's injuries were also very serious. There were several wounds all over his body. The killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish as he shouted, "Die!" Then, his figure flashed and charged forward. This was a battle of life and death. He didn't use any killing techniques or powerful cultivation methods. He only had one life, and he was risking it all to fight with his opponent. He wasn't like Zichun, who had a mysterious heart, powerful cultivation techniques, or unparalleled battle prowess. Nie Tian didn't have anything. He only had a ruthlessness. It was precisely this ruthlessness and reckless method that allowed him to escape Paradise City alive. The two collided repeatedly. Blood splattered everywhere. Nie Tian didn't defend at all. He just attacked blindly. Gung Lu wasn't used to fighting in such close-quarters combat. Furthermore, such a tragic battle attracted a lot of attention. Puff! Gung Li's sharp blade flickered with resplendent light. He seized the opportunity and pierced Nie Tian's chest. Die! Gung Lu sneered and was about to swing the sharp blade in his hand. However, Nie Tian didn't seem to notice it at all. He threw a punch forward without any pause and landed on Gung Li's chest. Boundless energy surged towards the heart, causing it to tremble. Nie Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were still cold and ruthless. He looked at Gung Lu, who was also coughing out blood. However, there were fragments of his internal organs. His shocked eyes slowly lost focus. Nie Tian lived, while Gung Lu died. Gung Lu died unjustly. When he stabbed Nie Tian's chest, he thought that Nie Tian would retreat in fear. He never imagined that Nie Tian would be so decisive and ruthless. Gung Lu lost his vitality and fell backward. The crowd was in an uproar. Another monster was killed. Boom! The monsters died one after another. The crowd was anxious. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else and instantly launched an attack. Surging energy swirled around as a large-scale battle broke out in the sky. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock as they retreated to the distance to avoid the battle. The ground, which was already shaking, trembled even more violently after Yukong attacked. Huge cracks spread out and rumbled. The entire square was about to collapse. However, with a strong existence like Wang Jinwei, it was impossible for them to rush over. The spirit weapon flickered as it struck out streaks after streaks of terrifying space. The space trembled as ripples appeared. However, they still couldn't break through the defense formed by Wang Jinwei and the others. Puff! One of the Gung family's experts coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he was severely injured. However, he still miraculously broke through the defense and rushed out. Go to hell. His target was Nie Tian, who had killed Gung Lu. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he turned into a beam of light and rushed over. At this moment, Nie Tian was severely injured and couldn't even stand steadily. How could he dodge the attack of a Gung family's expert? I think you're the one who's going to die. At this moment, Zichun let out a loud shout. The purple gold gourd in his left hand shone brightly for the first time. Zichun had been holding the purple gold gourd in his hand. Its surface was engraved with runes and shining with purple light. It was obviously not an ordinary item. However, he hadn't used it in the previous battle. With a thought, the purple gold gourd rose into the air with its lid facing down as if it was hanging upside down. In the next moment, the lid of the purple gold gourd trembled as it opened. Buzz! Space trembled as a psychedelic light gushed out from the purple golden gourd. This was a small piece of gravel that flickered like stars in the night sky. It was an illusory scene, yet it contained an inconceivable might. The instant it appeared, the dome of the sky seemed to be crushed as black holes appeared one after another. Everyone's expression changed. What exactly was in the gourd? Why did it shatter the void as soon as it appeared? The sky was filled with psychedelic light. These small grains that looked like Xingchen pearls were shining brightly. They crushed the sky and locked onto the Gung family's Yukong. The latter's expression changed drastically as he sensed a dangerous aura. He wanted to flee. Swoosh! Small gravel fell from the sky, bringing with it a small black hole, landing on Yukong's body. It was as if the gravel carried the power of 1,000,000,000, directly piercing through Yukong's body. Small bloody holes appeared one after another, and then, Endless gravel drowned Yukong's body. By the time the small gravel dissipated, Yu Fei's figure had already disappeared along with the gravel. It was completely silent. It was a horrifying scene. Everyone's expression changed. Yukong died just like that. The attack of the purple gold gourd had actually killed a zephyr without a sound. Seeing Yukong die, Zichun was very excited. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Yukong was really dead. Holding the purple gold gourd, he sensed a terrifying aura flowing within. He deliberately activated it, and it worked. What kind of treasure is that? It's so terrifying. That little speck of sand that looks like a star actually possesses such great power. Everyone's expression changed. They were shocked. The Tsang family's and Li family's geniuses were even more shocked after witnessing the power of the purple gold gourd. Chapter 330. Let's end this quickly. Zichen's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. The attack of the purple golden gourd caused the battle to stop instantly. Everyone's gaze fell on it with various emotions. Boom. In the meantime, the battle underground was still going on. The few sect masters were locked in a fierce battle. The elixir weapons danced wildly, and the entire ruin was collapsing. The array had been destroyed long ago, and cracks had appeared in the ruin. The two treasures had changed hands several times, and the sect masters were fighting fiercely. At the same time, various spiritual thoughts were transmitted, and the major forces were cooperating with each other. At this moment, the sect masters attacked. It was worth it to offend some major forces for the sake of a treasure. Among them, the Wang family, the Liu family, the martial ancestor, and the Qin family formed an alliance. The Liu family's sect master held the strongest elixir weapon and attacked everything. The Tsang family, the Li family, the Chu family, and the Geng family formed an alliance. As for the last alliance, it was the Assassin Pavilion and the Zhu family. However, these two allied forces were obviously helping the Tsang family. A fierce battle was going on. In the underground, cracks appeared in the stone chamber and then spread. With a loud explosion, the underground began to collapse. The attacks of the major forces were even more intense. The underground was about to collapse, and on the surface, the five major forces suffered a great loss. Out of the 5 monsters, 3 were killed. Even one of the Yu family was killed. The power of the purple golden gourd shocked everyone. Greedy gazes swept over. This was a treasure that could kill the Yu family, and it was very tempting. Among the crowd, some of the neutral Yu family members appeared. They were obviously tempted. 2 Yu family members rushed towards Ziqian with murderous intent and attacked fiercely. The spiritual weapon shone brightly, and an unparalleled power was displayed. It rushed towards Ziqian. Buzz. Ziqian's mind moved, and the mouth of the purple gold gourd spat out light again. A large amount of gravel appeared, shining like the light of stars. It was very beautiful, but it contained an incredible amount of energy. The illusory light flickered and the gravel landed on the spirit weapon, producing a loud sound. Immediately after, the huge spirit weapon was pierced through by the gravel, as though it had been eaten by worms. In an instant, it was riddled with holes. By the time the second instant appeared, the spirit weapon was already surrounded by gravel. The next instant, it disappeared as the spirit weapon was destroyed. The 2 of them flew through the air and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their complexions changed drastically as they retreated with extreme speed. However, at this moment, the gravel rushed over at extreme speed, flickering with Xing Qin's brilliance. The 2 of them were swept away in an instant. Without a sound, another 2 Zephyr Realm cultivators died. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. It was too terrifying. This gravel could even destroy a spirit weapon. This is Xing Qin sand. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Xing Qin sand? How is this possible? How can there be Xing Qin sand in this world? Rumor has it that Xing Qian sand is formed from the grinding of Xing Qian in the sky. It has incredible power, but it's just a rumor. Everyone exclaimed, feeling that it was inconceivable. When the gravel appeared, it flickered like Xing Qian in the sky. It was very similar to the Xing Qian sand in the legends. Rumor has it that each grain of Xingqian sand weighs tens of millions. It can even crush the void and pierce through space. It's the real Xingqian sand that was ground into gravel. When the gravel appeared just now, the sky collapsed and the void was pierced through. This is very similar to Xingqian sand. Someone else spoke, his heart trembling. Everyone's face was filled with envy. That was Xingqian sand, a legendary item. At this moment, everyone wanted to step forward and kick Zichen away so that they could hold the purple gold gourd in their hands. Xingqian sand already has such power. That purple gold gourd can store Xingqian sand. Wouldn't its power be even stronger? That's right. That gourd that can store Xingqian sand is even more precious than Xingqian sand. Everyone's breathing quickened. Zichen didn't just get one treasure today, he got two. The power of the stellar sand was already very extraordinary. It could slash apart the Yuzhong. Even Wang Zhengwei and the other Yuzhong experts had fear in their eyes. From this, one could see how extraordinary it was. However, that purple gold gourd could store Xingqian sand. It was definitely not an ordinary item. It was even more precious than Xingqian sand. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, danger appeared. Two rays of cold light shot out from the crowd. The sharp sword intent made people tremble. The hidden assassins of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion actually attacked at this moment. They performed a killing blow, becoming one with the sword. Wong. Illusory colors appeared, and small holes appeared in the sky. The star sand once again descended, moving according to Zichen's will. The sand that filled the sky was like an illusory stream of water, dissolving the killing intent. First, the spirit weapon was obliterated, followed by the obliteration of the two Yukongs. The insufferably arrogant Void Masters were destroyed in an instant. Everything was so simple. Other than being shocked, the crowd was more regretful. The Xingqian sand could only be used once. Every time it appeared, it would dissipate into dust after destroying the enemy. At this moment, Zichen had used it a few times. It was really a waste. Puff. A cold light flickered, and a bloody light appeared. After fighting for a long time, Zhang Haoyan finally defeated his opponent. He beheaded the Li clan's monster with a single sword strike. Blood spurted out from the headless corpse, but there was also a deep wound on his body. Another monstrous genius had died. Puff. The last monster from the Tsang family was toyed with by LV Peng. His body was charred and smoke rose from his head. He was severely injured and couldn't run even if he wanted to. However, in the next moment, a cold light appeared and a silver spear pierced through his chest. It was Zichen. He held the purple golden gourd in his left hand and the ancient weapon in his right hand. He had killed the last monster. Let's go. With the 5 monsters dead, it wasn't a good idea to stay here for long. The ancestral masters might appear at any time. Zichen turned and left. Don't let him escape. He has a treasure on him. We can't let him go. After the 5 monsters died, the group of Void Masters went crazy. They were already in a killing frenzy and rushed towards Zichen. After witnessing the power of the purple gold gourd, the forces that had protected Zichen previously frowned and slowed down slightly. More rogue cultivators rushed over. Each of them was greedy and wanted to take advantage of the situation. A black mass of people rushed over. Zhang Haoyan and LV Peng helped Nie Tian escape. Zichen brought up the rear. Puff. Zichen opened the lid of the gourd and blew Xingqian sand into the mouth of the gourd again. It turned into a psychedelic light and fell forward. This time, there was more Xingqian sand and it almost dyed the sky. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the void was pierced. Small black holes appeared as if they were riddled with holes. Everyone's expression changed and they frantically retreated. However, there were still 7 or 8 people who were too close and disappeared with the Xingqian sand. 2 of them were in the sky. Xingqian sand was too terrifying. It killed them instantly. Everyone could only retreat and follow from afar. Buzz. All of a sudden, a light trembling sound was heard as a red circle rose into the air. Materialized energy surged, and a murderous aura filled the air. This was a spell formation. Zichen and the others accidentally touched it, and their bodies were devoured by it. Haha, you broke into my flame-killing formation. Let's see if you will die. A loud laugh sounded. Ma Yanqing walked out from the dark. After witnessing the power of the star sand, he knew that Zichun would definitely be able to escape. Thus, on the way back, he had set up a large formation using primal stones. Although it was done in haste, the work of a grandmaster was naturally not ordinary. It's a formation master. It's him. He disappeared when he appeared. I thought he had left. I didn't expect him to come here and set up a formation. It's over. Even if we have Xingqian sand, we may not be able to break the formation of a formation master. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The formation master has been waiting here for a long time. Everyone was shocked, but they did not dare to step forward for fear of being swallowed by the formation. Ma Yanqing laughed wildly. This was the array formation he was most proud of. Although it was laid out with primordial stones and its power was weaker, it was still enough to kill a group of true element boundary cultivators. The only thing he had to worry about now was whether the star sand could break through this array formation. The others caught up. They were far away from the formation, staring at Ma Yanqing with ill intent. Killing intent already appeared in their eyes. Haha, they're about to die. As for you, if you're not convinced, you can come in and fight. Ma Yanqing's figure flickered, and he appeared at the edge of the formation. With such a formation present, who would dare to enter? Everyone was terrified, and the group of true element realms also stopped. Clang, 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 clang. The formation was constantly operating, obliterating all life. Blazing heat was transmitted through the formation. If you enter my formation, you'll definitely die. Ma Yanqing was very confident, but at the same time, he was also very excited. Zichun had a great treasure, and he was very jealous. At the same time, the other little fellow had a formation flag, and its quality was even higher than his. It should have been left behind by Butcher. Butcher's inheritance was also in their hands. Just thinking about it made him excited. But before he could even finish speaking, he saw the formation distort. Zichun was the first to walk out of the formation, and the others were right behind him. How is this possible? Ma Yanqing's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. This development had far exceeded his expectations. You dare to show off your formation skills? Zichun glanced at Ma Yanqing and sneered. He turned and left. Die. Many people soared into the air, chasing after them. But with the formation blocking their way, they could only take a detour. Boom. Just as they left, the ruins collapsed in the next moment. Smoke and dust filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. The ruins became a deep crater. As for Butcher's burial ground, the formation activated, and the ancient castle left the ruins and began to sink underground. One figure after another soared into the air. Terrifying auras surged. There was the aura of pill armaments, as well as the aura of hidden treasures. The sect masters were completely infuriated. Chapter 331. The mortal slaughtering burial ground shook the entire southern region. Zichun, who had disappeared for a long time, had once more appeared. The rumors that he had left the southern region to join the Martial Heaven Alliance were shattered. Furthermore, as soon as he appeared, he caused a huge commotion. He had entered the depths of the burial ground, stolen a precious treasure, slaughtered 5 monsters, and then used that treasure to kill Yukong. As soon as the stellar sand appeared, the heavens and earth changed color, the dome of heaven collapsed, and the void was pierced through. There was nothing it couldn't pierce through, nothing it couldn't break. It's too terrifying. That's the stellar sand we're talking about, a legendary item. Once it appears, the dome of the heavens will collapse. Flying experts will disappear without a trace, and even spirit weapons will turn into dust. The Xingqian sand pierced through all experts. No one was able to survive. Back then, Zichun's successful escape had caused an uproar. Hundreds of people had attacked, but they hadn't been able to stop him. Furthermore, quite a few of them had died. The news spread like wildfire. Just like a few months ago, Zichun was the topic of discussion in the streets, alleys, restaurants, and inns. After that, they talked about the 2 treasures. It was unexpected that they had been able to discover 2 treasures in the mortal slaughtering burial ground. That day, I saw a martial ancestor-level expert vomiting blood and returning. The Tsang and Li family's experts were supporting each other as they circled around Yongqi City. They seemed to be heavily injured, and they didn't enter. The Gung family's people all left yesterday. They were very low-key and didn't attract any attention. The Zhu family's people also left. They seemed very dejected. In the tea houses and restaurants, people were constantly talking about the battle that day. The conflicts between the major powers had intensified, and they were no longer as harmonious as before. The Qin family's people also left. It's just that when they left, they all went to the Liu family. Furthermore, the Liu family held a banquet to send off all the major powers. I saw Yunxia City's Wang Qiong and Wang Xian leave early in the morning. The other members of the Wang family also left. Martial ancestors Miao Kong and Wu Mo have also left. It is very strange. Zichun and the martial ancestor have an irreconcilable grudge. This time, the martial ancestor actually took action for Zichun. What the hell do you know? The martial ancestor has two factions. Zichun only has a grudge with one faction. He is good friends with Miao Kong. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Everyone was guessing who would obtain the two treasures in the end. However, no one knew. These major powers were very strict this time. They didn't manage to find out anything. However, the major powers that had suffered great losses left behind ruthless words upon their return. Su Long, even if you're protecting Zichun, we still have to kill him. The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. As long as Zichun dares to appear, he will die without a doubt. We must kill him. The major forces were completely enraged. Zichun had repeatedly killed their clan's monstrous geniuses, causing them to lose face. Only by killing Zichun would they be able to restore the reputation of the major forces. Each of the major powers said that they couldn't wait to kill Zichun. However, they didn't take any action. After all, Su Long's ferocity was still fresh in their minds. They didn't dare to go overboard. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was the most controversial sect in the southern region. The training of their disciples was mainly to kill the geniuses of the major powers. Almost every year, there would be assassinations of geniuses. Moreover, this was an assassin organization. It wasn't uncommon for major powers to hire them to kill monstrous geniuses. Back then, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had sent out Yukong to kill Wang Qiong and Wang Xian. It was a hired assassination. However, it didn't succeed. In the past thousands of years, the major powers had tried to encircle the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion several times. However, they returned empty-handed each time. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's methods were endless. They had many experts, and their headquarters were very secretive. No one knew where their headquarters were. There were rumors that the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion wasn't a local power of the southern region. They were outsiders who had established their sect 1,000 years ago. They had always been in contact with the outside world. In the past thousands of years, quite a few genius disciples had been secretly sent out by them to be nurtured in the outside world. Just like the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion also had an organization behind them. It was called the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. This was an assassin organization that had existed for countless years. Of course, these were all rumors. No one had ever confirmed them. Even the major powers that had existed for tens of thousands of years didn't dare to be certain. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had many branches spread throughout the 7 cities. However, no one knew where their headquarters were. Just as the burial grounds trip had come to an end, and everyone was discussing the matter of Zichun and guessing who had obtained his foundation, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion began to move. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was located in the middle of a stretch of mountains. It was a very remote place. The headquarters was covered by a huge concealment array, concealing its aura. Outside the headquarters, there were many beasts wreaking havoc. There was no lack of small demons among them. No one had ever guessed that the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's headquarters would be located within a group of fierce beasts. On this day, in the depths of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's headquarters, there was a formation that hadn't been activated for thousands of years. But today, it suddenly lit up. This was a formation that had existed since the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had been established. Even after thousands of years, it had never lit up. No one knew what it was for, and it had never been used. However, for thousands of years, there had always been people guarding it. Furthermore, the pavilion's elders had repeatedly warned them that if there was any change in the formation, they had to immediately report it. Today, the formation that had been dead for thousands of years suddenly lit up. Brilliant light flickered as the formation runes lit up and shone brilliantly. The old assassin's expression changed. He hastily went to report it. After a while, figures arrived one after another. They were all old assassins who had been around for God knows how long. Their beards were white, and their teeth had all fallen out. However, the invisible aura that surged around them was very terrifying. Seeing the formation lit up, all the old men were excited. It lit up. The rumors are true. An old assassin looked at the glowing formation. He was so excited that his hands couldn't help but tremble. It's been thousands of years. The one-way teleportation formation really lit up. Seems like our heavenly slaughter pavilion is really an external force. According to the ancient records, we belong to the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. And this is the formation that the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance uses to contact us. The few old men were very excited. After thousands of years, generations of old assassins had died. The truth could no longer be verified. There were only a few words left in the ancient records. Is it really the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance? They were all elders, and the rumors about the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance were all from the elders who had passed away. It was a super big alliance with many experts. Its foundation was far beyond the 7 big cities. Buzz. Within the formation, the light vibrated. The formation runes lit up, and rays of light appeared one after another. Finally, it formed a complete formation, and ripples spread out. All the elders were filled with anticipation. Boom. Following that, the formation shone brightly, and a surge of aura surged out from the formation like a tsunami. Cracks appeared on the surrounding stone walls, and an illusory and blurry figure appeared in the middle of the formation. Buzz. The elders sent out a ray of energy to stabilize the stone room, not allowing the energy to wreak havoc. Within the formation, the illusory figure solidified. It was a youth wearing black clothes. His eyes were cold, and a terrifying aura surged around him. Are you from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion? The youth spoke as soon as he appeared. His voice was cold, and his expression was arrogant. You're from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion? One of the elders stepped forward respectfully. A token appeared in the youth's hand. It was as black as ink, and its material was unknown. It emitted an austere aura. There was a skull with 2 swords crossed. He coldly asked, "Do you recognize this?" "This is the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance's token." "Greetings, my lord." The elders were shocked. The rumors were true. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance really did exist. Whoosh. Within the transportation formation, the light disappeared, and the youth stepped out. He looked to be in his 30s, but the aura around him was at the ancestor level. It was very terrifying. Furthermore, his status was extraordinary. The elders all bowed their heads in front of him, trembling with fear. The youth first walked around the place, frowning from time to time. His expression was one of dissatisfaction as he muttered to himself, as expected of a barbarian land. There's nothing here. Resources are scarce, and there aren't even that many experts. The elders brought the youth to a meeting hall. The youth sat in the main seat and gathered all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. When the assassins heard that someone from the outside world had come, they were all very excited and curious. They would secretly size up the youth from time to time, which made the elders very unhappy. "My lord, do you have any orders for us to suddenly come here?" asked one of the elders carefully. "Yes, let me introduce myself. I'm Tan Fong from the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance." "Your guesses were correct. This is a branch of the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance." Tan Fong's words caused an uproar, but most of them were excited. "I'm here to unify the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion and make it the #1 sect here. Of course, I can't do it alone. After some time, there will be more people from the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance." This was extremely exciting news, and everyone was very excited. Only some of the elders' expressions changed. "But before that, I have to settle this matter first. As soon as he finished speaking, a jade slip appeared in Tan Fong's hand. As he injected some energy, the jade slip lit up and a figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was also a young man. He was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were like Xing Chen's. He stood in the air. Have you seen him before? Tan Fong asked, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings. The elders shook their heads. Just by looking at the figure, they knew that he was extraordinary. Unfortunately, no one had seen him before. More people shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen him before. No. Tan Fong frowned, looking a little unhappy. It's him. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the back. You've seen him before? Tan Fong's eyes shot out cold lightning as he stared at the assassin at the back. I saw him in Zhongli City. He's called Su Long, and he's a celestial from the Martial Heaven Alliance. This was an old assassin with the power of the Spirit Origin Realm. He was the one who had gone to Zhongli City that day. Yes, it's him. Where is he? Tan Fong suddenly stood up, his aura surging. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became oppressive. He left. He brought a youth back to the Martial Heaven Alliance, said the old assassin. Impossible. There's no way he would return to the Martial Heaven Alliance, shouted Tan Fong. Yes, that youth didn't go. Recently, he even showed himself, added the old assassin. Then let's find him. Then we'll find Su Long's whereabouts. Chapter 332. Because of Tan Fong's arrival, the low-key Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion suddenly became very high profile. That went against the beliefs of the assassins. On the same day, a piece of news spread to the various branches of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Find Zichun and kill Zichun. At the same time, portraits appeared one after another. All the assassins were out looking for Zichun. Seeing Zichun's portrait appear in various places, many people curled their lips. It had been several years since they had announced that they would capture Zichun. However, after so many years, there had not been a single case of them successfully capturing Zichun. This time around, no one cared. Instead, more people were betting on how long those portraits would be displayed, and how long they would be able to hold on. However, these high-profile assassins clearly had more tricks up their sleeves. The three great sects of the 7 cities controlled this region. Other than the mysterious Light Moon Pavilion, the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's elders all went to pay a visit. That caused a huge commotion. Some powers wished they could bring out their trump cards and directly exterminate these old fellows. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance is looking for Su Long. Kill him. They're not the slightest bit weaker than the Martial Heaven Alliance. Our target is Su Long. The old assassins were very high profile, and some of them had even killed the ancestors of the great powers. Just as their foundation was revealed, the old assassins said indifferently. However, there were also powers that were worried. One was the Martial Heaven Alliance, while the other was the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. Just from their names, one could tell that they were colossal existences. What qualifications did these small powers have to participate? If they weren't careful, their tens of thousands of years of accumulation would be destroyed in a single blow. The Martial Heaven Alliance has already expelled Su Long. He has long since ceased to be a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Now, the Martial Heaven Alliance's people are looking for him everywhere. The old assassin was very calm. He had long since learned this from Tan Fong. You have enmity with Zichun, so you naturally want to kill him. If we want to kill Su Long, we can only use Zichun to draw him out. Our goal is the same for now. Some of the major powers who had enmity with Zichun invited the old assassin in with a very good attitude. Emir Zichun had caused them to lose face. Before, they had been afraid of Su Long, so they had only dared to threaten him. If Su Long shows up, we'll naturally kill him. Don't worry, we'll definitely kill him. Also, the people from my alliance asked me to give you a suggestion. The martial ancestor is so big, so it's good to have one faction. If there are too many, it'll affect the development. The old assassin smiled mysteriously and left. At the first moment, the Tsong and Li families, Chu family, Gung family, and Martial Ancestors faction had already expressed their support for the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion to find Zichun and kill Zichun. At the same time, they sent out their disciples to search for Zichun. At the same time, these veteran assassins also entered the sphere of influence that was on good terms with Zichun, such as the Wang family and the Liu family. Their auras surged, and their foundations were dormant, ready to attack at any time. The old assassin walked in calmly. His teeth were gone, and his hair was white. However, his back was straight, and he was very confident. This time, the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance has sent many experts. I guarantee that we can kill Su Long in one strike. He was very confident and calm. Of course, only the foundations can kill him. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance values Su Long, so they've sent out many of their foundations. Therefore, I hope that you can cooperate. The Wang family was furious. This was obviously a threat. They were a major power, and they had never been threatened like this. The Liu family's foundations were also emitting a terrifying aura. On this day, the entire Yongqi city was enveloped by a wave of pressure. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance has officially taken over the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. This region will face a reshuffle. I hope that you can think clearly and don't fall into the abyss. Without saying much, the old assassin left calmly. The major powers were furious, but they were even more shocked. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance had arrived. On the same day, many of the higher-ups were discussing and arguing intensely. In the end, they even alerted the old antiques of their families who were in seclusion. "It's not suitable for battle," the old antique said, giving his final opinion. Not long after, the other major powers also announced that they would find Zichun and kill him. Zichun's portrait was circulated in the 7 major cities and 3 major sects for the first time. At the same time, Zichun's name was also known by everyone in this region for the first time. Everywhere, in every corner, wherever there were people, there was a portrait of Zichun. This time, all the major powers were mobilized, covering every corner of this region. Everyone was in an uproar. What was going on? Why did some of the powers that were on good terms with Zichun give such an order? The attitude of the major powers was puzzling. Boom! A dazzling golden light fell, and a small mountain exploded. The surging energy rolled, and dust and gravel filled the sky. Swoosh! Another golden light flashed, carrying an extremely cold aura. Several trees that were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them were cut neatly at the waist. This was a huge mountain range with mountains and forests. Ancient trees towered into the sky with luxuriant foliage. Zichun had been here for half a month. In addition to cultivating all day long, he was constantly using the energy in his body, alternating between extreme yin and extreme yang. In Songli City, he killed 5 monsters in one day. He was almost exhausted from the battle, and his understanding of yin and yang deepened again. During this period of fighting, Zichun found that his understanding of yin and yang had deepened. The number of times that yin and yang collided was also decreasing. Although he still couldn't achieve the true compatibility of yin and yang, it was much better than before. Boom! Zichun used his most powerful battle skill, extreme yin and extreme yang. Every time he used it, he carefully sensed the 2 energies and found a common point to achieve the compatibility of yin and yang. Beside him, purple light shone resplendently. The purple golden gourd was placed there. This was an extremely special great treasure, sealed with stellar sand. That was something that could even crush the heavens, yet it couldn't do anything to the purple golden gourd. Moreover, he couldn't put it away. The spatial spirit ring seemed to be unable to bear the weight of the purple gold gourd. Zichun is cultivating again. A voice sounded. LV Peng walked out from the depths of the mountain range. Light flashed around his body, and several large flags danced, forming a formation. Recently, Oldemo had been teaching LV Peng formations, and he had made great progress. Zichun smiled. After returning from the ruins last time, everyone had become very hardworking. They were cultivating every second of the day. Among them, Nie Tian was the most hardworking. He didn't have any powerful battle skills or special inheritances. He had relied on himself. Last time, he was injured, and it took him several days to recover. After that, he cultivated diligently, not wasting a single second. Every time they saw Nie Tian cultivating, LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan would blush with shame. "It's time to eat." Zhang Haoyan's voice came from the distance, and the smell of barbecued meat came from the forest. I knew it. He's always so punctual. LV Peng put away the formation flags one by one and walked towards the forest. Zichen chuckled and followed after him. Where's Nie Tian? He's not coming again. Zhang Haoyan looked around and didn't see Nie Tian. He's a cultivation maniac. LV Peng spread his hands and said, how can he not cultivate? I'm not Zichen, who's so abnormal that he can refine pills as if they're jelly beans. They melt in his mouth, and he can refine them instantly. At this moment, Nie Tian's voice sounded. He didn't hold back and grabbed the barbecued meat to eat. Zhang Haoyan curled his lips and said, Zichen is indeed abnormal. His refining speed is so fast, but his consumption is so great. The energy he needs to break through is 10 times more than others. If he was poor, he wouldn't be able to break through for the rest of his life. LV Peng laughed. Haha, but his battle prowess is also 10 times more than others of the same level. It's not a waste. It's just that the consumption is great. But in exchange for unparalleled battle prowess, many people can only dream of it. They chatted and laughed, and then ate. Not good, not good. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the forest. It's Miao Kong. Zichen frowned, put down the barbecued meat in his hand, and looked towards the forest. Only Miao Kong knew where they were hiding. As for that anxious cry of alarm, it was also Miao Kong who had let out that shout. A figure flashed in the forest, and after a few ups and downs, Miao Kong had already arrived. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Did something big happen? Zichen asked. It's a huge matter, an extremely huge matter. It's related to you. In the future, there will be no place for you in the southern region, said Miao Kong. He had clearly been running at top speed the entire time, gasping for breath. Right now, you're wanted by all the major powers. Miao Kong said shocking news. What do you mean? They all looked at Miao Kong, their expressions changing. For all the major powers to want to kill someone, that was no small matter. This entire region was ruled by the major powers. Once all the major powers wanted to kill someone, there would be no place to hide. Due to the pressure from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, all the major and minor powers in the southern region are hunting you down. Anyone who sees you will be killed without question, said Miao Kong. Of course, some powers are just looking for you. They won't necessarily kill you. The pressure from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion? LV Peng was startled. That's impossible. Your martial ancestor is also a major power. Why would he be afraid of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion? There's also the Wang family and the Lu family. How could they be afraid of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion? How could they threaten all three of you? At this moment, it wasn't just LV Peng who was confused. Zichun was also very confused. We weren't afraid before, but now that the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion has a powerful backer, all the major powers have to be wary of them. Their target is Su Long, and killing you is just to draw him out, said Miao Kong. Su Long, Zichun's expression changed. Back then, Su Long had left in a hurry and hadn't brought Zichun with him. Furthermore, he had said that Zichun had to hide himself and not reveal his identity. He had also said that before he reached the spirit origin realm, he shouldn't leave this region. It's a foreign power called the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance. They've moved into the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, and many experts have come. Their target is Su Long. Su Long is from the Martial Heaven Alliance. They dare to kill him? He was in the past, but not anymore. According to the news, Su Long has been expelled from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Miao Kong said. He had spent a great deal of effort in order to obtain this information. You're saying that all the major powers are looking for me? Asked Zichun. That's right. Miao Kong nodded. I understand. This place isn't safe. You should leave. Zichun nodded calmly. You mean? Everyone was startled. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Chapter 333. Miao Kong's expression changed greatly as he signaled for everyone to escape. He would lure them away. No wonder it was so easy to get some information. It turned out that he had been tricked. You guys leave quickly, Miao Kong urged as he rushed forward. He did not explain, nor did he need to. You guys leave. Their target is me, Zichun said indifferently. He stepped forward and pulled Miao Kong. You guys leave first. I can break out. No, we won't leave. Everyone insisted. Don't worry. They can't do anything to me. With a flash of light, Zichun grabbed the purple golden gourd. It shone with a brilliant purple light as runes circulated. This was his greatest reliance. There's not much Xingqian sand left. You'll die. They still did not leave. Although there's not much Xingqian sand left, it's enough to protect myself. You guys leave first. I'll change my appearance later. No one will recognize me. You guys have to be careful, Zichun reminded them. Both of them had inheritances, so some people naturally knew about them. If they were together with Zichun, they would naturally be targeted. Then you have to be careful. We'll leave some clues. They no longer hesitated. The sound of air breaking was getting closer and closer. They did not have much time left. I'll find you guys. Take care. After saying that, Zichun took the purple golden gourd and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. In the sky, light flashed as one figure after another appeared. They were all flying, following Miao Kong. Of course, they were from the opposing side. Zichun is right here. Don't let him get away, someone shouted from the sky. In the forest, there were many figures. They were all true energy boundary cultivators, and there were many of them. Come if you have the ability. I'm here. Zichun shouted. His voice was like thunder, successfully attracting the attention of the experts. He's here. Chase. In the sky, they chased after Zichun. Killing intent filled the air, and ripples appeared in the space. In the forest, many true energy boundary cultivators were surging with killing intent. They were determined to kill Zichun. Strong winds howled, and silhouettes flickered. Numerous experts surrounded them. Let's see if you're still alive. A cold light flashed in Yukong's eyes, but more than that, it was greed. They had tried to kill Zichun many times, so they knew that he had many treasures on him. Apart from the treasures that the martial ancestor wanted, he also had a purple gold gourd, which was also a rare item. Come at me if you're not afraid of death. Zichun shouted and ran in the opposite direction. He was getting farther and farther away from LV Peng and the others, but was getting closer and closer to the martial ancestor experts. Murderous intents surged and shouts rang out. The desolate atmosphere filled the forest, scaring away the birds and beasts. If you want to kill someone, then you have to be prepared to be killed. Zichun yelled in agitation as he was chased by the martial ancestor. Acting recklessly, Yukong sneered. After chasing for more than 10 miles, the two sides finally met. Kill. In the air, Yukong was the first to arrive. Murderous intent surged, and with a shout, a surge of energy appeared, stirring the surrounding space. With a powerful aura, it pressed down on Zichun. This was Yukong's attack, and it was very powerful. The energy surged like a monstrous wave. There were 4 Yukong's attack, and the entire sky was trembling. Wong. The purple gold gourd trembled, and purple light shone, swallowing and spitting out a psychedelic light. The Xingqian sand appeared, and with a terrifying aura, it pierced through the void and crushed the sky. Everywhere it passed, the space was destroyed, and many of Yukong's attacks were shattered. We already knew that you had the Xingqian sand, but we still dared to come and kill you. How could we not be prepared? Yukong sneered. Light flashed in his hand, and an item appeared. It was a shield, emitting a pitch-black light. Its surface was engraved with complex patterns, and it contained an unparalleled energy. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying aura surged out. This was a forbidden item, and it was very rare. It belonged to the category of defensive forbidden items, and it was personally refined by a master-level powerhouse. Let's see if your Xingqian sand is more powerful or our defensive forbidden item. With a move of his spiritual thoughts, the shield grew in the wind and became more than 10 meters in size. Black light lingered, as if demonic chi was rolling, and it was like a wall, blocking in front. At the same time, the other 3 Yukong's spiritual thoughts also surged out and landed on the forbidden item. With the combined power of the 4, the forbidden item's aura became stronger and fiercer. Its size increased again, and it was like a small mountain, blocking in front of them. It was very heavy. Boom! A large amount of Xing Qin sand streaked across, and the light was dazzling. It crushed the sky, and with billions of equal power, it collided with the forbidden item, making a loud sound like thousands of thunder roaring. The Xing Qin sand was very dazzling. It pierced through the sky, and nothing could stop it. In an instant, it sprinkled on the forbidden item, and the black light on the surface of the forbidden item shattered instantly. Small black holes appeared, and the Xing Qin sand rushed through them. The powerful forbidden item couldn't even block it for a breath's time. The hill-like shield disappeared silently. At the same time, the dazzling light flashed and rushed towards the four Yukongs. Impossible. The four Yukong's expression changed. They quickly retreated and shot out waves of energy. This was a defensive forbidden item specially refined by the powerhouses of their families. It consumed a lot of materials, and it could only be used twice. At this moment, it couldn't stop the Xing Qin sand. An energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas appeared. Brilliance flickered in the sky, and the radiance was gorgeous. It wanted to obstruct the star sand for a moment so that they could retreat. However, the star sand was indestructible and indestructible. In an instant, it drowned out the energy and sprinkled on the bodies of the four people. Following that, miserable shrieks rang out as the star sand disappeared together with Yukong. This was a terrifying scene. The Yukong's forbidden item couldn't stop the Xing Qin sand. They had already disappeared, but their screams echoed. Everyone paused. Swoosh! Golden light flashed around Zichen's body, and he looked like a majestic golden armored war god. He held the purple gourd in his left hand and a silver spear in his right hand. Endless killing intent surged around him as he rushed towards the forest. Puff! A silver light flashed, and like a silver dragon, it pierced through the heart of a true energy realm cultivator. With a flick of the spear, the latter's body flew backward. Light flashed around his body, and then he suddenly exploded, spraying blood everywhere. A beam of spear light shot out. It was extremely sharp, and blood splashed out. A cultivator was split into two, dying miserably on the spot. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Zichun was invincible. He was expressionless, and his attacks were decisive and ruthless. Phew! The purple gourd in his hand shone brightly. As the lid of the gourd was opened again, Zichun suddenly blew, and a large amount of Xing Qin sand filled the sky. The light was like the Xing Qin sand, and small black holes appeared one after another. The sky was crushed. Buzz! The forbidden artifact flickered with radiance, and streaks of energy appeared. The terrifying battle technique covered the sky and covered the sun. The group flew into the air and tried all kinds of methods to resist, but it was useless. Even the people and the forbidden artifact were obliterated by the star sand. This was a massacre. From the true energy realm to the spirit origin realm, no one was left alive against Zichun. Blood splashed everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Puff! Lives were taken one after another. Zichun was bathed in blood like a murderous demon. His body was shining with endless golden light. The gourd in his left hand and the gun in his right hand left. Wherever he went, corpses were left behind. Boom! The star sand could destroy and destroy anything. The towering ancient trees disappeared in an instant without a sound. More than half of the mountain ridges were cut off in an instant. The numerous attacks in the air were obliterated by the star sand. This time, the martial ancestor came prepared. He brought a forbidden item and many strong cultivators, but he never expected that the powerful defensive forbidden item couldn't resist the Xing Qin sand. Many strong cultivators were slaughtered. Obviously, the martial ancestor had miscalculated this time, but the price was death. This was a massacre. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Zichun was killing like a madman. His entire body was covered in blood. Every time he took a step on the ground, he would leave behind a bloody footprint. Kill. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Zichun roared. His voice was like thunder, shaking the forest. Hundreds of beasts crawled and thousands of birds flew away. Since the Nimbus martial ancestor came out, he had been hunted down. At that time, he was only in the true energy realm, But there were people in the air chasing after him. He had brushed shoulders with death several times. He was really sullen to the extreme. Along the way, Zichen was accompanied by serious injuries, escape, pursuit, escape, serious injuries, and pursuit. All this time, Zichen was running away. He didn't have the slightest ability to fight back against people in the air. Today, he could finally hold his head high. Swoosh. The silver spear had already turned blood red. It had drunk too much blood. Corpses were lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a small river. Broken limbs were everywhere. It was very violent and bloody. Demon. This is a murderous demon. He is a demon. The people of the martial ancestor were already frightened. They kept retreating. Zichen's methods were too cruel. There were less than 5 people who died with a whole body. Broken limbs were everywhere. In the sky, Yukong's face was also filled with fear. He had already thought of retreating. In the purple gold gourd, there seemed to be an endless supply of Xingqian sand. Once they were swept by it, they would be destroyed. Go to hell. Don't even think about leaving today. Zichen's eyes were glowing red. His expression was ferocious. Blood dripped down like bloodlines. The purple gold gourd in his hand was constantly activated. A large amount of Xingqian sand appeared. Another 2 people in the air died. This was a massacre. Zichen was incomparably powerful. Run! Someone shouted. Only then did the cultivators of the martial ancestor react. They turned around and ran, looking very embarrassed. Swoosh! In the sky, Yukong also retreated. They turned into a ray of light and fled. They were also scared of being killed. Boom! The vault of heaven collapsed, and a large amount of star sand appeared. Yet another person disappeared without a sound. At the same time, Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the forest. The silver spear in his hand flashed, taking away one life after another. Under the extreme speed of the world, who could escape? This was a shocking scene. A cultivator was chasing a group of cultivators, and there was no lack of true essence experts among them. Puff. Blood spilled. The massacre was ongoing. After an hour, the other forces finally received the news and chased after them. However, they did not see Zichen. Instead, they saw a miserable scene. The forest exploded. A large open area appeared. Corpses were lying on the ground. Blood had already gathered into a small river. Chapter 334. The place where the battle took place was a complete mess. Broken limbs, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and the thick stench of blood was nauseating. The forest had been destroyed beyond recognition, and the mountain range had been flattened. It was a scene of apocalypse. Zichen had escaped long ago, and no one knew where he was. As for the martial ancestor experts, none of them were alive. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was shocked. They could feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. From the messy battlefield, they could see how fierce the battle was. Everyone was dumbfounded, and a chill ran down their spines. Was this really the work of one person? One person had killed everyone. The news spread quickly, and it caused an uproar. Zichen had killed all the martial ancestor experts by himself, and there were no less than 10 of them in the sky. Oh my God! How is this possible? He's only at the true energy realm. The whole world was shocked. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Who in the world could kill Yi Zichen at the true energy realm? Once the star sand is used, there's nothing it can't break. There's nothing it can't destroy. The martial arts sect wants to kill Zichen, but they've kicked an iron plate. After the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, Zichen was chased by the martial ancestor. This time, Zichen fought back and killed all of them. It was a great counterattack. The whole world was in an uproar. There were all kinds of voices, but most of them were gloating. Wu Zong Yukong didn't even leave behind a corpse. Even those true energy realm cultivators didn't leave behind a complete corpse. Broken limbs and broken limbs were everywhere. It was simply a tragedy. Zichen has unparalleled battle strength. He could even kill 8th celestial layer monsters. Those true energy realm experts were just looking for death. This was a massacre, and it caused a huge uproar. All the forces were shocked. It was too terrifying. A true energy realm cultivator had such a method. The massacre this time was undoubtedly a warning to the various powers, but it had also completely infuriated the martial sect and infuriated the various large powers. Find him. We must find him and kill him. On that day, a roar sounded out from within the martial ancestor. Afterwards, even more experts appeared, their killing intent surging as they left the martial ancestor. Miao Kong's faction had also dispatched experts to search for Zichun. Due to the pressure from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, all the factions in this region were searching for Zichun. Among them, the few great powers that had enmity with Zichun had dispatched many experts. Many young disciples were clamoring, threatening to cut off Zichun's head. Zichun, do you dare to fight with me? Let's see how I'll chop off your head and kick it around like a ball. The true energy boundary cultivator from a major power clamored. Everyone curled their lips. A true energy boundary cultivator wanting to kill Zichun was undoubtedly a dream. Such trash dared to make such a ruckus. It was simply courting death. Zichun, I'm from the Chu clan. Do you dare to come out and fight? Our Gung clan has already set up the Chun beheading stage. Do you dare to fight fairly? This was obviously a provocation, and it was very clumsy. There was no doubt that it was to lure out Zichun, and in the dark, who knew how many levitating warriors were hiding? Everyone knew that Zichun's battle prowess was unparalleled. Even freaks couldn't suppress him, let alone ordinary cultivators. Without breaking through to the spirit origin boundary, no freak would dare to challenge Zichun. A few days later, there was a rumor that Zichun's Xing Chun sand had been used up in the previous battle. He no longer had the strength to fight against Yuzong's. Now, any random Yuzong could kill him. Many experts from various powers gathered, determined to kill Zichun. Almost every day, there would be cultivators clamoring and insulting him with harsh words. Zichun himself had also changed his appearance several times. He was very careful. With the violet golden gourd, the chances of him being discovered were very high. After the previous battle, he didn't look for Lu Peng and the others. Instead, he came to Yongqi City alone. 100 miles away, he dug a hole and buried the violet golden gourd. Then, he entered Yongqi City alone. He wanted to buy a large number of Yuanli pills to make another breakthrough. He also made up his mind to find an old forest deep in the mountains and go into seclusion until he reached the spirit origin boundary. However, the number of Yuanli pills required was astronomical. Zichun had to buy them from the big cities. Fortunately, he had enough primeval stones recently. In Yongqi City, the streets and alleys were filled with his own portraits. Among them, the violet golden gourd was very obvious. Idiot, would I run around with a gourd? Zichun disdainfully curled his lips and walked into a medicine shop. Do you have Yuanli pills for sale? Zichun went straight to the point. Yes, we do. 15 primeval stones for one. How many do you want? The staff was very polite and had a professional smile on his face. How many do you have? I want all of them. Zichun was very indifferent. The staff was stunned. He was very surprised. I want all of the Yuanli pills. Zichun repeated and took out enough primeval stones. Please wait a moment. The staff quickly left. Such a large amount of money attracted everyone's attention, and they began to discuss spiritedly. Zichun was very calm, but he was also a bit nervous. After all, such a large amount of Yuanli pills would attract some people's attention. A moment later, the staff brought back all the Yuanli pills. There were 50 bottles, and each bottle contained 10 pills. That was close to 10,000 primeval stones. After paying the primeval stones, Zichun strode away. On the same day, all the medicine shops in Yongqi City were visited by Zichun and bought all the Yuanli pills. This was a large amount of money. He had bought almost an entire city's worth of Yuanli pills. The amount of primeval stones he had used was also an astronomical amount. Some people calculated that he had used at least several 100,000 primeval stones. Everyone was stunned. What a large amount of money. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but he hadn't expected that he would still cause such a stir. Putting away the primeval stones, Zichun hurriedly left. Within the city, quite a few people noticed Zichun. Their eyes flashed, thinking that he was a fat sheep. Taking out several 100,000 primeval stones in one go was something that even the monstrous geniuses of large powers wouldn't be able to do. Many people followed Zichun as he left. Several miles away from Yongqi City, there was a towering battle stage called the Qian Beheading Stage. Every day, there would be disciples from large powers standing on it and shouting, "Zichun, do you dare to come out and have a fair fight with me? I can let you kill me with one hand." A cultivator at the fifth heaven stage of true essence was shouting with all his might. What unparalleled battle strength! What strongest monstrous genius! I think he's just a cowardly rat. Another person spoke up. It was as if they were singing a play. Everyone below the stage laughed. That's right, this Ichan is trash. He doesn't live up to his reputation. As soon as we appeared, he was scared into hiding. Of course, he's trash to begin with. Almost all of the people present were disciples of large powers. There were also some who were here to join in the fun and curry favor with the large powers. The atmosphere was quite lively. Zichun strode over, ready to respond. Behind him, there were at least 100 cultivators gathered. They were all eyeing him with greed in their eyes. They had all witnessed Zichun's generosity. They followed him from afar but didn't dare to make a move. This was because they were worried that Zichun was from a large power, especially when they saw him go straight to the Qian beheading stage as soon as he left the city. "Elder Hiroshi, what do you think?" Zichun asked. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "There's no one around. You can attack." Elder Hiroshi transmitted his voice through the Taiji diagram. "All right, then let's kill." Zichun's expression was even colder. A chill spread out, causing the temperature in the air to drop. Many people on the battle stage couldn't help but shiver. Following that, they saw a young man walking toward them. Behind the young man were a total of 100 people. What's going on? The arrival of so many cultivators made the true energy realm experts of the large powers frown. They couldn't figure out the other party's background. "What are you doing? Don't you know where this is?" Someone shouted. Behind Zichun, the group of greedy cultivators slowed down. Their expressions kept changing. However, Zichun didn't stop. He strode forward. "I'm talking to you. What are you doing? Get lost." The chill from the other party made the cultivators of the large powers very uncomfortable. Someone shouted. "What do you think?" Zichun grinned. His appearance changed instantly. With a flash of light in his hand, a silver spear appeared. "You." Seeing Zichun's real body, everyone was shocked. Then, they saw a ray of light rushing towards them. Puff, puff. Blood splattered and severed limbs flew. In less than a breath's time, there were no cultivators of the large powers left alive on the battle stage. There was only a cold young man standing proudly with a silver spear in his hand. Such a scene made everyone dumbfounded. But after that, the crowd burst into an uproar, bursting into cries of surprise. "It's Zichun. It's him. It's Zichun. He showed up. Oh my God, he really showed up here. How dare he?" Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Zichun would really show up. In the distance, the army of greedy cultivators was also dumbfounded when they saw the young man suddenly take out a long spear and kill several cultivators of the large powers. But when they saw Zichun's real appearance, they were all terrified. "Oh my God, it's Zichun. It's that strongest monster with unparalleled combat prowess. I actually want to scheme against him and steal his wealth. No wonder a young man can be so generous. It's Zichun." Everyone was frightened. They stood in the distance and didn't move, because at this moment, Zichun rushed into the crowd with a long spear. Then, they witnessed a massacre. The whole fighting ring was dyed red with blood. The long spear was invincible. It never needed a second move to kill. It was like a silver dragon, killing one life after another. "Help! Master, Uncle Master, come quickly." "Father, where are you?" Cries for help and screams were heard constantly. Everyone was frightened. Zichun's combat strength was too terrifying. He never needed a second move to kill. Boom! Surging energy rolled and golden light danced in the sky. At this moment, Zichun didn't show any mercy. Whether it was the people of the large powers or those who came to join in the fun, They were all in the range of the massacre. Not a single one of them survived. Everyone was frightened and fled in all directions. But under the extreme speed of the world, no one could escape. Zichen's current speed was even faster than some people in the air. In a short time, the previously noisy fighting ring became a bloody hell. There was no life left on the blood-stained fighting ring. Zichen stood on the fighting ring like a god of death. Dead. They're all dead. This is too terrifying, too cruel. He actually killed everyone. In the distance, the army of greedy cultivators were frightened and shocked. But in the next moment, when Zichen's cold eyes swept over, their hearts trembled. Run! Someone shouted, and in the next moment, everyone turned around and fled like stray dogs. Chapter 335. After witnessing the massacre with their own eyes, everyone was scared out of their wits. Their backs were cold and their legs were trembling. When Zichen's cold gaze swept over them, they turned around and ran without saying a word. They were frightened and ran away like a wisp of smoke, almost disappearing without a trace. Swish, swish. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon. Several figures appeared in the air and flew toward the fighting ring. All of them were flying in the air, a total of 5 of them. When they finally realized that something was wrong, they quickly flew over and rushed over the heads of the panicked crowd. It's the imperial flight of the great powers. They're finally here. They only came when everyone was dead. Are they here to die? Zichen's strength caused everyone to feel fear, and they subconsciously believed that these flight warriors were not a match for Zichen. In the fighting ring, Zichen raised his spear. When he saw Yufei appear, he turned around and left. This could be considered as a warning. Daring to clamor without strength was simply courting death. This could also be considered as the last time he would make a move. Although he could not intimidate Yukong, he could still scare those true energy boundary martial artists. From then on, he would hide in the mountains. Stop right there. Stop right there, you little thief. You have the guts to kill but don't have the guts to stay? Seeing the fleeing Zichen from afar, he let out an explosive roar. Boundless killing intent swept out, covering the sky and earth. Buzz. Spirit weapons appeared one after another, emitting a terrifying aura. They shone brilliantly and displayed their supreme might. Like a beam of light, they shot towards Zichen. With boundless killing intent, the 5 spirit weapons were like 5 rays of light behind Zichen. Idiot! Zichen turned his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His speed increased, leaving behind afterimages like a phantom. Behind him, the spirit weapons approached at an extremely fast speed. Cold light flickered as they destroyed one afterimage after another. However, they were unable to hit Zichen's true body. Zichen's speed was very fast, and the distance between them was very far. Even if he controlled the spirit weapon with his spiritual senses, he would not be able to catch up. Zichen ran away. Let's go and take a look. The rumor is true. Zichen has run out of Xingchun sand. He can kill him with a casual flight. Seeing Zichen turn around and run, the group of frightened cultivators turned around again. Their curiosity was far greater than their fear. They turned around and followed him. Boom! With a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled. A stream of light pierced through the ancient tree, and in the next moment, the ancient tree exploded, turning into sawdust that danced in the air. Pong! The mountain rocks were huge and tall, but after the spirit weapon passed by, cracks also appeared. In the end, they exploded and stone fragments rolled down. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as a huge hammer fell down, smashing down on Zichen's head. In the next moment, Zichen's figure flickered, dodging the attack. Following that, a tall mountain was smashed into pieces by the huge hammer, causing rocks to roll down. This was a terrifying scene. The 5 of them were chasing after Zichen in the sky. Spirit weapons appeared continuously with boundless killing intent as they transformed into beams of light. Everywhere they passed, mountain rocks would explode and ancient trees would turn into fine powder. Everything was being destroyed. A powerful energy fluctuation shook out. Zichen's body was shining with golden light, neutralizing the impact of the energy. However, his abdomen was still injured, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. "Go to hell," Yukong shouted, controlling the spirit weapon faster and faster. The supreme power was completely displayed, destroying everything. Clang. Danger struck. Zichun held the ancient weapon in his hand and resisted with all his might. Sparks flew everywhere as energy surged. He was directly sent flying. His figure flickered in the air, coughing out 2 large mouthfuls of blood before escaping again. "Brat, you can't run away. This time, you will definitely die. Let's see who can save you." The 5 of them chased after Yifutyin with murderous intent. Zichun is injured. He really didn't have any Xingqian sand and was blocked by Yukong. Could it be that the strongest monster today is going to fall? The people behind saw this scene from afar and sped up again, wanting to see the final battle. Cough, cough. Zichun coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were severe. Yukong's strength was too strong for him to resist. It was a miracle that he could survive. From afar, Zichun saw an ancient tree. It was very tall and covered the sky. Zichen's eyes instantly lit up. After a series of pursuit, he finally escaped 100 miles away. His figure flickered, and in a few leaps, he reached the side of the ancient tree. Then, with his back facing the ancient tree, he glanced at the group of Yukong. His figure was imposing, and his eyes flickered with cold light. His image was infinitely tall, but he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His spirit was dispirited, and his imposing image instantly collapsed. "Brat, run. Why aren't you running? Aren't you very fast? Keep running. We have plenty of time." The spirit weapon emitted cold light and stopped a dozen meters away from Zichun. The 5 of them stepped forward and stood in the air, looking down at Zichun with ridicule. Their gazes were as if they were looking at an ant, or as if they were looking at a toy. They were very disdainful. The rumors said that Zichun was very strong, but without any treasures, one of them could kill him. Now that there were 5 of them, they were naturally not afraid. "Keep running. Let us see exactly how fast you, the strongest demonic genius, are." "That's right. Let us see if the rumors are true. What other methods do you, the strongest monster, have?" Yukong was laughing with a mocking expression. He was very relaxed, as if he was looking at a turtle in a jar, waiting to be slaughtered. Zichun stood under the ancient tree. He was dispirited and heavily injured, but his expression was very calm. He said indifferently, "I'm not running anymore. You can continue running. We haven't played enough." Yukong laughed. Zichun was already injured, and beside him, there were 5 spirit weapons eyeing him. As long as he made any strange movements, Yukong would attack and kill him instantly. "I've played enough. I don't want to play anymore." Zichun was still calm, as if he was chatting with a friend, "But we haven't played enough. Now, I'll give you 2 paths. First, continue running. Wait until we've played enough, then you can die. Second, hand over all your treasures, then run and die." "Haha." Zichun sneered and looked at Yukong. "Both paths lead to death. Is there any difference between these 2 paths?" "Of course there isn't." After saying that, the 5 Yukong laughed. "Haha." Zichun also laughed and said loudly, "Since there isn't any difference, then I'll choose the 3rd path." "The 3rd path?" They were startled. "That's right. The 3rd path is also a path of death, but it's your death." Zichun's eyes had a trace of crazy killing intent. His right foot suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble and explode. In the next moment, a purple gold gourd flew out from the ground. It was flickering with brilliant light. "This is..." The moment he saw the purple gold gourd, Yukong's face changed and his eyes were filled with shock. This was a treasure that could kill Yukong. With it, Zichun could slaughter everything. "Kill." Yukong's expression changed and there was fear in his eyes. His reaction was very fast, and in that instant, Yukong moved. Following the sweep of his powerful spiritual sense, the 5 spirit armaments turned into 5 rays of light and rushed towards Zichen at an extremely fast speed. Buzz. Light flashed around Zichen's body, and a Taiji diagram suddenly appeared above his head. It was only the size of a palm, but it was circulating with the brilliance of two extreme energies. In the next moment, the Taiji diagram lit up and a curtain of light fell, forming a Taiji light barrier that revolved around Zichun. Clang, clang. Killing intent surged and cold light flickered. The spirit weapons were very fast and crossed the distance of a dozen meters in a flash. They pierced towards Zichun and slashed on the Taiji light barrier, causing a sonorous sound to erupt. The light barrier was hit by the spirit weapons, and a terrifying energy surged. The light barrier instantly dimmed, and the defense formed by the extreme energies became weak. Pong. When the last spirit weapon landed, it was a huge hammer with a terrifying aura. With a sudden smash, cracks appeared on the light barrier and it shattered. The light barrier shattered, but it also blocked a round of attacks from the 5 spirit weapons. If there was another round, even if there was another spirit weapon, it would be enough to kill Zichun. But obviously, they didn't have time. Buzz. The purple gold gourd flew up and flashed. The glaring purple light made people unable to open their eyes. At this moment, the lid of the gourd opened and spat out a psychedelic light. The Xingqian sand appeared and shone brightly. It crushed the sky and rushed towards Yukong. Once the Xingqian sand appeared, everything became simple. Yukong, who was arrogant before, let out a miserable cry and retreated quickly. A powerful energy circulated and a terrifying aura surged, but it couldn't stop the Xingqian sand. Nothing could not be broken and nothing could not be destroyed. Then, Yukong's figure disappeared along with the disappearance of the Xingqian sand. 5 Yukong died. Cough. Zichun coughed out blood again. His face was pale. This time, his injuries were serious. He took the purple gold gourd and put away the Taiji diagram. He flew towards the depths of the forest and disappeared quickly. Elder Hiroshi, are you all right? I'm fine. Elder Hiroshi's voice was very weak. Everyone heard Yukong's miserable cry from afar and rushed over. But it was still too late. There was nothing here. Yukong disappeared, and so did Zichun. The towering ancient tree was half destroyed by the Xingqian sand. Only a huge tree trunk was left. It was bare, and not even leaves were left. Dead. Did Yukong die too? The rumors are wrong. Zichun still has the Xingqian sand. Looking at the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded. This was too powerful. The shock in their hearts did not dissipate for a long time. Obviously, this was going to cause another commotion. There are bloodstains here. Zichun should be injured and escaped from here. Someone exclaimed after discovering Zichun's escape route. But no one gave chase. Everyone felt their legs go soft and their backs were cold. Even Yukong had died. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to their deaths if they went? Even if they did not use the Xingqian sand, Zichun could still slaughter them. On that day, the news spread that Zichun had slaughtered all the cultivators near the Chan beheading stage. He then went on to destroy the 5 Yukong experts. Moreover, rumors could not be trusted. Zichun still had the Xingqian sand. At this moment, the world was shaken. Obviously, Zichun had caused another sensation. That day, many Yukong experts chased after him. However, after searching the entire forest, they could not find any trace of Zichun. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air without a trace. No matter how many forces searched, they could not find a single clue. That day, Zichun bought a lot of elemental energy pills. Could he be hiding in the mountains to cultivate? It's very possible. He swept through all the elemental energy pills in Yongqi City. It's enough for him to break through to the spirit origin realm. Chapter 336. Zichun had gone into hiding, and there was no news about him. The battle that day was also his last battle, and it ended with a great victory, causing another uproar. Zichun must have found a secret valley to cultivate in seclusion. That's right. Although he has unparalleled combat strength, how can he fight against all the forces? He can only cultivate in seclusion. All sorts of guesses were made in the region, and there were also various versions. But regardless of whether it was true or false, Zichun had really disappeared. Zichun, do you dare to come out and fight? Let's have a fair fight. Whoever wins will leave. Outside every big city, there was a decapitation stage. But on the decapitation stage, The words of the various forces were weak. This was obviously a scheme, and no one would believe in a fair fight. Who in the true energy realm could go against Zichun? All the clamoring was a conspiracy. Maybe Wang Qiong could. He was known as the #1 genius of Yunxia City, and he was very mysterious. He rarely fought, but because of Zichen and Wang Xian'er, he would not fight. Wu Mo was very lazy, but he had a high reputation in the martial ancestor. Maybe he had some tricks up his sleeve, but he was friends with Zichun. Evil Good Monk had the 6 runes mantra and could kill people in the air. But he had also disappeared, and the assassins of the Assassin Pavilion were looking for him everywhere. Other than the 3 of them, the clamoring of the other cultivators was weak, and they did not have the slightest bit of confidence. Zichun did not respond. The loophole could only be exploited once, and it would not work the next time. Who knew how many experts were lying in ambush around the decapitation stage? All the forces were on the move, searching for all the mountains and places with human footprints. But half a month had passed, and there was no news about Zichun. Zichun bought thousands of bottles of elemental force pills that day. Even 2 people would be able to break through to the spirit origin realm. He must be in seclusion, and won't appear unless he can fly. Everyone was discussing, but the major forces were anxious. Zichun was only at the level 5, and he could kill all the cultivators in the true energy realm. He could even kill demons. Once he broke through to the spirit origin realm and became a master, who in the world could do anything to him? Masters? It was very difficult for such a powerhouse to appear in the world. All of them were in seclusion, striving to make another breakthrough in their strength. How could they have the time to care about these things? Time passed, and another half a month went by. Zichun seemed to have evaporated from the world, disappearing without a trace. They searched the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, searched the mountains and rivers, but found nothing. Some people guessed that Zichun had left the southern region and gone to the outside world. A mere true energy boundary cultivator, if he dares to go to the outside world, he will die within 3 days. That is a dead end. When Tan Fong heard the news, he clearly did not believe it. He came from the outside, so he naturally knew how tragic the fighting outside was. He ordered the assassins from the Assassin Pavilion to continue the search. At the same time, he also warned the other forces to put in more effort and not be half-hearted. He might not have gone outside of the southern region. Maybe he joined the Floating Mist sect. That's also very possible. Another person guessed. Zichun had a very good relationship with the Floating Mist sect. Back then, Vagabond Misty had said that the doors of the Floating Mist sect had always been open to Zichun. Moreover, Su Mingyao had joined the Floating Mist sect. Zichun had not found any clues for a long time, so the possibility of him going to the Floating Mist sect was very high. Floating Mist sect. When Tan Fong heard the news, he frowned. To the other forces, the Floating Mist sect was very mysterious. However, to Tan Fong, the Floating Mist sect was a big sect. Although it could not be compared to the Wuji sect of the past, it was clearly not ordinary to be able to survive the chaos 10,000 years ago. Su Long might be there too. Another person guessed, and he even mentioned the relationship between Su Long and Su Mingyao. Floating Mist sect. In a few days, we will go and meet them. We must find Su Long. Tan Fong frowned and finally said. A few days later, the formation of the Assassin Pavilion lit up again. Powerful auras appeared, and a few more experts came. Moreover, they brought the things that Tan Fong wanted. Tan Fong's heart was set, and he brought people to the Floating Mist sect. This time, other than the experts from the Assassin Alliance, he also brought 2 elders from the Assassin Pavilion to the Floating Mist sect. There were a few ancestral masters. This was an indescribable battle strength. Moreover, they had a strong foundation. Once Su Long appeared, they would definitely be able to kill him. Tan Fong left. His original target was Su Long. He was not interested in Zichun at all. As for the rumor of sky martial artist and unparalleled battle strength, he was not interested. At that time, he only curled his lips and said, "Sky martial artist? Do you think sky martial artists are cabbages?" Zichun's disappearance caused a huge commotion. Those who had a grudge against Zichun could not sit still. Once Zichun broke through to the spirit origin realm, it would be too dangerous for him to appear. other than ancestral masters who could suppress him. Therefore, they thought of all kinds of ways to find Zichan. Zichan is very loyal. We can start with his friends. A big force suggested. This was a very good suggestion. Although it was a little shameless, they obviously cared about the results. Therefore, several big forces set out to find Zichan's friends. However, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Only Miao Kong remained. However, he was one of the martial ancestors' people. Who could capture him to threaten Zichan? LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan did not return to the sect. Nie Tian was also nowhere to be seen. As for Su Mingyao, she was in the distant floating mist sect. No one dared to cause trouble there. Moreover, some forces heard that the Assassin Alliance had gone to the floating mist sect. They were all quietly investigating the next step. In addition, there was another person who attracted the attention of many forces. Lin Shui, Zichan's other confidant. She was originally from the Zhongli city's Lin family. However, during the trip to the ruins, the Lin family disappeared overnight. Previously, no one paid attention to it. Now that they thought about it carefully, some people found clues. Almost all of Zichan's friends had obtained inheritances. There was no reason why his confidant could not. Moreover, the disappearance of the Lin family was very strange. They must have obtained the inheritances and hidden themselves. Some forces used this as a breakthrough to find the Lin family. It was difficult to find one person, but there were so many people in a family. It was impossible for them to disappear into thin air. If they searched carefully, they would definitely find some clues. The floating mist sect was located in the northernmost part of the southern continent. It was surrounded by clouds and steep mountains that stretched into the clouds. The mysterious floating mist sect was built on top of a mountain, hidden by clouds. Moreover, there were layers of formations all around. It was easy to get lost. Tan Fong arrived with a few sect masters. He stood in the air and looked at the huge sect from afar. He shouted, "The Assassin Alliance has come to visit." His voice rolled out like a thunderclap, shaking the clouds in all directions and spreading forward. The entire floating mist sect was covered by clouds and mist. This was a sect protecting formation. Its power was unimaginable. With a strong foundation, no one dared to barge in. As soon as Tan Fong finished speaking, his voice rumbled violently. However, there was no sound in the floating mist sect. It was completely silent. "The Assassin Alliance has come to visit," said Tan Fong. His voice was very cold, and his sound waves spread through the clouds. After a long time, a voice rang out from within the floating mist sect. "Our floating mist sect has no relationship with your Assassin Alliance. Why have you come so aggressively? Are you looking for trouble, or are you here to pay us a visit?" A deep voice rang out, sounding very dignified. "We have no relationship, but your floating mist sect is hiding the person our Assassin Alliance is looking for. We've come because of that. I hope you can hand him over," said Tan Fong slowly. As an sect master, he naturally had to be a shrewd person. He didn't show his emotions on his face. "You've come to the wrong place. This is the floating mist sect. Other than our sect's disciples, there are no outsiders here. Su Long has already been expelled from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Furthermore, he is being hunted down by the Martial Heaven Alliance. He is a stray dog that has no place in the Martial Heaven continent. I hope you won't make a mistake," said Tan Fong. "You can go back. I've already said that there are no outsiders from the floating mist sect here." Behind Tan Fong, one of the sect masters shouted, "If you say there aren't any, then there aren't any. How can we believe you?" A loud shout stirred up the rolling clouds. The clouds that filled the sky were blown away. Everyone saw an old man standing quietly above the mountain gate. He was wearing Taoist robes, and he had white hair and a youthful face. He had the air of a transcendent being. He stood at the top of the mountain, holding a Buddhist whisk in his hand. The unfettered mist. Some sect masters let out startled cries. In the southern region, there was practically no sect master who didn't recognize the unfettered mist. The commotion he had caused back then had been too great. Furthermore, he had appeared again a few years ago, beating Wu Ruishan into a pig's head. After that, Su Long had killed Wu Ruishan in Zhongli City. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. This is the floating mist sect, and there are only floating mist sect disciples here. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind as the whisk in his hand shook, giving him an otherworldly aura. He was very domineering. He wasn't the slightest bit humble just because his opponents had a great background. Shielding Su Long? Your floating mist sect is opposing all the powers of the martial heaven continent. Tan Fang's voice was much colder, and his expression darkened. I've already said that Su Long isn't here. You've come to the wrong place. Nonsense. Su Long isn't here, but Su Mingyao is. Hand her over, and I don't believe Su Long won't appear. Haha, Su Mingyao is a disciple of my floating mist sect. How can I just casually hand her over to you? You. The sect master's gazes became unfriendly. This is the floating mist sect, not the Heavenly Assassination Alliance or the Martial Heaven Alliance. You've clearly come to the wrong place, emphasized the unfettered mist. Have you considered the consequences? Tan Fang asked. His entire body was filled with a powerful aura. It was an extremely powerful energy that was ready but not released. Consequences? Laughed the unfettered mist. His aura also surged. My floating mist sect never takes the initiative to provoke others. But if anyone thinks we're easy to bully, then they're gravely mistaken. Buzz. The sky trembled, and the killing intent was boundless. Tan Fang's entire person turned into a beam of light, like a sharp blade. Sharp sword chi soared into the sky. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.